welcome everyone to Split 2 Pro League, where we'll be covering all the Apex Legends action here in Apex South. My name is Lace, and we are back once again to bring you the best of this region. And of course, we have the casters back with us today. The man who can talk about just about anything is Elfish, and the ever so knowledgeable Genome. Genome, we missed you last week. I hope you're prepared for some top tier Apex Legends action for our region. And who might be making our top 20 today?
Yeah, that's the question that we all have to be wondering today, Lace, isn't it? It's the last week before regional finals, which means we say goodbye to 10 of our teams. Of course, only the top 20 out of those 30 will make it forward to the regional finals, and there's a couple of big names down the bottom that, with one big week, maybe, they can, make their way in and sort of give themselves that chance to win the match point finals and make it to LAN, because otherwise, they're looking pretty shaky.
That's it. We're definitely going to be looking at a couple of teams today that are sitting in, about, the 20th to 25th position, just to see if they can make that cusp. But Elfish, Dax and I got a little silly and fun last week. Are you ready, Elfish? Some more back in my day shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, I've got Genome here with me this week, so I feel like we can be the 2 to your 1 in this case. The team's on my side this time, not on the other side. So I've got some assistance this time around, which makes me feel a little better. But you know what? Look, I'm looking forward to it. I don't think there's going to be quite as many shenanigans this week. Having a look at that scoreboard, obviously, as you say, it's going to be important for those teams inside the top 20. But I don't know how much moving and shaking really is going to be done. Like, there is a pretty significant gap from 19 to 18 that needs to be overcome if any team kind of wants to lock themselves in comfortably inside of that top 20. So yeah, is it going to be one of those weeks where there's a lot of chaos, or are we just going to kind of see a bit more normalcy ensuing? I'm leaning towards the latter, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to be taking things a little serious today, and so will our teams. We definitely had some epic gameplay last week, and I'm sure that everybody is ready to see how this works. So let's take you through how the Split 2 format will go.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin, with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
First up, we'll be having groups A versus C for the first 6 matches, and then we move on to B versus C. So a lot of Apex South Legends action games for you today. We, of course, are going to be keeping a close eye on our top 20 teams, because we're going soon to the regional finals. We have gone through several weeks of amazing gameplay, and we make it now to June 23rd here, Elfish. It has been a blink of an eye, this split.
Always is, really, isn't it, right? Not too many play days. And a lot of teams probably feeling the pressure coming into this final week, where they thought maybe they would have had a little bit more time to work with. But obviously, today is the last day. That's good news for the Group C members. They'll have the double up today. So a bit of an extra opportunity for a couple of those teams to maybe get some more points on the board than others. But you've got to look at maybe teams like Weibo, teams like Dreamfire, and take a leaf out of their book and say, okay, well, those teams were really in a bit of an awkward spot at the start of last week. They were able to go kind of back to back in terms of having really good lobbies, and they sort of secured themselves inside of that top 20 relatively comfortably. And there is every opportunity for maybe like a team like VP, obviously was maybe one that you were alluding to, Genome, as being one of the big names that might potentially miss out. But they have caught 2 lobbies to play today. If they come out, play 2 banger lobbies, then they're right back into the mix, into that discussion. And I guess that's kind of the job that they need to get done today.
Yeah, and you look at the bottom of that leaderboard, right, when we're thinking about all 30 teams and where they stand at the moment, and obviously VP has the most potential out of anyone in that bottom 10. That's is absolutely no surprise or no worry to anyone at all. But obviously, they've struggled so far. I mean, they're in 27th, right? That's just not something that we would expect of someone like Pricey, who's been an incredible player on the world stage and shown that he can mix it with all of the best of them. Obviously, Sharky has been the best at one point. He's lifted the trophy. So, yeah, I really think that I'm struggling to like not believe in them, if you know what I mean. So I would really like to see a late run from them to get into the top 20. Obviously, at this point, it's like impossible, if not, or like almost impossible, if not completely impossible for Virtus Pro to actually make LAN via points qualification. They just need to make that regional final. Forget about the rest of the split and then look to just take that top one.
Yeah, and another team that I'll be sort of keeping a close eye on is No Credit. We've seen them in Split 1. We've seen them, they haven't made it to, I guess, a regional just yet, but they have been performing incredibly well. And yet, I think last week really showcased exactly the skill of this team. They managed to get themselves a win. It was such a really close, exceptional fight for them. So, they're sitting on the cusp at the moment to get into that top 20. So I'm going to be really eager to see how they, go throughout the games today. But we love sort of seeing all these teams just get themselves into these positions and change. We know Dreamfire, we've been talking about them a lot as well. They were struggling at the start of Split and they have made an exceptional comeback. So just like you were touching on, Genome, I also have faith that VP could do something like that as well. Of course, we're going to see how they play throughout the matches, but we've got some major changes with Apex. And who better to introduce one of the biggest change to competitive than Rain Day? Let's take a look.
Hey Legends, today I'm here to explain the new ALGS POI draft system. This format change aims to even the playing field while challenging teams to adapt to different POIs and different playstyles. How, you might ask? Well, this is how it works. Prior to the Pro League regular season, each team receives a random assortment of draft picks for match days 1 through 9. The assortment is perfectly equal, meaning if a team receives the first draft pick, they'll also receive the 40th draft pick on that match day. This draft style is called a snake draft, and the order of draft picks changes with each match day, which means that teams may not always get their preferred POI. On draft day, each team will make 2 draft picks, 1 Storm Point drop spot and 1 World's Edge drop spot. Strategizing is crucial, as drop spots on both maps are up for grabs at the same time. There will always be more drop spots than teams, which means that even if you're the last pick, you'll have multiple options to choose from. Once a POI is chosen, it's off limits to all other teams for that match series. On match day, each team is dropped from an individual dropship above their drop spot. It is a whole new ALGS. Well, I hope that explanation clears things up on how the POI draft system is going to work in the ALGS. If you want a more detailed breakdown, check out our latest blog post and follow Play Apex Esports on X to stay up to date with all things ALGS.
The POI draft system has been such an exciting change. We see new play styles and our teams having to adapt to different landing spots, which makes for some epic entertainment. Our first 3 matches will be on Storm Point. So that's our groups A versus C. So we're going to be seeing them sort of compete and use, this POI draft into their favor. We have noticed that a lot of players tend to, pick Storm Point first, Genome. And we're finding that, throughout the couple of weeks, it's still the same.
Yeah, it has sort of continued along that trajectory. Of course, we have changed the map rotation going into the latter half of the season. So we are starting now with Storm Point rather than World's Edge. And yeah, it means, I guess, those teams who, find that map better, want to start off on over there and have a good start to the day, can look at doing that. Teams that decided to, to pick over there first, Outside went for Cenote Caves in the second overall draft pick. That's an interesting one to me. So certainly there'll be, some teams, as you say, going for that World's Edge lace, but, I think we're seeing the POI draft system evolve a lot as we go through it because it's also new.
Yeah, and you're right. And, it's still only been a couple of weeks, so we're still sort of collecting data just to see, how this all works. But let's take a look at our landing spots and exactly where our teams have chosen on Storm Point. So, Genome, we have it here. We're ready to go. We're going to have a look at this. A few teams we've noticed, I guess, sort of selecting, I guess, Storm Point as their first map here. I can see Legends Gaming over there at one of probably the best picks for the mill.
Yeah, I mean, Mill's been an interesting one, actually, because if we have a look at some of the stats around, I'd say Mill has actually probably been underperforming in terms of how high it's picked, like the average draft position, which I think across all of the regions has been about 9th. It's been picked on average, but it's in like the bottom 10 in terms of average points per game, sitting at 4.7, which is like half of, say, Barometer. So that one has been honestly quite interesting in what was previously seen as a very good POI, but who knows, maybe just the other teams haven't been as good. We did see something repeated there, which we've seen in a couple of previous weeks, which is where War Monster Firebird have taken Sito Station away from Legends Gaming, they were the ones who moved over to Mill. They obviously have done very well from Sito, massive games so far this split, but they're going to have to try it a little bit different from a similar spot over in the Mill.
Yeah, and a very interesting, I guess, really good pick from Virtus Pro there, Elfish. Devastated Coast, not being sort of picked up earlier. It's sort of at the 36, they got to get what I would say quite a good drop spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, hopefully they're going to get a couple of zone pulls down south as well, just to make life a little bit easier. I think at the end of the day, when we're talking about Virtus Pro, they need to not only get themselves comfortable with their drop spots, but they also need to get a little bit of luck to be able to make today work and make it into that final 20. And obviously beyond that point, then they're probably going to need a little bit of luck when they are playing in those playoffs as well to try and win that lobby. So you kind of need to see everything going right for VP. I tend to agree with you that this isn't like the most awkward position that they found themselves in just based on that initial drop location. So I'll cross my fingers for them. But the issue obviously is for VP, like we saw how they started last week and it wasn't good, right? They, were constantly losing players early on rotates. And again, they're going to potentially have to be forced to make some big long rotates out of that position. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes quite pointedly in their direction for maybe the first 10, 15 minutes of this first game, just to make sure that they can get through all of those early sort of, intricacies and make those rotations cleanly. And hopefully then they're going to be able to convert that into some big games. But the first port of call, of course, is just going to be putting themselves in positions to even be remotely close to having a conversation about having a decent game. So you need to get that first step done before you really start to converse about all the rest.
Yeah, so if I'm having a look at last week, Virtus Pro, 15th, I guess, for their 6 games that they did, it's not a very, usual position for them to be in that sort of circumstance. We've seen them on the live stage, as Genome was saying, I'm sure the team's probably feeling it a little bit. But yeah, it wasn't something that we're generally used to Virtus Pro doing. Another team that we've sort of been keeping an eye on as well as GK, previously known as Boogie Borders. They are, I guess sitting in a better position, but, we're so used to seeing them in the top 10.
Yeah, they get the pick up, but they've got to live up to that sort of reputation, don't they? And as you can see, they've got quite a ways to jump up there. You got to remember, we've lost spots. We've got less, not less than ever, because we used to only have 5, but certainly less than we did in Split 1 for APAC South in terms of how many teams will qualify going to LAN. That's going to be the top 7 for us. So you can just draw a little line under Bear Claw there and say anyone who finishes the season on this particular leaderboard in the top 7 will be making it to the Split 2 playoffs, and anyone below that will not be joining them. So yeah, I mean, I think it's really cool to see X and Y up there, who had a cool start to a good start to the year, showed a lot of promise, and then didn't quite make it. They've been close a couple of times, but it feels like there's a good chance they can do it this time. But there's a lot of teams hungry for those spots, right, Lace, that are pretty close at the moment. The ones sitting there, down below their Dreamfire with the new pickup. Definitely one of them. Vegas Inferno, a team that I think has been one of the most improved in APAC South out of any of them.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you. Seeing them sort of just come into fruition and amongst some juggernauts in this lobby. You know, we've obviously always talked about Legends Gaming and Makers, but yeah, I guess to sort of be above someone like Weibo, who in Split 1 we talked about them a lot too. You know, Wonton Dumpling was always sort of on our lips, and to have them sort of go and above and beyond that, we did see a really good comeback for Weibo in the 12 matches that we had last week. So I don't know what they've done. They've taken back, they've done the VOD reviews, and they've definitely, come back as the ultimate steamrollers for us again, which has been really exciting to see. But yeah, a lot of these teams that, we haven't seen too much of, including Vegas Inferno, have been doing extremely well throughout this Elfish. But I guess, another one we've sort of been looking at is Guild Esports. They struggled a little bit, I would say, in the first couple of matches, but another team to, utilize it and bring it back in.
Yeah, 21st there in the world rankings. Now, I mean, look, how much can you really read into world rankings when it comes down to sort of ranking points, ELO, whatever, algorithm or formula they're using to sort of figure this out, without having the teams necessarily play against one another all the time. Obviously, you can sort of draw some conclusions and you can say, yeah, this might be fairly representative. But at the end of the day, you're not really going to find out until you get to see these teams playing at an international competition, which, to be fair, it's not too far from that kind of time once again. And for Legends, I'm kind of crossing my fingers, hoping that they're going to be able to keep that third or potentially even improve upon that, just to kind of, again, prove a point about this region.
Yeah, and to be so close, I guess, to like a super team of Team Falcons, Legends Gaming at third, Genome, that's pretty exciting stuff for us.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see them that high up, and the fact that we've got Makers not that far behind them. I mean, VK Gaming, this might be the first time they've actually ever made it into one of these power rankings. Obviously, a team that hasn't made LAN before, but has a couple of members that I'm keeping my eye on more and more, and I think a lot of other people are after their first place last week.
But yeah, it's just, I guess it attests to this region, as you said before, we don't have as many spots as last time. So we add about 8 down to 7. Not too much, but like you said, more than 5. And obviously these teams are going to be competing for some money as well. We're going to try and get our top 20 teams today to put them into the regional finals, which is, of course, going to be a match point format. But, they're always playing for some cash monies as well. Our prize pool has improved a lot since, last couple of years. We're handing out 20,000 to the first teams, and for showing up you get some money as well. So it's been really exciting to see this region flourish a lot more, some more eyes on it, because we have sent some amazing teams over to NA who seem to be doing absolutely well throughout all the epic teams that America has to offer. So it's always good to see more and more teams sort of get to those top spots and be able to progress their career in that sense. But yeah, I guess we're going to be sort of keeping a close eye on teams that are sitting around 18th to maybe even 24th place. They do have like that opportunity to sort of push themselves up. I've been, really excited to see Grape Soda's, journey throughout this entire thing. They, are a team that sort of just came in and amongst everything. I know that they were sort of finding it difficult in the first couple of weeks, but it was really good to see them be able to get those wins that they so desperately wanted and really take back a lot of knowledge from previous games and exert that into, World's Edge. I feel like they're a dominant team on World's Edge, Elfish. So hopefully we can see them do incredibly well again. But guys, it is time for us to get things started. We're going to look for our top 20 teams. We have 12 matches today. Let's head into our first one. This is World's Edge.
Storm Point is where we're at. You're right. Yeah, that's where we've ended up. Hey, look, it's all good. There will be World's Edge, and there will be plenty of World's Edge today. It's going to be a big day. We've got 12 games of Apex Legends across 2 lobbies, and this is game number 1. So you can strap yourself in for a pretty good afternoon, evening, morning. I don't know. There's probably people watching from overseas. Shout out to those people pulling the night shift just to be here for APAC South. We appreciate you. And of course, everyone involved. Look, looking forward to today, because it is the last day of the group stages, and that means there's a lot to play for. We'll keep our eyes quite peeled on Virtus Pro. You can see down there at Devastated Coast. already going to have to be making a pretty big rotate. And I remember All Wants to Firebird being part of that conversation when we were looking at the drop map, and that choice of Sito Station came into play there, and already looking like a pretty good shout with that couple of zone pulls.
Yeah, it's straight on top of them. I mean, you know, Legends essentially get second priority, so not too bad. And, oh, wow, not even just that, but Legends actually go directly past an Evo Harvester on the way to Cedo. So in terms of, you know, having to make that trade-off between, do we level up Evo armors early, or do we... you know, go for zone positioning, they kind of get both. That's actually incredibly helpful for them. But yeah, look, I mean, look at some other teams that are thinking about it. We do not have a ring console in Jurassic for Vegas Inferno, and so it looks like they were maybe even just fighting over that Evo Harvester in between here and Pylon, and just chucking out some shots towards BCG to start with.
Yep. Solid said he wins the race, though. That's what these teams are going to be thinking about, so that they don't get anything too untoward happening too early on in the day. Oh! Well, Limo. Don't want to be messing around with that white armor for too long. It's not really a happy place to be. I suppose it's better than the days where you dropped without any armor at all, but still doesn't really give you a whole lot to work with. Bearclaw Gaming. You're in the Pylon. You know, really seen too much from them that's kind of been like surprising necessarily this season. It's been pretty tried and true, pretty standard stuff. They've, you know, more or less been going about things the way that they would have hoped. Already though, Kisan's down on the floor at the back of an Arc Star, so that's not the start you'd want for the final day of competition.
It looks like it's just some, you know, a bit of a drive-by. And Lahim, he does have to burn the wall, but, you know, this early in the game, you've got plenty of time to get those cooldowns back up afterwards, so they're very happy to trade that for a res, and they will actually be fine just sitting on this the sort of southern side of the building here, as we're looking at some other teams going even further into Ceto. You've already got True only actually managed to make it there with 2 players, as well as Kill Devil, and then Legends taking up the building to the west. So, I mean, we had a Ceto station last time I was casting 2 weeks ago, Elfish. There was a zone that actually pulled up into checkpoint.
Okay. From
and yeah, it was, you know, the second ring was a little bit different to this, but it did actually pull up there and you know, bamboozled most of the teams. Actually, it might have been an NA, but either way, like, it was, you know, we have seen this throw some teams off before. This one looks a little bit more centered on Ceto, so I'm probably a bit more comfortable in calling it as pulling all the way into Ceto. So I think these teams that have set up in the buildings are going to be golden.
Yeah, look, generally the way you have to think about it is look at where the biggest clump of players are, and 9 times out of 10, that's probably going to be where it's going to pull. Because, well, these guys do it, in most cases, a lot of cases, they do it for a living, and in some cases they do it a lot longer than we do. You know, they put a lot of time into figuring out these rotations, these zone shifts and positions, and where's good to play and where's not good to play and stuff like that. So, kind of got to give them some credit. Just take their word, not necessarily for gospel, but the safe assumption to make that most teams are assuming that it's going to go over Ceto. It's probably going to go over Ceto, and see whether or not we're going to be proven correctly. But as has generally become the case now, since the drops have sort of changed up and shaken up this season, you tend to get some quiet early games.
Yeah, it just depends whether you've got, you know, how many teams are playing Evo, whether it's, I think it depends a lot on where the circle pulls as well. If it's a more central pull, then teams do get a lot of time to, even if they're on the edge, you know, farm up Evo, go for the objectives, and not have to worry about the other teams too much. But if you do get, you know, one that pulls it to, you know, let's say Devastated Coast, North Pad, around the trenches and all that, that will force teams into conflict a lot earlier. So yeah, it can just depend a little bit on where the old Circle RNG does lead us.
Yeah, look, I mean, Ceto Station has got a lot of little nooks and crannies that you can play into, and even if you're a late rotator, there's still quite a lot of... What was the Firebird just getting eliminated out of nowhere, but saying there's there's a lot of positions that you can play. There's a lot of buildings,
wow.
and even worst case, you can backfill into things like checkpoint. Still quite a lot of playable terrain there.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to quite see the whole story there, but it looks like True have taken over the building that War Monster Firebird are in, just as a duo. So I don't know if that was like an incredible push there by Rogers and Fixaria, or if perhaps they got a little bit of help from Bearclaw Gaming and Heroes. There's definitely enough teams around there that they could have taken some chip damage from any angle.
Yeah, but obviously they managed to get that position. They're only a duo. Doesn't necessarily leave you with a whole lot of proactivity available going deeper into this game. I know that they're going to be able to find the revive. Although, having a quick look to see, they got themselves a mobile respawn beacon. It looks like they have. Anyway, Zone's going to pull right on top of them, so they shouldn't be too disappointed by that either. And if they can maybe get Grand back into play, then it's going to be a position that could actually start thinking about maybe winning the game from. And that respawn is happening right now as I speak, by the way. I'm watching it in game, so see if Grand can get back on the ground and get that death box. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, nice. They got the smoke. It'll be all good there. Not only that, but I don't know. I think his death box is further out, but obviously he's got plenty to choose from there with more Monster Firebird coming in. So just thinking about the other teams who are taking their time. I mean, because, Cedo, it's not Skyhook, right? It's not that big. There's not as many buildings. It very much suits those teams who get in there early with a Watson, with a Catalyst, and are able to, sort of bunker up nice and early there. But that's why we're seeing teams like Akuma who didn't even have the ring scan in the end, but just popped the survey beacon over at Jurassic. Probably took a look where everyone was sitting in Cedo and were like, I don't know if there's a lot of space for us there. We might actually just have to play for some KP on the outside. And I think there's quite a few teams that are going to be in that sort of bucket, in that situation. Teams like Akuma, outside, SWQ, pretty much anyone who is still rotating in now at this point is going to be struggling with that. GK is probably the furthest outside within that sort of, what's that, zone 3, that are going to be able to do some good gatekeeping against, like, Makers, XMY coming in. So, yeah, Virtus Pro, though, they've actually managed to slip in really late here. That's a very good rotate there by BP. So, certainly a few of us cheering for that storyline here today. That's a promising start.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're allowed to take that building so late. I think that would have been picked up by somebody else earlier on, but nice cheeky little one from BP there, and be quite happy with proceedings so far. But obviously requiring some big games today. Can't be resting on their laurels, and they've got to be pushing forward. Makers don't need to do much the same thing here right now in Cascade Falls. They've run into X and Y, and they've actually started that engagement quite nicely with the initial knock onto YC. He's going to go down in that meanwhile, but Asia having a solid time against XT is going to win that duel and just has to dodge the fire and flames on his way out. He'll survive. X and Y have been eliminated, and he should be arresable here, though. There are a couple of teams starting to backfill their way into Cascade Falls, and maybe Makers have to try and make a swift exit here as a duo.
Yeah, Evo's Predators are on the back of them, and then you've got GK. They were just sort of peeking their heads in, hoping that maybe they'd get a stray bullet and catch one of them off guard, steal a kill perhaps over in Cascade. So Dexter is alone now as, Evo's Predator come through on the back, and that's, just very unfortunate timing from Makers. Sometimes when you take those fights, it's like, well, if you don't do it cleanly, it doesn't even matter if you win the fight. You're still done for.
Yep. Mutually assured destruction type vibes. Predator will be slowly making their way in on the northern side of Cascade Falls rather than going through south. Either way, they're going to run into a team or two. This northern route takes them into Grape Soda's position. And the ring pool's going to keep them pushing forward, so they will have to go through Grape Soda inevitably.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Not like a crazy shift like that one we sort of checkpoint that I was talking about earlier, but certainly one where a lot of the buildings will become useless essentially, sooner rather than later. VP actually quite lucky in the fact that they've played the most northeastern building within Cedo. So either they'll be safe or there'll be about 8 teams hitting them. I guess we'll see which.
A little bit going on for Grape Soda at the moment as they try to camp Evo's Predator out of the zone. Let's see what they're thinking.
Don't do it.
Just
like
gotta be
now.
careful of tunnel. Make sure you keep checking tunnel. It was them. No, it's
No,
Cascade.
it wasn't.
You're
They
right.
got through.
Yeah, you're right.
These guys definitely have 25 seconds. They have to do something. The evac, we let them, right? They're
I
bang
think
ulting.
ulting, I think.
Do you want to queue out of it or just like dodge it
We
inside?
just dodge it inside, I think.
You can dodge it up on me as well.
I'm just dodging it inside.
They haven't moved. Almost
I'm
cracked one.
gonna horizon ult them.
Yep, go for it.
Get a cack too.
I'm getting shot at in the back. 40 on all of them.
Nice.
I horizon ulted that corner.
Start getting nades on it.
40, 40.
A team on the back,
He's
strapping.
ulted.
Team on the back.
Hey, you gotta come to our building. Come to our building.
I dropped outside, Loki. I have to get back in.
Yep.
I shot them off. They ran back.
I got fucked.
Almost cracked blood. Cracked one. Cracked two almost.
Nice. Scan clap, and then we
Crack
fight. Scan and then we
One
go.
clipped, yep. I'm nearly one clipped one.
Scan and then go. Look at that. Blood. Blood's
I got
blood.
white off.
Someone body blocked.
Batting. They should be dying.
I got stuck. One's climbed in, two climbed in.
I'm my knock if you want.
Where is he?
I'm my knock climbing up. Two.
Oh, Grape Soda. They have a chance to win that fight there, but they can't close it out. Even with the addition of Fussy to their team, one of, I'd probably say, I don't know, top 5 controller player in the APAC South region. That's a hell of a pickup for a team that's sort of midway up the standings here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in terms of his experience, Level has been overseas a couple of times and has had a lot of pretty good opportunities when it comes to Apex Legends, but this one doesn't work out too well for Grape Soda. I think they do end up just sort of getting sandwiched in between a couple of teams there, so it doesn't work out too kindly. But at the end of the day, turn our attention to different shores, and that's what the team's going to be thinking now as well. That zone shift has kind of pulled quite substantially actually away from Ceto Station out to the east. And so most teams have set themselves up actually inside of Ceto Station. Vegas Inferno, perhaps the biggest winners out of that shift. But they're going to have a few teams headed in their direction and going to start to get busy as well on the eastern side of Ceto Station.
What I find interesting about that was we had Heroes split holding that position actually, while SWQ is playing directly under them with the Watson. Remarkable team. It's going to go down, unfortunately. But that means Makers have picked up quite a few swag, like quite a swag of kills, and obviously they managed to get the res as well, right? So they were down to 1 with just Dexter, but they've come back up. I mean, yeah, talking about, that's a remarkable comeback there for Makers, and now they've bullied their way into a position where they actually might have their backs free and they can keep going into the next zone. So looking really good for them. GK, however, are probably their biggest threat. They are coming in behind and there's not really any other option for GK. They need to come in here and deal with Makers here to wake their way into the zone.
Yeah, well, Killerpod's making his announcement that he's back on mouse and keyboard and doesn't seem to have affected him too badly there. Nice little pick up to start things off for GK, and that seems to have been followed suit as well. Panna, good damage down through that smoke as it pops. Got that Rolling Thunder chiming out across the map as well. GK have really done a bit of a number onto Makers. Dexter actually being finished off there as well by Panna, and let's turn to now to try to make their way actually into the zone. If they can get on top of that orange, it's not going to be a bad position to play from once the zone pulls its way in, but of course, occupying it, another team gonna have to be aware of though.
Yeah, Vegas
But they've
Inferno.
made it across safely.
They're on the inside there, and you know they've got the Watson ready, but there's so much carnage going on over the other side. This is that building we're talking about there with Virtus Pro. GK actually do get eliminated there in the end. A nice wrap from Kill Devil will finish them off. You can see so many teams going down right now, but Virtus Pro have managed to hold just for the moment.
Yeah, Wei doing a good job of reinforcing those doors. They've got a moment of respite right here. Wait and see what they're going to have to do on this next rotate. Oh, they're going to go for a contest on their way into the orange. Some early damage. It's like kind of shooting fish in a barrel as they're coming through that doorway. Vegas Inferno can get eliminated at their hands. SWQ now on the other side of the zone, bunkering down underneath that alternator pylon, trying to keep themselves as healthy as possible before they inevitably also have to move. Our wall actually providing some decent cover for them too. Just have a bit of a look and find some info around the place.
Yeah, Trident
Seeing too much.
also chipping in terms of keeping them safe, right? All right, this is going to be a big rotation from Virtus Pro. Let's see how the boys are feeling going into the next round.
Can we just take the 3?
Okay, I'm reinforcing.
I'm popping on. Does anyone have an extra ALGS cell?
Yeah, I'm dropping
I
it.
think they're leaving. I think they're leaving. No, they're still here.
Still there, still there.
I'm getting
70.
Go.
You have to rip a wall, so like towards cannon, and we fight left. We fight left.
Okay,
Rip a walls.
going.
Fight these guys.
I'm held hunting.
Bang low.
Nice.
Find them. Walk forward.
Tree's dead.
I see going.
Flash dead.
Blood dead.
I'm going. Scanning up here. Top. There's one on top. Play close to cannon. Play close. On me. Come to me.
I'm on you.
We have kills on the right.
Minus.
Swinging.
Yep.
Bang. Kill. Bang one.
Dead.
Chill.
Play slow. Batting as well.
Chill.
We're all three batting.
We have to kill them.
You peek it out.
Yeah, I'm going. Baby.
What's in one?
Nice.
Turn around.
Kills in the water.
Taking cannon.
On me.
Oh, I'm fucking stuck. Nice.
Blood dead.
Back one dead.
Nice.
I'm ready.
Res.
We got ulted. I'm chilling.
Up.
I'm trying to look. I can't.
I'm
25
biting.
on one. 50 on another. After bat.
I need
Watch
full
you
heal.
right.
Yep.
Full healing.
I have no energy. I'm grabbing ammo.
It's a straight free.
Yep. Close. On
I'm full
cannon.
healing. I need to reload.
I'm in.
Swinging.
Left side.
Oh fuck.
Oh, I whiffed. Holy fuck.
Few track.
Knocked down.
Fuse 30 flush.
I'm dead.
You got that. Good luck.
Oh, Virtus Pro almost get it done, but Akuma in the dying seconds there will finish them off. I mean, look, we saw Legends swing in as a duo, and for them, you know, they knew they had to go, right? They knew that there was a chance VP would be wounded, would be bleeding, and you know there was a chance that Legends could have perhaps you know played for second there. Lace doesn't you know work out, but I think it was the right play. But then yeah, Akuma actually, I thought they were also just maybe a little bit too hesitant. You know, maybe not as experienced in those sort of situations. Didn't full send like Legends, but the slow play worked out in the end.
Yeah, you know, we saw them sort of fighting across against Legends Gaming, while a great feat from Virtus Pro there, taking down Kill Devil, and then seeing that swing from Legends Gaming and taking them down as well. You know, they're sitting 27th on the leaderboard currently, so, you know, today is high stakes for teams such as Akuma, who just took the win, and obviously Virtus Pro, who just managed to get second place with a bunch of kills there, Genome. So it's really exciting just to see these teams, you know, fully lock in the passion, because they know it's a little bit make or break today.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Virtus Pro aren't clutch, right? I mean, in Split 1, they were, you know, at risk of not qualifying, and they came and finished off the split very strongly to make the Split 1 playoffs. Now, the job they've got ahead of them here in Split 2 is much harder. There really is only one road for them in, and that's, you know, just making this regional finals and then trying to finish that off. But if they can keep playing like that, there's a chance. There's every chance, Lace. You know, the way that they picked the building was incredible, and then even that last rotate to the cannon was pretty impressive too.
Yeah, and as we see Akuma there in first place with 6 kills, you know, that is, I guess, something that they really needed to do today just to get things sort of kicked off with Virtus Pro with 9 kills. Obviously, they took down Kill Devil and, of course, our leading, series leaders here, Legends Gaming. So that must feel pretty good for them today. Let's hopefully they can, I guess, continue to lock it in. But again, Legends Gaming still in those top positions. They, are sitting, 99 on the series leaderboard. You know, they are out in front. They've got such a good, I guess, forthcoming, above the rest. So, they're going to definitely try to keep that top position from anybody. But Kill Devil, they're currently sitting about 13th. They're in that, top 20 sort of spots already. So they're just going to be playing a little bit nicely there, Genome. But yeah, what a great start for Akuma and Virtus Pro.
It was a good one, and that means that they actually tie Akuma with all of the kills that they managed to grab in that game at 18 points apiece. So Virtus Pro with not necessarily the easiest rotate up from devastated Coast convert very well in game number 1. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, a couple of other teams just not lagging too far behind them. Kill Devil, certainly one of the teams who have shown their worth so far this season. A decent game from them, and Legends, who had the priority, don't manage to pick up that many kills, but they do make it into the top 3, which nets them 7 placement points.
Yeah, we got Grape Soda there at 13th. They had a bit of a difficult gatekeep against MDY, sort of, getting a little bit of pressure from behind. So they struggled a little bit, I guess, to win that fight, but a good feat nonetheless. But yeah, MDY coming out of that zone, Genome, fighting through Grape Soda to get 9th place is great from them. So, it's tough stuff today for all our teams here. But I guess Akuma, they're sitting 29th. So, they've got a bit of a jump to go along with Virtus Pro. So I'm very excited and, keen to see that. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break. Don't worry, that was only match number 1. So we will see you after the break for some more Apex. paid off for them. Genome, what an exceptional game from Akuma.
Yeah, it's a hell of an introduction. I believe it's Walsh. I don't think he was playing last week. Snoop, I think, only came in the last match day. So yeah, that's an incredible way for them to have a little introduction here to APAC South. And Crusader, of course, has been on that team for a while. They lose Fussy. We talk him up, and then they say, hey, we don't need him, and walk away with a match 1 win.
Yeah, well, it seems to be playing in their favor. And also Virtus Pro coming in second with 9 kills, leaves them tied with Akuma for 18 points at the moment. So these are obviously the teams we'll be keeping a close eye on as they're, sitting lower in the series leaderboard. But let's find out if they can do it again. Let's head over to match number 2. Take it away.
Yeah, all right. Well, off we go. Once again, run it back. Akuma, 18 points in that first game. They won't be too disappointed by that one at all. But still a lot of work to be done today. 18 points does not a great lobby make. We saw that actually from last week. DK Gaming, they started today with a win. I think it was 27 points, or am I trolling? I don't know. It was 20 plus points in that first game, and then they ended up on maybe 30 points total for the day.
Oof.
So they had one big game, and then weren't really able to follow it up, and that's never a good sign. Although, to be fair, to their credit, they did a lot better in the second lobby that they played, so they were able to recover it. But yeah, don't want to be repeating those kinds of mistakes. And taking a look at that initial zone shift, it's going to be a hard northern pull up toward Northpad, and this is where we kind of get into that conversation that you were alluding to, actually, at the start of the last map, where I was saying, okay, well, most of the early game has been quite slow so far. You said, well, if we get a pull up to the trenches near Northpad, maybe it'll be different. So, let's see.
Indeed. We do get the chaos here. With it pulling a little bit further up north there, though. This is actually a little bit of an interesting one, because I feel like we've seen a lot more circles ending sort of at the buildings just outside the checkpoint choke, or perhaps even to the east of the trenches there, Elfish. But this circle did look a little bit more north. In previous times, I would have said, oh, yeah, okay, maybe it ends up near the rocks there, out near the sea, and you get one of those fun circles where Catalyst is all of a sudden the best legend in the entire game. But I don't know, we just haven't seen so many of those lately, and it makes me think that, Watson taking a bunker early and trying to play one of those positions might work out a little bit better for these teams.
Some nice little chip damage for Yuling. As that Trident goes sailing by. That's Legends making their way out of the mill. Or wants the Firebird to work their way in through choke point as well. But I tell you what, one team that's not really going to have to do too much is going to be Evo's Predator up there on Northpad. More than happy to stay up on that high ground for the next 5-10 minutes or so. Maybe not the same luxury necessarily for the rest of the field. We've seen True flying their way in. And speaking of setting up inside of a bunker, they don't have a Watson. They have set up inside one of those bunkers.
Saw someone out there. Stay focused.
Yeah, look, if you get in there, you're going to wish you had a Watson. But obviously you don't get that choice at the start of the game. You've got to commit to one playstyle or the other. Legends have decided that... Well, they're kind of split holding at the moment, right? So you've got EG Flash doing what he does with the 2-4 on the Hemlock. Look, wow, that Hemlock Havoc combination there is just so ubiquitous in Split 2 here. I think we saw some damage stats across ALGS as a whole in Split 2. And both of those guns essentially had 5 times the damage of the next most used weapon. So you really just see them everywhere at the moment as MDY make one of the most cursed rotates, and almost all 3 members go down entirely in a car.
It happens. Some of us are better drivers than others. They might actually be able to get the full set of reses there, though. I think they're not actually really under all that much pressure, which just was a win, all things considered. Kill Devil on a little bit more of a busy side of the map, and honestly, the longer that they stick around here, the worse it's going to get for them as teams start to push their way in behind them as well. They've kind of got their backs to one of those chokes. So, wise moves to get a bit of a wriggle on up the balloon here. It's a tough one to make work without losing a player. But So far, so good. Most of those shots not connecting. And they have managed to make it to the trench with all 3 alive. Alternator pylon goes down. And it's a good thing too, because you can see some nades already getting tossed in their direction, getting picked up. I don't know if this is going to be a position they're going to be able to play long term, though.
Good question. Have to see. I mean, I like this not too far east, I suppose. I think that's helping in terms of circle direction, but maybe we wait till round 1 closes to get confirmation of that. I mean, people are always inting for these bunkers, right? And that's why those pylons are so important, because they will throw, you know, every piece of util they've got in there, just to try and take it. Because trying to live on the outside is almost impossible. That's why you can see Kill Devil here are full sending it, and they'll do it. They'll take out heroes.
Yeah, and indeed, it has sort of played out the way that you said that it would. It's going to be a little bit more of an aggressive kind of fight-heavy early game here, with teams jostling for position inside of these trenches already. We've lost a couple of teams. And,
it was actually BCG. They were grabbing the kills from the other side, by the way. Sorry, but yeah, Kill Devil is obviously involved.
Well, quite a few more exchanges happening around the map as well. It's not just this one. So we've seen 2 teams drop, but look, you can see in the kill feed yourself, there's engagements happening because Legends getting a knock here and there, and Bearclaw aren't going to be shying away from those engagements either. It's definitely a little bit of a pacier game to start things off here in game 2 of the day. 2 of 12. Grape Soda now taken out 2. One team after the other just falling, and there's True now gone as well, so it's definitely kicking off earlier this time around. But maybe with those 4 teams now having been eliminated, the space will just be opened up enough, at least for the next meanwhile before that next ring pool comes in. Things might slow down again.
And indeed, it does shift west very much. Not to, you know, not out to the sea, like we were saying that it might have been perhaps a season or 2 ago where MDY is sitting. But it does go out across the west side of the trenches. Even the north pad building as well. You can see Evo's Predator holding. They were, I think it was like 16th or something coming into this game. So getting a zone that pulls towards them where they land at north pad this week. Very, very helpful. See, they've got a lot of space to themselves as well, all the way up there. Even with the fuse too, which unfortunately there's no ring console that's spawning over at north pad, because they, you know, definitely could have kept pinging that and tried to make some use there, considering how much space they've got to themselves. But oh well.
Lovely view of the trenches. Don't know if really where I want to move into, but tell you what, it might be the best residency on offer at the moment. Times are tough. I suppose the broken pipes can do a little bit in the ways of keeping you warm in the cold winter. It is winter here in APAC South, for the most part. I don't know how many of these teams are actually in the Northern Hemisphere. But at least where we are, it's winter. We'll just go with that. Makes you pretty comfortable in the orange.
I need to like open Google Maps to work out which teams in our region are in the Northern Hemisphere. That's actually a good question.
I feel like you've got time.
Okay, alright, you keep commentating. I'll check that out.
Alright, well, in that meanwhile, Dexter, he's under the pump actually. Should get traded pretty quickly there by Asia, who actually kind of took a bit of damage for his trouble, but I'm not sure what that push was from X and Y. It kind of seemed a little bit discombobulated. Only one player pushing in, XD solo. Oh, got that initial knock, but that says overstretched the welcome. JR going down as well as Whitey, and that's X and Y with a very awkward looking push into that orange. I think they could have done that a little bit cleaner.
It's actually a lot more than I thought. I thought, I mean, you know, we call it Southeast Asia. Like, it's kind of more like Middle Asia, if I'm being real. Like, you know, like some of Indonesia is under the equator, but a lot of it is above. Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, India, Taiwan, Philippines, all of those countries that play in APAC South, actually all, yeah, above in the Northern Hemisphere. So there you go. We're the real APAC North, is what I'm hearing.
Apparently. I think the thing you got to remember about that, if taking that context in account, is that they don't really have the same concept of seasons as we do, right? When you're on the equator,
yeah,
it's not really a summer and a winter. There's kind of a wet season and a dry season, but in the end, HKUF are falling at the hands of Evo's Predator, although Jack Cute is down on the floor. So this position at North Pad finally being contested by another team. Like Evo's Predator, well prepared for that though, and already a good chunk of damage coming down from that Havoc. It's HKUF that do get eliminated in 15th place, and Evo's Predator will hold on to their drop location for yet another zone pull. It's obviously good news, because again, inside of that ring, they can play here for now.
And what they're going to be really loving is that the teams are just doing it one at a time, right? So they actually get a chance to take the KP, take even some of the loot, and then reset, right? Because RTG, Remarkable Team, have just pulled in with a Valk ult, no less. We've got Kong here actually pulling out the Valk pick.
Valk, Corsic, and Bloodhound. I mean, just need a Jibby in here, and it's like kind of a throwback team.
Interesting composition. Yeah, they did manage to get the reset and plenty of time here to get Jack back up. So not only that, he's back up, but he's ticking them up the top. You can see Remarkable Team, they've actually taken the catwalk there as the zone continues to pull north. So, you know, I was saying we weren't going to get some, you know, the sort of C ending, and that was where MDY is at the top of your screen. But maybe we actually get a little bit of it still, you know, to the right of Remarkable Team. There's still a chance.
It really comes down to what that rock coverage is going to look like on that part of the map. You know, is there going to be enough for maybe MDY to make the rotate through the northern edge of that zone, and is there enough able to rain up there for them? Legends going to send it into the trench instead. They're kind of dead center. These trenches are going to be fraught with danger. If you go around the wrong corner at the wrong time, there'll be a team there waiting for you. Already we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe teams inside of the trenches. Plus a couple hanging out on the outskirts, and you'd imagine teams like maybe VP, a full team, actually flying through the air at the moment. We'll catch up with them in a second. Akuma also going to have to come in from checkpoint. Those teams are really going to be looking at these trenches and saying that's kind of where we have to end up. Look at those shots. Sharky just wants to get on the ground as fast as he possibly can. Luckily, he's found a safe space to land in, but
yeah,
Monster Firebird on the other edge of this.
So the question really for VP on their rotation is, like, how current is their information? When you're making those late rotations, obviously you're hitting the survey beacon, and they don't have the next ring knowledge, so they're not sure it's actually pulling north here, but presumably they would have hit the survey beacon around somewhere like Cascade Falls, and you know, would be able to see which parts of the trenches are clear so that they can time and target their evac into the circle.
Fight their way into the circle as well by the looks of things, because a few teams are landing around them. Kill Devil just making their way into the next zone as well. Raki was a freebie. The rest of the frags probably not going to be quite as easy. They'll also have to be aware of Las Vegas Inferno, who will be coming in from behind, moving out of the buildings that they were occupying a little earlier on in the piece. Outside the ring, a team that hasn't really had much to say for themselves over the last couple of weeks. They can pull off something big in this one. Just 1 point out of the first couple of games so far, and they are really keeping an eye on Barbecue, who are hiding around that rock. No push yet to come.
Alright, well, the next room revealed. Time for them to start thinking about what's next on their plate. Kill Devil. They've guessed right, and they've got plenty of armor swaps, by the way, in their little pocket. Las Vegas Inferno. Everyone's starting to move now. Vegas with the devotion on hand for a flow. They're actually backing off. They get pushed out by the bang ult. The scan goes out, reveals VP ahead of them. So now they know they've got to either go through them, maybe they just try and sneak around on the top, or they can decide to go for War Monster Firebird to their right.
Vegas Inferno is going to be one of the teams that I would say have the most difficult of runs to make. This territory that they have to cross. just don't know how you realistically make that run. No other options though. Demi will put their heads down for the moment, give themselves an opportunity to back up to full shields. There, in the case of Vektor Gaming, they also kind of have to move here, so this moving and shaking is going to have to happen pretty soon. Zone will start to pull in 4 seconds time, and all of those teams on the south side are now on their way. Las Vegas Inferno have decided they want to go out on the eastern edge of the zone. That's going to put them in contention with Makers, who are giving up the donut as we speak, and they are well on their way. They're in fact ahead of most of the teams on that rotation, so it's probably a good timing from Makers to make that move. Las Vegas Inferno backfilling into the donut behind them, and yeah, of course there's going to be some shots exchanged, but nothing too crazy happening on that side of the map. And meanwhile, VP do get eliminated out in 13th, so not able to put together 2 really strong games in a row. So far, no team's actually really having too much trouble on this eastern side. They're kind of all giving one another quite some space.
Kill Devil were pushing out a bit and trying to, you know, make teams think twice about pushing in towards them, but as the zone has constrict, they pull back in. GK goes out, and Las Vegas Inferno, you can see, just trying to play this knockdown shield. They might get the reset, you never know. Oh, they need to find a spot within the zone. I don't know if they can actually crawl in time. You can see the health bars dropping. They don't make it.
Was that a stick? I don't know. Either way, good damage coming down from the ARC from the nades, and EVOS Predator, they are taking this opportunity and running with it. You know, it's not so much a life gives you lemons type situation. It's, I don't know, life gives you mangoes. What's your favorite fruit? Take your pick. I think mangoes.
Cherries.
Definitely much better than lemons. But either way, they're looking pretty good. Very happy with how they've managed to convert this strong position in the early zones into some decent points here into the mid game, and now we'll see how they can go into the late game as well. Legends under a lot of pressure down on that low ground, just have to back away.
Only one of the remarkable team members does make it out of the catwalk in the end, so Risky unfortunately just going to have to vibe by himself, but does find a nice little cute little spot within the ring. He just has to wait until someone scans him at the end, I guess, is one of the issues. Then we've got Legends sitting down here. They're south of the ring at the moment, but as you can see, they're a little bit safe. Okay, they've got a couple teams ahead of them in the building. Let's have a listen in and see where Legends go in this next rotation.
He went up, Come, side, 1, 2, 3, going. Careful the stairs, I'm playing all the way far, I'm holding the door, Come with me!
Alright, I'm coming. Careful the stairs.
Hi, Jen.
Yeah,
left side.
we're good.
No,
It's gonna be out.
no auto cells.
Yeah, Sam.
Can we take a roof?
No
I'll
auto
take
cells.
Okay.
No, roof is troll, I'm selling.
Playing here.
No idea.
I peeking right.
I got
peek from right.
Maybe you have to play here.
No, careful!
Nah, I know.
Mark, can we double peek? Can we just triple peek here for 2 seconds? Try and get a pick on the bottom team, and then we go back, okay? Ready? Don't overcommit. 1, 2, 3, go. Don't overcommit.
Oh, cannot.
Go back.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Kidding.
And then they went up. This other, no, still there.
30 on 1.
Can't see anything. We're getting gas abuse. Just chill. As long as we don't die, they can't do anything.
It's safe for me. It's safe for me. Look at me.
Scanning.
They're swinging. I'm nading this. Oh.
Swinging.
Oh, man. Fuck.
Well, it's not worked out too nicely there for Legends, but EVOS Predator, they continue to put in that good work and very cleanly dispatching of perhaps the best team in the region at the moment. The second for the lobby so far, 21 points, full set of reds. It's a good position to be in for EVOS. They've got to make sure, though, they don't suffer the same fate as Legends did, trying to make their way out of this building.
No, they actually take their time to resupply here. They were very low on ammo, and I'm not surprised because they have 15 kills, apparently, to their name. Elfish, minimum 1,400 damage. 2 of the players over 2,200 damage right now. That is an absolute banger of a game here from EVOS Predator. Sure, the zone has dropped right on top of them, but damn, did they make the most of it.
Yeah. Be disappointed about it.
There's still 5 squads left, and they've got 15 kills.
They could have an absolute banger of a game right here if they can convert it, but they've really got to make that gauntlet run happen. Smoke's in front of them. Jack Q can't see through, but it's all good. He seems to have settled it down for the moment. Oh, apparently he can see through. A little bit of a silhouette showing. And now we come down to the final few teams. Rolling Thunder is going down. I don't know if that was 1 or 2 maybe, but there's certainly a lot happening across the final zone. 4 teams remaining. Makers to control as much space as they possibly can. Good information coming.
There we go, it's the Skyload giving them lots of information on the teams around them. Fifth doesn't really need it though. He's got Beast of the Hunt popping, and he can see everyone as the Havoc rips into one of these last 3 teams. Makers though, they do get a bat off, and all 3 of them still up.
Oh, he's gone straight up over the top, but he's knocked 2 straight away. That is so clean. And the rest of Evo's Predator follow him as well. Outside, eliminated, swept aside by Evo's Predator. Easy as you like, and they convert the game as well. What a setup of Evo's Predator. How many kills did they end up with there? 20 kills! A 20-kill win. That is having a game and running with it. That is an unbelievable finish from Evo's Predator. Look, you can talk as much as you like about them getting a bit of a zone feed and a pull and this and that was their drop spot and this and whatever, but I mean 20 kills, that is something else.
A huge game from Evo's Predator there, Elfish. Like, if we sort of take it back a little bit, and when teams were sort of rotating to zone, you know, they were peppering some nades against Barbecue on low ground. They managed to secure that top spot in building. And then who pushes underneath? That's Legends Gaming. They had such a swift, clean wipe on them. I guess I sort of started to worry with the push out of the building and there's a zone closed in. But you know what? Jack just went absolutely ham as fuse and just managed to clear such a good path for them. What an exceptional game.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of those things, right? When you see your opportunity, you've got to take it. I thought Fifth as well. Nice little timing on the push up onto sort of that catwalk. Bloodhound got the information, gets the 2 knocks, and the rest of the team follows through with the 3rd and finishes things off. But they were harassed. They were sort of fighting for their position pretty much that entire game. Like, you don't get 20 kills without having to have some kind of contest on the way through. So it's not as if they were able to do that one easily. They were able to stave off a couple of attempts at teams landing in North Pad. Then obviously they had to go up against Legends Gaming here, which is never going to be an easy team to dislodge, and then fight their way out of the building and fight their way up onto this catwalk. This is a push that I really loved. It was perfectly timed. See how much damage came down that in that initial spray, and then obviously the follow-up from the extra couple of team members. It made it for an easy win in the end for Evo's Predator. Just perfectly timed on every single fight. And yeah, I mean, 20-kill win is something pretty incredible. That certainly put them at the top of the scoreboard, you'd have to imagine, over the first 2 games.
Yeah, and as a team sort of sitting in 24th position on the series leaderboard, you know, this sort of, I guess, games is what they are really needing today to make sure that they get into that top 20th pods. But that is insane damage from the whole entire team. Elfish, they were just unstoppable. But like you said, it wasn't just taking a third party so simply. They were fending and fighting for that building pretty much the whole entire time, and they managed to secure it with I guess a risky push outside, but just having team after team being mowed down. This is exactly what we want to see from Evo's Predators, along with, I guess, Makers. They're in second position as well. Elfish, 11 kills. This is good for them. They are one of our second place teams at the moment. So, they need to, I guess, just hold that. They will be able to. But Evo's Predator out in front. What a game, Elfish. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, most definitely. And honestly, they're one of those teams that really has to be taking everything and running with it this week. They're on 28 points on the overall leaderboard coming into today. They've got 2 lobbies to play. If they could top this lobby, probably do enough to sort of secure themselves inside of that top 20, and then obviously they can look for bonus points going into the next lobby later on this evening. I'm trying to think of what the highest kill record is in APAC South. 20 kills might be kind of up there. I feel like I've got 21 in my head, and I'm just making that up out of nowhere. So if someone has a better idea and actually knows, maybe we can figure that one out and have a chat about it after the break. But look, 20 kills is definitely a huge, huge number that you don't see all that often. And,
yeah, no, I have a feeling it's 21 as well, Elfish. I don't know. I remember that number also. But, 20, I guess, coming out of our second match, usually it takes a little bit for, teams to get a little bit of a steamroll effect. But they are sitting in an excellent spot for them today because, they really need to sort of get up into those top 20 teams. Another team we going to keep a close eye on is Heroes. I think they got knocked out quite early in that match. It was a little bit difficult. They were 5th in the first match. I think it was about 20th. They might have got knocked out in that second match. So, they're sitting at 20th place now. They're at the cusp. They need to do, a lot today to make sure that they can keep in that top position. But we're going to head over to a short little break, guys. But don't go anywhere because we're going to have match number 3 afterwards. Huge game for match number 2. It's a 20-point kill game for Evo's Predator. This is the last week of our triple round robin as regional finals is in 2 weeks, Elfish. So these games today are super important for our teams, and I'm pretty sure Evo's Predator got the message loud and clear because they are in front with 34 points.
Yeah, 32-point game, 20-kill win. Pretty crazy stuff from them. Look, it's going to put them not head and shoulders above the rest of the competition at the moment because Maker's, not too far behind them after those first couple of games, but 34 points out of 2 games is a pretty good shout. I mean, normally we would go and say, if you get to like 60-plus points for a lobby, like that's generally a pretty decent day, right? You got an average of 10 points a game. What's a decent average? Yeah, probably like 5-6 points a game, so they're already halfway there. And the vast majority of those obviously coming from one game. They didn't really do too much in match number 1, 18th place with 2 kill points. So, gotta say, see if they can replicate this or if it's just going to be a one-hit wonder, right? Because it is possible that they just have the one good game and then the rest of this series kind of just peters out into nothing. But you gotta follow on with it. I mean, to be fair, they did get some circle luck and a bit of a zone feed and this and that, but you take that luck and run with it. So, can't really blame them too much for that one. And we've got one more game of Store Point. If they can do it once, they can do it again.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. What a turnaround from 18th place to first. But, you know, it is, you know, a very, very serious week for them just because they are quite low on our series leaderboard. They need to do something to be able to push themselves up, sitting at 24th. You know, that's a little bit, you know, just under that 20th position, but they've got, you know, I guess a few people to pass over their way. But yeah, let's take a look at some legends picked and how everybody is going along in this split. We still have, you know, the classic Bloodhound Bangalore combination. You know, this is something that we've seen across, you know, a couple of weeks now. But I guess we've got a little bit of changes coming up, Elfish, to Apex Legends. So I wonder if this is going to be the meta, I guess, after, what is it, Tuesday, Wednesday, when we see some changes and updates to Apex.
One can only hope that maybe there are going to be some significant changes. But, hey, that's a conversation for another day. One team to note, you could see in there the Corsic and the Valkyrie, couple of picks coming through a piece. That's from a Remarkable team. They've actually gone for that a third time in a row, just having a look at the picks coming through for this third game. No changes at all from any of those teams, which does mean Remarkable will continue with the Bloodhound, Corsic, Valkyrie composition. So they're kind of the outlier. Obviously, you're seeing the Fuse and the Watson in there for the rest, but not too much else going on.
Well, let's see if Evo's Predator can back it up again and get another 20 bomb kill. Let's take it away. This is match number 3, our final one on Storm Point for Groups A vs C.
I guess one other team to note maybe is Grape Soda. They've got the Horizon in there alongside the Bang and the Blood. But yeah, apart from that, everybody else running either a Watson or a Fuse in addition to the Bangalore and Bloodhound combo. So yeah, little change-ups here and there, but it's certainly not been the most diverse meta that we've seen here in APAC South.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. Yeah, the Horizon pick on Fussy is an interesting one there for Grape Soda. I kind of wonder how that conversation went, because obviously, you know, he's changed from Akuma over to Grape Soda this week. Like, was he just like, hey guys, I'll come play for you, but I just want to play whatever the hell I want to play. I want to play a character that enables me. Maybe I'll just go Horizon.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they just want to for fun it. It's not going too well for Grape Soda at the moment, though, sitting in 17th, so something that they're going to have to have a bit of a think about. There's the Caustic you can see up on the selections on the top of the screen there, and the Horizon coming in as well. Not particularly the priority for the most part, but Caustic and Valk coming in with 5% as well. So just one team running that little change up. And I suppose the Catalyst is getting a bit of play as well. It's not too bad. You know, there's a little bit going on, I guess, when it comes to the Legends picks, but maybe not.
Yeah, I think
harkening back to like that the Gibraltar meta where it was like, okay, well, we really literally only have one combo only. But here we've got a couple.
I mean, looking when we've had like A and B play, it's definitely seemed like that. I'd say it's actually seemed worse than that because you've got two Legends that are 100% pick as far as Bang and Blood goes so far this season. But yeah, as you guys were talking about, I think that is almost definitely going to change. It seems like Bangalore still extremely good, but Bloodhounds more so, I think, has been is going to be on the poorer end of those changes. The fact that he cannot see through ult anymore with his through smoke with his Blood of the Hunt, you know, ultimate there is going to make it very, very tough.
Yeah, so once again, we'll just touch on that zone shift. It's gone down toward launch pad this time around, so a bit of a change up again on the first couple that we did get to see. Might be good news for VP, for example, who, as we mentioned, did drop at Devastated Coast. And in this instance, won't have a super long rotation to make. This will be their quote-unquote easiest rotate of the day so far. Hasn't been a terrible day at all for VP. It's going to have to be a good day for them, so this might be the game where they can really look to accelerate. Inferno is going to set themselves up alongside War Monster Firebird. There's definitely enough room to occupy both these teams. Although they are going to continue to jostle for position on the roof.
Yeah, there's a chance they get into it.
Not sure how long that fight should last, surely.
I mean, because they're on both sides of the same building, right? So that said, they're both Watson teams, so you know you can get a lot of fences and whatnot in there. any poke damage you do is less effective when both teams have got the passive healing of the pylon. But I don't know. Almost a Firebird pushing in again and again. There we go. The crack, the flash. They've got them cornered here.
We've got a Monster Firebird listening, ready to go. So let's hear how they're going in this engagement. Well, that hasn't worked out very well at all for them or for us. So fair enough. Monster Firebird. I don't know. It kind of felt like they were the one that were trying to force the issue there. So good taste of their own medicine, maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah, interesting choice. I guess you don't really want to coexist with other teams in there, but it might be the same because a remarkable team have actually pulled up there as well now. I mean, obviously, as you can see, there's action around different parts of this map, but yeah, we've got another fight going on in those same buildings, actually.
Well, we've got an Akuma listen in. Let's see if this one lasts a little bit longer than the War Monster Firebird listen in.
Make it in a sec.
I'm walking up hard, I'm walking up hard, I'm walking up hard.
Right side, right side. No, left side, left side. Everyone push left. Where's last? On the build. Peek for me. One shot. You fucking idiots. Good.
What in the long ass part?
I don't know.
Yeah,
All good though. Just stabilize.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that one a little bit more successful for Akuma as they pick up themselves a couple of kill points on their way through their rotation. Although, I just have to be a little careful. Drop that Rolling Thunder to provide a bit of space. They'll be okay.
Yeah, playing from the south here does actually give them some reasonable options. You can go through Pylon or through the lower half of the map. They've got that's heroes ahead of them over at the Gravity Cannon. Those guys spreading out now, and it looks like Kissan's actually just going to go for the late scan onto the survey beacon. So this is really good as far as heroes to give them knowledge. And then you've got Vegas Inferno finally managed to take the position in the buildings above True right now. They're not going to contest them for that like two other teams have. They're going to just play it a little bit safer on the low ground here.
I think that's fair enough, honestly. Try to keep your head down. Look, True's one of those teams that probably don't want to be getting into as many engagements as they can avoid. Saw them dropping at the mill last week on Storm Point.
Ooh.
Didn't really have a great day of it, to be quite honest. Like, they weren't really able to convert that. And this is kind of where I think you do have to take into account the strength of some of the teams dropping in those locations when you are saying whether is this a good drop location, is this not a good drop location based on the points that are being accrued. Sometimes a team like True, which is, you know, let's be real, like maybe not one of the top teams in this region, who play from that location, probably don't convert the points as much as someone like, say, Legends will. Sure that average is going to be pumped up a little bit today based on Legends' performances, but I don't know if Legends have really come out the gate swinging all that much on Storm Point either. Here's where that zone shift has ended up. Imagine that's where your little ooh came from, because it's pulled quite far east.
Yeah, spicy little launchpad zone here for us. HKUF, they're the ones who get that Godspot catwalk position. Kill Devil set up in the sewers below. So are Legends Gaming. Of course, both are Watson teams. And honestly, as the split wears on Elfish, the more and more I am liking Watson as a pick. And it feels like teams are really also working out how to maximize this Legend and make it so that, you know, you can get points, not just when you get that really early spot and, you know, manage to set up and fortify your position as Watson, but also how to rotate just using the Bangalore, essentially, right? Not having to rely on Catalyst or Valkyrie to make those rotations.
It's a key point for sure. Sort of felt like when Valk was in meta, she was a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card. Same to an extent maybe with Wraith. Perhaps to a different degree, right? It's like more about those micro rotations rather than the large sort of cross-map rotations in that case. But you don't really have that luxury when you are not running either of those mobility legends. I mean, Ashe maybe even to the same conversation there, although that's tended to be a little bit more aggressive ultimate. So different kind of a style, a bit of a slower game style, I find. these rotations from positions that we've got, but who knows how that's all going to change up as we maybe head into the next couple of weeks of competition. But SWQ, they're okay. They have managed to get across to the relative safety of the other side of the wall, and I say relative safety, and I might have spoken too soon. Nade's going to be landing in. Crazy Kong down to no shields. Going to have to pop a bat. Yuling desperately holding that shield up to try to provide some semblance of cover for his team.
I mean, this is... I feel like SWQ are trying to play a late game spot in the mid game here. That is a spot that would absolutely work out in Circle 4, Circle 5. But here, when round 2 is closing, you can see how many angles people have on them right now. They are struggling, and they need to, you know, essentially all three of them just have to hug a corner here. And unless they can get that pylon up and running, which, you know, it's bigger than a legend hitbox, right? There's every chance people are going to start sniping at them, sniping at it if they find them. Yeah, they're just going to really struggle to not take too much damage in that spot down there.
Interested to see what Evo's Predator are going to be able to do this round, because they're coming in from Stormcatcher. It's a bit of a different game for them than the previous, where they were holding off teams coming in their direction. They're actually now the ones having to make that big rotation in. Yeah, good game for HKUF.
Man, I can only imagine how many other teams are also pinging that spot that SWQ are in, being like, hey, let's get him, let's get him.
Yeah, VP's having a look as well.
Ooh. It actually pulls a little bit further north and east at the end of that. Well, I guess more east, but it's sort of the north part of Launchpad, which means that the spot that GK are playing on top of the hill, where the ramp, you know...
Yep.
They're playing, I guess, the building to the bottom of the ramp. It's X and Y up the top, but that's a great spot for them. And I don't know, I feel like not one that pays off quite as much. So yeah, nice little spot for GK to try and redeem their spawn point.
Definitely a bit of an underutilized area of the map. You often don't even find yourself really rotating through there. It's just sort of like out on one of those extremities. You don't really find yourself there all that often, but I tell you what, if it pulls in that direction, it is going to be a great spot to play from. The high ground is a bit of a menace. So too is Las Vegas Inferno right now. Ground's been finished off. True on the other side of this engagement. A little bit worse for wear. Nothing really too exciting for Vegas Inferno, to be honest. They're just working their way through it. Back to cover. Good thing too, because there's teams looking in their direction, so there's still some time to reset before that rotation needs to be made. Two eventually do get finished off completely.
Okay, so that's the circle pulling over to the back of Launchpad, and as you can see, a couple of buildings on play in the extremities. So not only do they get the circle to their backs, but they have the relative safety of those nice thick walls. So that's Makers sitting down the bottom, and also GK up the top.
I must say I do like some nice thick walls myself.
Yeah.
It's good to have around. Anyway, outside the ring. Are indeed outside the ring. But now, they're inside the ring.
I mean, when we talk as loud as we do, Elfish, like, it does help, I guess.
That's right. I've never had a noise complaint, actually.
Me neither.
I'll take that as a win. Especially considering I sometimes do overnight shows, so it'll be that one. A little chip damage coming through here for Jack Q. Evo's Predator. Still on top of the lobby, but not getting too many points out of this game so far. Heroes, on the other hand, a good opportunity for them to farm up quite a bit. Bloodhound finished off. It's Akuma, the receiving end of that engagement that do go down pretty quick. Smart MDY also suffering the same. And they have been dealt with. The hands of Las Vegas Inferno, who are kind of tearing a bit of a swath through the lobby at the moment. They've been doing some good work.
I mean, they had the most dangerous position out of anybody, as one of them does fall to the ring, just trying to make it in. That's super unfortunate there from Las Vegas Inferno. It seemed like they were actually so close to getting all the way back inside, but unfortunately. They do have a Moby though, so I think they might actually be able to get the res. We're watching a lot of this pop off here at the northern side of this. Nice, taking down Evo's Predators, and X and Y might be next on their list if Outside are feeling frisky here.
They have to fight their way in, that's for sure. There's no real other option. You go left, you go right, you're going to have to go through a team. outside the ring. Try to bide their time, but there's only 30 seconds left before that ring starts to be full, so he's gonna have to think about things. Grape Soda down to just Loki, who is trying to keep the dream alive for the team, and he does it. Las Vegas Inferno have bitten off more than they can chew one too many times. Bang Smokes go down, try to keep Loki healthy. Not going to be too useful. Pricey on the other side of that has got Beast of the Hunt popped, so he can see through it. But we'll let him go.
Yeah, they don't grab any of those kills, actually. Pricey currently sitting on the old 999 damage. Get back further inside the zone here. We've got Legends Gaming taking on Bear Claw. They're trying to fight it out for positioning in this building. You can see Heck has lost his life and left only Fenfu to fend for himself.
VP 7 for the lobby at the moment. I'm not sure that's going to be enough to keep their dreams alive. And I want to be continuing to push the issue. 22 points is not a bad spot to be in. This rotation, however, is going to be a tough one. I find whenever you get sort of stuck in this position on Launchpad, usually you're up the creek without a paddle. Really, there's not that much cover to play with. Maybe if the zone pulls in, they can continue to play from there. Obviously forcing them further forward, and yeah, inevitably you're going to lose someone on that cross. Pricey also quite low here, and he needs some help, but HKUF ready and waiting for them as the zone pushes its way in. VP were doomed from the start. They couldn't make the run. HKUF do lose a player to Lahim.
Yeah, I think without managing to secure purples on the edge there, that was really tough for VP. They kind of needed to either get in there earlier, or, you know, macro up more effectively. And you know, if you're coming in that late, you have to bully your way in. It's very hard to do that at an armor disadvantage. Oh, Legends get the respawn. I think that was on top of the building, actually. Yeah, they're both on the roof right now.
X and Y popping quite the brunt of the damage here underneath. AR needs to find a way to get into this fight. It has got the red armor. Doesn't actually need to do too much, apparently, because XD's got it done. Bit of a resurgence game maybe for X and Y, who've been a little quiet today. Still 6 squads alive, 17 players, so everyone bar one a trio still. HKUF also activated a respawn beacon, so we're actually going to have 18 players in the lobby. Because on the outskirts have actually got a decent amount of zone control. This 1-2 split.
Yeah, Dexter on the Bangalore is going to be playing the right-hand side. He's trying to keep some pressure off his teammates and just buy space for this building that has served them a little bit better than the one for GK, of course. They did eventually get shoved out by, I think it was X and Y, took that position off them. Now they're trying to play down the bottom. You've got all the, you know, we've gone from the north pad sort of trenches and sewers to the sewers of Launchpad here.
Crazy happening as that zone shifts its way in, but X and Y running out of space to play. On top of the roof, easy flash, has a bit of a look, so too does player K. Struggling to get any significant damage down though is Legends Gaming. They've got to also be careful that they don't overcommit to that fight, but Crane gets knocked at the hands of Strafing Flame, so it could be another point on the board there for Legends if that one is finished off. They're really focused on trying to dislodge this team off of the roof. HKUF, I think it might be X and Y now deciding that they want to get into the thick of things as well, and they've just jumped straight on top of Legends. Another kill for XD. HKUF get finished off. That timing perfect from X and Y for the third party.
Yeah, I mean, Legends knew that they had to keep popping up there and just taking little bits of aggro to try and chip away at HKUF. Unfortunately, they just couldn't get the job done fast enough to save themselves from the triple reds of X and Y coming back up. It does look like Heroes managed to dislodge Makers from that southernmost building. So once again, it's Dexter and Dexter alone carrying the banner for our Thai team.
Still has managed to get inside the top 5. Could have been a worse shout from Makers. Pretty good overall standing. Still be good in the leaderboard for today as well. don't need to be getting massive wins, anything like that. They've just got to keep that scoreboard ticking over, and that's what they've achieved here. Go check in the hands of JR. Doing some good work. I wonder if X and Y low-key are putting together a potentially game-winning performance in this round. Got high ground.
Could be. Dexter's desperately pumping out ultimate accelerants. Everything he can do on the low ground by himself. Multiple teams have scanned him, so they know he's there. They just haven't been able to grab the angle onto the Makers player just yet. But with heroes on the opposite side to the rest of the team here, how long can X and Y stay on top of their high ground is one question. How long will these other teams be able to stay in cover? You can see that outside down the bottom there actually have a good walkthrough to the final zone as everyone unloads their mother loads onto those evac towers.
Yeah, it's going to go a bit awkward down on the ground. It's the fire and the flames. It's a scorched earth for sure. X and Y, they've been off more than they can chew there. JR down low, probably not getting rezzed at this point in time, but good damage coming out from XD. He's looking for more, chasing down this Bloodhound. Oversteps YC, given the luxury of playing up on height, but a 3-on-1, it's too much to ask for X and Y, and outside will take the dub in game number 3.
Yeah, nice little victory for those guys. I think it was only a handful of kills for them in the end, but 12 points is 12 points, Lace.
Yeah, no, outside the ring, they had a bit of a rotate around to, I guess, that final zone. They sort of swept in behind Evo's Predator, stopping them from another, I guess, 20-kill game from match number 2. But yeah, I guess they just sort of bided their time at the top of zone there. What a great sort of, I guess, sneaky little win from them. They played it, I guess, slow, and that sort of paid off for them, Genome. So it's good to see, them get themselves a win under the bag because, it's another team that we need to be keeping a close eye on as we look for our top 20 teams.
Definitely will keep them in mind there. Just having a look at how this game played out. It was, X and Y came through with 11 kills. Actually, the big outlier that we're going to see, if we do get that overall, that breakdown stat scoreboard after this Lace, is that Vegas Inferno went out in 12th place and finished up with 13 kills. You want to do the maths on that?
Yeah, well, that's a huge game for them. They were sort of sitting outside the ring, just kind of cleaning up the mess, I guess, a little bit as they sort of make that rotate in, and a fair few teams sort of came, within their path, Genome. So, that's definitely something not unusual for them for in that position that they were sort of sitting in as they sort of had to make their way into zone. But yeah, just sort of having a little peek at the scoreboard there, Genome, and that is a good game from them. Before we get over to it, let's have a look at outside the ring. They managed to get 6 kills on their journey, sort of as they rotated out to the top of zone. X and Y, though, with 11 kills, they had quite a good fight there. Legends Gaming and HKF was sort of trying to get that top position on building, so they sort of just waited for their time to clean up the scraps, which managed to get them a fair few kills right in that final zone.
Yeah, X and Y playing well from the building at the top of the ramp in Launchpad, and then, making their way down and managing to beat up quite a few teams along the way. So Vegas Inferno, they get 13 out of the 21 kills even possible for a team that goes out in 12th place.
Yeah, and as we take a look at exactly how they did, look at that 6th position for Vegas Inferno. They move up about 2 positions. They were obviously knocked out quite early, but managed to get a fair few kills to sort of push them into quite a nice spot for them. Even Legends Gaming still holding on for that 3rd position. Doing exceptional stuff, being, having to fight their way. They actually got zone really early on. They have to rotate, I believe it's all the way from Mills. So they got position quite early in the trenches and sort of had to push their way into the building to get into that ring, and then had that treacherous fight of the top of the building getting knocked out by HKF and then X and Y. So still a good I guess feat from them. It's not unusual for us to see them be able to do that sort of stuff, but yeah, great stuff all over. But I guess we have Makers sort of sitting right at the top, but that concludes our games for Storm Point for A and C. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break, but don't go anywhere because we're going to see you back for World's Edge. Winning that second match with a huge 20 kills, Genome. That has really pushed them quite to the top there, but not against Makers, who are currently in the lead with 39 points.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Makers have managed to get on top of a team who's balled out that hard in game number 2, but just, yeah, really showing their versatility. And I think also their survivability, the fact that they've been knocked down to one member and then been able to respawn back a few times.
Yeah, no, they're really sort of getting those resets underway. They are sort of completing a huge damage games and then being able to reset and bring it in. I think they struggled a little bit to sort of make their way into zone in the previous game. So, that was something, quite a good feat, but, they're collecting the kills along the way, and that is something we always see from Makers. But as we move over to World's Edge, we will take a look at exactly where our teams will be landing. Genome, this is going to be exciting stuff as we sort of take a look at, I guess, who's sort of choosing first. We've got, Barbecue there at Thermal Station, having their 4th POI pick. That's something that, I don't believe that they usually come out of there, but Kill Devil and Grape Soja getting quite good POIs in their late draft picks.
Well, I mean, it's a contest. It's Siphon, though. That's the question, right? We have been seeing in quite a few regions now, it's almost become meta to, for one team at the very least to say that they're going to contest Siphon no matter what. This time it was a little closer. It wasn't like a team sort of first pick Siphon. It was, been a little bit close to each other, the way that they are playing. Really close together there in terms of POI drafts. Look, Thermal going at number 4. I'm wondering if in days to come, Lace, we're going to see this drop down, because having a look at our stats overall, Thermal has actually not been performing that well in terms of points per game. It's also one of those ones that it's not. I think not quite down the bottom 10, but it's for something. It's an average draft pick of about 6.5. And yet it's only netting about 15 points per game on average. So not terrible, but it is underperforming in terms of its draft pick value, at least.
Yeah, and I kind of want to touch on Legends Gaming. They usually pick, World's Edge for their last. They're very dominant on Storm Point, and generally they got the Geyser, but we see them over there at, Overlook. So it's just Outlook, sorry. So it's something a little bit different for them. Obviously, we see quite a few zones sort of pull into Skyhawk West, so this could be a nice little swift rotate for them. They've been sort of setting up position quite early in these matches and just getting their kills along the way. So it's going to be kind of good to see them play from what I think is a different position for Legends Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really cool to see a team that we know has, been groundbreaking, been pioneering with some of the macro that they've pulled out in the past. Essentially, they made their way to that third at LAN off the back of being able to play from Landslide when everyone thought it was just like a garbage POI. So yeah, I think they're definitely someone to keep your eye on. If you consider that some teams, will just go for comfort picks and they don't actually want to, flex around on POIs and become more versatile in their macro and how they play this game, play the game. But that's not a criticism that you could levy at the Legends Gaming roster.
Yeah, no, it just seems sort of, they can play out of anywhere. And we've seen that, I guess, from all these POI draft picks, whatever is thrown in their way, they manage to come out on top and get in those top positions. So it's not something that, we're not used to seeing from them. They always seem to get, the positions and the ring scans to make their way into zone and set up quite nicely and just seamlessly push their way in. We have Virtus Pro, obviously a team that we're sort of keeping a close eye on in these matches, because they are sitting quite low on the series board. They get themselves stacks, but not without, sort of outside the ring and X and Y being at more. They're quite close contention. But, it could be something where they could potentially move their way, I guess, to fight Kill Devil and Grape Soda, who are going to be, contesting Siphon East. So that could be something good for them. But we are just going to take ourselves a quick little break. We've just had a quick lobby restart, but that's how Apex goes. So don't go anywhere. We will see you after a short break. Everyone, as we gear up for game number 4 on World's Edge, things are heating up in this region as we're keeping a close eye who's going to make our top 20 positions, Genome, because the regional finals is only 2 weeks away, so this is make or break for a fair few teams.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a break between week 5 where we decide who makes it into that top 20 in regional finals and then actually playing the big match.
Yes, and we are going to head on over to our match number 4 as we get started on World's Edge. Let's take it away.
Yeah, second half of the lobby ready to go. It is going to be the final 3 games onto World's Edge, but if that doesn't quite tickle your pickle, don't worry about it. We've got Storm Point coming back for the next lobby. We've got plenty more where the day has come from. It's only really just started. 3 games down, 9 more to go. This one, of course, included. And for a few teams, a team like Virtus Pro, for example, they will be involved in all of those games, and they're really trying to work hard today to try to make their way through to top 20, which will come back in another couple of weeks to play for playoffs. And obviously, we know how important that's going to be. So, lots to do today, lots to speak to, and Genome here alongside me has plenty to say. So what have you got to say for yourself, Genome? What's on your mind at the moment?
What's on my mind is, was there a change to the POI draft? Because we didn't get the contest at Lava Siphon. Kill Devil, who we were looking at before, have ended up over at Mirage Etoile. Anyway, bit of a... I guess it's kind of fitting, because we got bamboozled. But yeah, that's the state of World's Edge over here, and as you can see, as Kill Devil just scanned over at Mirage Etoile, actually, they'll be getting a good bit of zone prio with the zone pulling back somewhere near Landslide.
Well, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. So we'll just have to follow through with how things are going to go. Landslide, I mean, it's not typically like the hottest drop spot, is it? But when the zone pulls in this direction, maybe it can be pretty useful. The only thing is going to be for Bearclaw Gaming. Have they had enough time to loot up before teams are going to rotate their way in? I've opened up the locker. And they've left Heck up on the ultimate high ground on Landslide just to... Oh, dear. What's going on here? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, Genome. We might be... Well, I mean, we are getting, I guess, another lobby restart. So, who knows what that is for? Lace is out of here. I mean, as is her right to do as the host. You know, the game started. I don't blame her. Lace is back. Your mic is muted.
That's
we can't
fine.
hear you.
You got to go and have stretch the legs between everything, and head to the bathroom, get some snacks.
You've got doggos to take care of, Lace.
That's it. I was quite literally in the living room looking after a brand new puppy that I got. So everything is torn to shreds in my living room, just like everything.
I'll tell you what.
Shreds going on right now. So I guess yes, Elfish, we've had a slight little restart, I guess.
We have, yeah. I just wanted to say, instead in my break, instead of doing a little walk around and taking care of dogs, I lie on the floor and have a nap for 5 minutes. So, different strokes for different blokes, I guess, is all you really have to say there. But I enjoyed my nap while you guys were yapping on about whatever it was you were talking about in that last break. But no nap now.
No, that's it. There's no time for napping, Our pros are sort of itching and gearing up and ready to go. But, we're going to have, I guess, a slight little break as our teams sort of get themselves back into position. And so we're going to sit here and we're going to chill and chat with you all. But, we're sort of itching to see a contest from Kill Devil with Grape Soda there, Genome. Take us through what you think might happen when we hit into game number 4.
Yeah, well, looks like it was the Kill Devil landing spot that was incorrect. So, yeah, I think we were meant to see the contest happening at Siphon, which is why when we saw them landing over at Mirage Etoile, we were a little bit surprised. I think it's happened a couple of times. We're still getting used to the new system, and I think the admins are as well in terms of lining that all up. So yeah, I guess for all you contest enjoyers out there, we'll just take 2 and get back in there.
Yeah, we're always excited to see sort of teams fight quite early, but we're gonna head back and show you some good content. So let's take a look at this small video.
Well, that is the dream that everybody is fighting for here in APAC South, of course, but there's still a ways to go. We've got to get through today. We've got to get through our playoffs in a couple of weeks' time, and at the moment the main focus is just getting to those playoffs or securing your position in those top 20. I think at the moment, like, a lot of teams are probably feeling pretty comfortable with where they're at. Still some movement and shaking needing to be done, and we'll run it back here to kick things back off again on World's Edge. 3 games of World's Edge for this lobby.
Yep.
And we'll jump into another lobby this afternoon or this evening. Later on, depends around, I guess, where in the world you are.
Yeah, look, we've got some interesting things happening at the start here, Elfish, because of it's been interesting how the teams have drafted. Warmest to Fiber drafting Fragment, and that's left some spots open. What that's meant is, as we see the team get together here, Legends, SWQ, Remarkable, getting together towards Grandma's house. We actually saw Grape Soda. They split from Siphon, and Loki went and looted Tree by himself. We also had Killer Pos looting Mirage Trois, which of course he couldn't do in the first time we played this game. And the team up at Survey Camp, which I think might have been Remarkable team, also got to loot Epicenter. So we had quite a lot of split dropping in this game, just because of how these POIs have worked out. Another interesting little change up here with the POI draft system.
Good early positioning from SWQ, but I do sometimes wonder if they're going to have enough loot to play this game out, if they're going to be the first team into that house, and they're not going to be able to leave. Certainly no doubt about that. Legends Gaming going to be the team to try and play on the roof, or potentially they're going to try and bust their way in. I mean, that's every possibility.
I think they have to. Yeah, I think they have to. Like, you can't play really that well on the roof here, and they're not very set up for it. It looks like they were definitely trying to grab Pro on this building. They haven't been able to get it, and yeah, I just don't see these teams coexisting this early in the game. I think it really is. It's a full send sort of position. You can see they've got like 2 clips of ammo. Like, why not push in there and just try and grab the loot? They need to be in a good position to do it. Like, obviously they can't just pop nothing. But they've got blues versus whites right now, so
I mean, do they know that they've got blues versus whites though? I don't know if they've really done a huge amount of damage to SWQ at this point in time. And if you're going to be making this push, if you want to send it into this building, I think you probably rather do it sooner than later. If you take a bit too long about it, you're obviously going to get backfilled by teams, and they're going to kind of third party that engagement. So we'll jump into Legends Gaming, listen in and see what they're thinking at the moment.
I've heavy.
I have 100 for 30.
I have this much I can give, but I can't get to you. Just chill.
Player.
We're just half gang here.
I don't ever have it.
Oh, you were ping the havoc.
I pinged it.
Oh, I think I looked at it.
Okay. I'm gonna.
If they peek bottom, let me know, okay? I can fuck them really hard. I'm not holding that at all, guys.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so maybe Legends just decide to make the best of a bad situation. You could see it was a very close call between who got into that house first. The split positioning means, maybe if they get an opportunity, they'll take it. But for the moment, Legends have to sit awkwardly on the top of Grandma's house there. But over in Skyhook, we've got True going up against MDY. MDY do get the scan onto them. It looks like True are backing out a little bit here.
Yeah, no real need to take an engagement at this point in time. It's not as if you're really jostling for a position there in Skyhook. There's plenty of buildings that are still available. Want to hold up there. Obviously, we know it's not going to end in Skyhook anyway, so why really risk your game on an engagement in that position anyway? A bit more wise to the way. And look, to be honest, most teams taking this one relatively chill so far. Heroes perhaps in a bit more of an awkward position than most. They've got a lot of angles to cover, and so they're on the move. I think Deathbox or 2 to loot.
Yeah, they're holding some of the chokes, right? And I think if the zone does end up pulling a little bit further south, Heroes will be in a sick position. We've got quite a few teams playing within Monument right now. None of them Oh, actually, no, sorry, War Must Fiber does, but Kill Devil and HKUF, the two teams playing a little bit lower, do not have that information. So I think that's why we see them a little further south, and they're not perhaps playing in a position that maybe lends itself to LeRun. But you never know, we'll see.
You can see the legend picks up the top of the screen for the moment, but quickly, Grape Soda picking up a kill point there onto Vixie. Not sure how much more of that is really going to ensue, so quickly touch on those legend picks. There's only been 3 changes in terms of the compositions coming from game 3 to 4, which is, obviously something to note given that we've gone from Storm Point to World's Edge. It's only Kuma, Heroes, and True that have changed up their compositions, and not drastically so. They've still all got the Bang Blood in the mix, which is to be expected. Makers, we'll see Dexter on the floor. He's been given enough time to get that bat off, so he's fighting fit and waiting for the swing. Las Vegas Inferno having a little bit of a look at this fight, and that is a perfect timing to do so as well. Akuma, 2 free kills going over to Las Vegas Inferno.
Yeah, a little bit happening over here at Epicenter with Makers getting involved. Ziki from high ground is actually going to get some good angles here, as perfectly picked up by our observers there. There's someone coming in off the back of him. They've managed to get all the way around and turn this into a 2v1. The melee finish there.
We'll take it. Asia's got a bit of work to do now, though, to recover both those banners and get the revive. Not sure that he's going to be able to get it in Epicenter. I'll touch back in with that one in a moment. I mean, it's not even just about where he's going to revive. It's first about actually even recovering the banners to begin with. And
it's a bit of a classic sort of difference between the two playstyles there, right? You have Las Vegas Inferno going for the death ball, and then got Makers, they're trying to take those split positions, find some good angles, and you can see it starts off working, the fuse gets some good damage done, but then because the eyes sticks together, they do find the isolated 2v1. I feel like that's a principle that's just applicable in all levels of Apex, honestly. And definitely something you can sort of take note of when you're, even if you're sitting there in your ranked games.
Yeah, Las Vegas Inferno, I feel like they've quietly been putting together a pretty good lobby so far. They're sitting in 3rd. One of those teams that never really seems to like wow you, but they're always putting in 1 or 2 points, and there's for them. It was Asia just trying to come back to recover the banners. It was a fruitless endeavor. Ended up just being 1 more point into the back pocket of Vegas Inferno. So, yeah, like I was saying, like they're 3rd. They haven't really set the world on fire in this lobby, but they've been plugging away every single game. They're kind of having some impact, getting some kill points on the board, some decent placement points here and there as well. And they did much the same kind of last week. There wasn't really any like crazy games from them. But there's definitely different schools of thought about how you can go through a day of Apex Legends in the ALGS, and I don't mind it from Las Vegas Inferno. I think keeping your head down is not a bad way to do it.
Yeah, well, while we keep our, our eyes on both the top 20 standings as well as the regular season standings here, Elfish, to see who's going to end up where, you've got to remember that they're knocking on the door. They were in 9th place overall and just a couple of points away from LAN qualification as it stands. So big day, a top 3 from Las Vegas Inferno would go a lot of the way, honestly, to getting those players and seeing them their first Apex LAN event.
Let's revisit here. Gaming. Not in a particularly bad spot geographically on the map, but down to 2 players means they're going to have more of a difficult time working through the end game now, which is still fighting over this building, which ultimately ends up not actually being God's spot for this game. They not even really want to take this fight anymore, but they're kind of locked in. They're kind of having to stick around. Easy flash low. And no push just yet. It really is more of a jostle for position than anything else.
Not only that, they don't get the ring pull, Elch. It keeps going south. That position that Heroes had that we were harping on about before, that is going to be a great spot, even better than that. A little bit further up the hill, I think, on the high sort of, you know, snowy rocks. Yeah, very much where we're looking at with outside here, actually. Perfect timing for them to come in and illustrate what could be God spot. They're pulling in some... oh no, I thought it was the respawn beacon, but they were just getting on top of the crafter here. Playing around this sort of area, though, that's some extra good cover. Oh, they did, actually. They put in a respawn beacon as well. So they're creating a little bit of a barricade here, which will help them in getting a lot of points, as long as they can hold out teams like True, who are still coming down from that sort of countdown Skyhook side.
Turning the house into a home, you know, making it their own. Love to see it. A couple of shots there with the Hemlock from Fenfu, but not really enough to cause too much of a ruckus just yet, though. These nades might be, again, some good follow-through. There's a crack as well onto the Reds. YC in there to get rid of Grape Soda. Wow, that was quick and dirty from X and Y, who maybe are in the similar vein as Las Vegas Inferno. You know, they've been plugging away, but they haven't done anything too crazy just yet. YC, oh, that might have been crazy. XD's gone down as well. Oh, it's gone from good to bad in the blink of an eye for X and Y. 2 players on the floor, 1 confirmed. And Las Vegas Inferno, their fates may be intertwined alongside X and Y. I'm going to drop off of the high ground, off the cliff, and try and get into Fragment for some semblance of safety.
Yeah, they just tuck tail and run. There's a nice building that they've got set up there down the bottom. They get away with the Watson, which means there's a chance that they can try and live. Exactly what Remarkable Team are trying to do. But it looks like GK Esports here potentially going to get the better of them. The slow fight while they wait out the gas grenade from the Caustic. That's buying Remarkable Team time, but once that gas is done and dusted, so might they too be.
Okay. A tough day for them, but here's some points on offer. Desperately needed points. How long is that going to last, though? Because player K's managed to get a knock on the Killer Paws, and SWQ in the meanwhile do get eliminated by Legends. So they're fighting a battle on multiple fronts. Legends are. And they're making it work. Arcsark. Stick doesn't connect. That's the end of GK anyway, so lots of points there actually for Legends in a very brief moment in time.
Yeah, GK going to be ropeable about that. I mean, you know, they probably would have won that fight so much faster if it hadn't been for the delaying tactics of the Caustic. But maybe that's when you have to make that really hard decision, that really hard call and say, hey, we can't finish this fight off safely now. We might actually have to dip, even though we know we can win it, which they did. They lose their lives for it in the end.
Player K's found a Kraber out of somewhere. That'll come in useful a little bit later on down the track. Maybe even right now, good 112 damage straight there, finished up with the sidearm, but Legends very quickly dispatched of MDY, choosing their moment quite wisely. I don't know how wise it actually ends up being, because that potentially ends up being an overcommitment zone pushing at their back. It's just Bebe left alive, and MDY sitting in 12th for the lobby at the moment. They're going to be likely to get too many more points out of this lobby.
Okay, HKUF, they need to try and repel Vegas Inferno now. The zone has pulled over here. It was... LBI have read this beautifully, and if they push out this premium position that HKUF are sitting in right now, it could be a game-winning play by our up-and-coming team.
Got to finish off these electric fences first. Vegas Inferno not trying to get overly aggressive into the building just yet, but some good damage. So they're taking some back in response. And X and Y in the meanwhile off screen do get eliminated. That's true. Dominoes are starting to fall. The zone's getting small. Team's getting forced into the western side of Fragment.
Yeah, that's sort of, you know, the monument building actually does provide homes for quite a few people. There's a lot of separate little rooms that they can set up with there. Unlike LVI, who are just sitting on the outside now, they're, you know, in an awkward position trying to get angles through the walls onto HKUF, through the windows. Maybe even trying to force the door down and just preemptively firing the other angles in order to try and keep other teams like VP at bay who are playing on the other side. So there's two teams kind of sandwiching HKUF, pressuring them from both sides. And I guess we're going to see whether they get crushed between them or if the pressure turns them into diamonds.
It's pretty clean. Yuhan. HKUF about to lose Crane though. Oh, he just gets upstairs in time. Gotta get that med kit off in relative safety. The scans revealing a couple of positions, and maybe need to reveal one or two more. This is a position that's fraught with danger for HKUF, but they are threading that needle nicely just in terms of surviving. Having to work hard for that, but you still have 3 players standing for now.
Yeah, I mean, VP helped them get rid of LVI there. They are actually going to get the reset. Price, Sharky needs to hold for Pricey as he does get the res onto Way, but immediately the re-knock comes out. Maybe Sharky buys a little bit of time with that knock. Do they want to go further or play for the reset? They don't even get the time for it. HKUF get the KP. They maintain their position.
How long is that going to last? Because there's a bunch of teams around here. Heroes up into the top 4. Kraber in hand. The shot doesn't connect. It's almost shotgun sniping at this point in time. The distance is not too far for Lahim that he really needs that kind of a scope on anymore, but I'll take it any day of the week, even if it is 100% ideal. But out into the zone, picked up and basically thrown into the bin. Heroes do get eliminated by Kill Devil. This is just a messy game for everyone involved. Just so little room to work with. Essentially, you make one wrong move and you've got 2 or 3 teams looking at you.
Well, we've got some changes coming to those Bloodhound perks that we just saw get chosen there in the upcoming patch. So that'll be, I believe that'll be in time for the regional finals. But for now, can enjoy the, you know, the extended duration on the Beast of the Hunt. Being able to see through all those Bangalore smokes, make the most of it while you can. 4 squads left alive here. Evo's Predator have quite a bit of space on the other side of the train tracks. Therefore, Gaming, they're just a duo, and maybe not even that for much longer as Kill Devil push in to try and finish them off completely. I'd say they'll be successful in that endeavor, and then so many teams have tried to dislodge HKUF from that building. Will one of these others finally be able to do it?
Evo's Predator back into the top 3, though. I think that's going to be where they end up finding their grave. It is 3rd place for Evo's Predator now. Kill Devil against HKUF, 2 teams that could be quite happy to pick up a win today. In a position to definitely do it. HKUF have really had to work hard to get themselves into a fighting position, and now down on the low ground. Kill Devil coming in from the high ground have the advantage. They've already got that initial knock. Now down another one. It's HKUF with 1 player standing. Kill Devil 2. Kill Devil will choose to slow it down.
Oh my god, these angles.
And so getting a win in a fairly opportune moment like that one might start to build things back up. I mean, they're in 13th overall on the season standing. So really today is kind of about just holding on to a position inside the top 20.
Yeah, no, that was a great game from Kill Devil. You know, these teams that are sort of sitting a little bit lower on our leaderboard really turning up today. But that was finally our game number 4 for APAC South. Just want to say patience is always appreciated when we have lobby resets. The same kind of patience I show with my puppy who just left toy remains in the living room, Elfish, so that's kind of fun. But as the chaos sort of unfolds in my house, it unfolds on World's Edge. We saw, you know, GK Esports take this fight here with, you know, Remarkable, just having to bide their time with that caustic gas, but who's on their tail? But Legends Gaming, however, you know, falling short as well for them, Elfish. It's a tough fight for some of our juggernaut teams there as they sort of have to make their way into this zone.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, this is always going to be a messy one, right? When you've got Fragment involved, it's still the same as, like, if you would have, say, a Skyhook circle. There's just a lot of teams clustered together in not a lot of space. So if you go around the wrong corner or you open yourself up to an angle, you know, similar kind of story to what we saw here for HKUF, it's like, yeah, you can play that building, but you know, there's so many angles that you can get shot from. You have to be aware of all of them. And it never really feels like you're safe in any position. So you're kind of just milling around hoping that, okay, if I sit here to stop and heal, no one actually has a line on this angle. But inevitably, obviously, they do. And so Kill Devil, they kind of walked their way into a win there, which is obviously quite nice to see. And look, they've been doing well for themselves today. It's not the most massive of game wins, 6 kill wins, but it keeps them, I think, up into the top 3 for the lobby overall. And if they were able to find a top 3, you know, sitting in 13th for the overall season standings, that should be enough to pump them up into a position where, even though they're not playing in the next lobby, they'll be able to watch on without too much concern that they're going to get knocked out of the top 20.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And I guess, HKUFF with 12 kills in that game. We haven't seen too much from them. I think that would push them up quite well in our overall scoreboard, along with Evo's Predator. You know, they had a huge game in Stormpoint with 20 kills, and then sort of falling short a little bit there. But that is enough to get them sort of back into that first position, Elfish, which is extremely good for them coming into these matches, along with Kill Devil, who moved up 4 positions just from taking that win and putting them, I guess, tied with Makers.
Yeah, that's a good spot to be in, for sure. 2 games yet to play, and definitely every opportunity to push your way up into first even. Like, Evo's Predator, got to remember that a very large portion of their points really just came from one game. It was a 20-kill win, so 32 points out of 45. So 1 out of the 4 games, and the other 13 sort of spread across the rest. So the consistency maybe hasn't been there just the same for Evo's Predator, which makes you think, yeah, they're actually potentially going to be a catchable team in that first place position unless they can put together another big game. So pressure's maybe on for them, considering there's a couple of teams now hot on their heels.
Yeah, and Heroes as well, sitting in 5th. They're 20th on our series leaderboard. They're sort of sitting on that cusp, to get themselves into regional finals. So, they're going to be fighting a lot for their lives today. So, they were sitting in 5th. So they're doing incredibly well, I guess, coming into these matches, as we hit match 4. But, they've got to sort of keep up that momentum to be able to keep themselves above that sort of that line there. So, they're going to have to be fighting, still against Legends Game and Makers, who are, our top 2 positions for series leaderboard. It's going to be quite a little bit of a fight. We see SWQ sort of falling a little bit short today. There is a chance for Heroes to sort of keep that position. But we are going to take ourselves a short little break, and we will see you back in a moment for game number 5. Joining us here in Apex South, let me give you a quick little recap of our game so far. Kill Devil solidified the win in game number 4. Evo's Predator, you had a huge game. Number 2 kept their wits about them and has put them back into first place overall today with 45 points. Elfish, is going to be interesting to see if they can keep this momentum.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Is it necessarily momentum, or is it just big one game's coming through, one sort of thing? So, like, you know, we'll give it time. We'll give it time. I mean, but that said, like, there's only 2 more games to go. So how much time really is there? In saying that, there's a couple of teams, obviously, that are going to be able to play in that next lobby. And for those teams, it's really quite important how the rest of these next 2 matches go. I'm looking at VP. I'm looking at Akuma, especially. They're, I think, in the top 5 or 6 for this lobby at the moment. And they also get to play in the next lobby. But they're also the teams that are inside the bottom 10 of the overall season standing. So I know that's a lot of words that probably don't make a lot of sense if you haven't really watched a lot of Apex Legends before, but basically the TLDR is they need to do good today. They are do good now. If they don't do good again later, they're in trouble. So hopefully they keep do good.
Yes, well, let's see if they do good, because we need these teams to do good. Let's take it over to game number 5, everyone, as we see our games unfold again on World's Edge.
Yeah, well, it's been a pretty good day so far as well, has to be said. Things have been progressing pretty nicely thus far. 2 more games to go for this lobby, then we'll take a little bit of a break. I'm sure you're looking forward to that, Genome. Gonna take some nice dinner in that 20-minute break. What have you got on the menu?
Uber Eats.
Ooh.
Yeah, look, honestly, probably the Palmer. Who knows?
I got a chicken
They
enchilada.
deliver really quickly. Oh, yeah, that's nice.
Chicken enchilada from the shop's going to heat that one up in the next break. Have it ready for dinner, but well, that'll be a little bit of a ways down the track because we've still got to get through this game.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so one thing I wanted to see was a bit of adaptation from Kill Devil here because they know if they, you know, doing their homework, the Grape Soda after the last game are going down towards Tree, right? They're sitting low-key down there. And that honestly opens up a bit of opportunity. It's because you can't read people from the dropship anymore. You don't get that initial part of like, okay, we're following the trail. Oh, I can see, okay, people are going to land with us. Now we can adjust our own dive trajectories to try and account for that. Because everyone's coming out of their own ship, I think Kill Devil should just be full sending it at Grape Soda because they should be able to catch them off guard, honestly, and get a 3v1, a 3v2, and take out either Fussy or Collapse, who are going to be the only 2 going for Lava Siphon. Kill Devil, you know, they've been sending someone to loot the North Siphon buildings over the other side of the bridge, and I guess that's a fair decision too, but I just kind of feel like they're leaving some points on the table by not doing that.
I just want to point out, I love the sound of your voice right now, man. It's getting real nice and husky. You're getting that radio vibes.
Yeah, totally.
By the time we get to the end of the day, I don't know if you're even going to be here anymore, but that's a journey that we get to go on. You know, these players, they get to go on a journey. They get to fly through the air, do what they need to do. That sounds all fun, but we get to listen to the slow spiral that is going to be Genome's voice if he doesn't get enough honey in during the breaks, which I don't know if there is enough honey in the world.
Approaching my pack-a-day voice here, which is...
Oh, I think we're already past that.
Which is crazy, because I've never touched one in my entire life. But, yeah, look, I'm straight mainlining the honey right now. Like, literally injecting it straight into my throat, so... We'll see.
Single and ready to mingle, by the way. I mean, with that kind of a voice, he doesn't stay single for long. That's all I'll say. HKUF on the rotate on the way into Countdown, and they've gotten there maybe a little bit late. Heroes is set up inside the command center waiting for them, although it is only 2 of the Heroes members. Kissans was down a little bit lower on the hill, so they're going to actually back out into Lava Fisher and give HKUF control of the control center.
And where that ring is pulling, yeah, you can definitely expect people to be pulling up in Countdown. Maybe a couple in Lava Fissure as well. And it looks like Heroes have actually had to back off towards Lava Fissure. Because as you said, they kind of wanted that control center where HKUF were. But HKUF, once again, just finding themselves in a really good spot and beating others to the punch.
I find that they do that a lot, actually. They often convert on those spots. Ooh. It's a good knock onto Kongbite. Remarkable team down a member as well. Going to be looking for that res. One of them finished off. So, yeah, Kongbai just getting caught out in no man's land. And remarkable team. Perhaps needed to find a little bit of a position of solace a little earlier on in the piece, because you've got to imagine a lot of teams are heading in that direction towards Countdown. So, there'll be no shortage of people looking in your direction if you're floating around on the, on the catwalk.
Yeah, interesting that they've even pulled out of that building. I guess that was just to try and capitalize on the knock to Warm Monster Fiber. But yeah, they get back up. They're all good now. Remarkable team, however, not so lucky, losing their Valk player.
Beggars can't be choosers, mate. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the revive in here, though. It's just way too busy of an area. Unless you maybe got a mobile res beacon. Just saw Crane hit a very nice shot onto Turtle. HKUF continue to keep themselves in the kill feed for the right reasons.
Yeah, that said, down here near Tree, we've actually got 3 teams pulling up. You could be forgiven for thinking that the zone was going all the way south, because there's a couple of teams that just looking very static right now. Evo's Predator are the first to move, and they say, no knocks just yet. It's looking a little bit dicey. We're going to leave that alone. And the others eventually do actually pull away as well. So after they leave outside alone and they're able to get the survey beacon scanned down at Tree, they'll head their way. And looks like Loki and his mates are going to head up north as well, parting through, plenty of ring consoles and whatnot on the way. Actually, well, it doesn't matter. They can't scan the ring consoles. They don't have the fuse. They've got the Horizon. They're playing survey beacon only. A rare choice in this day and age.
Yeah, indeed.
Let's check out this area.
Sunset wins the race for Kill Devil at the moment. Legends also one of those teams that often tends to find themselves in a pretty good position quite early. They're one of the faster rotating teams.
I like this fence placement as well. I mean, something you'd expect out of a Watson Pro like player K. He's putting it just far enough outside of the door range that you can open it either way, and you're not going to break your own door off. People obviously, they'll put it just inside the door if they're worried about others sort of coming in at them. But then you have to rely on your teammates to open them to maintain that door. So it's just one of those small things that Watson players have to worry about a little bit, because,
How do you feel about this shift?
Actually important cover. Yeah, it's gone very north right now. There is a half decent chance that we end up in Skyhook, or as we've seen happen quite a few times before this this split, as we see the last remaining remarkable team member go down. We could see this go over towards the Raven, as our observers are maybe even predicting and showing us right now. And it's Bearclaw Gaming who's set up there nice and early.
Very cinematic part of the map. I like it.
I mean, they've been so good at predicting zones so far this split.
We often see a lot of zones actually in this kind of just north of Countdown area, right? That finish that on that hill. In between Countdown and Skyhawk seems to be one of the more common zones. Maybe I'm just coping, but that's what it feels like to me. So most teams should be fairly comfortable with how this one's going to play out. At least have a good idea. Evo's Predator, maybe one of the teams that might be a little less comfortable, to be quite honest, having to still come up from Mirage Etoile. So that's quite a move that has to be made. One or two teams still in front of them as well, outside the team immediately in front that they've been shooting out for the moment there. And beyond that, Barbecue on the other side of the cliff.
We've potentially got another three-way coming at us here, with Grape Soda pulling up from the right-hand side. Those three teams were getting into it down at Tree, and now they're doing it again over at Mirage Etoile. Barbecue, you see them as Ronan's getting pulled out of the sky, but Heroes don't really want to push any further onto that, so I think they're fine. It'll be an easy reset for Barbecue.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Barbecue are going to go ahead and try and go for that balloon again. They've actually just backed off, and they'll be getting some shots in onto Evo's Predator, who are rotating their way in now. Evo's Predator getting down onto the ground okay, and safely set up in the building. This makes it even more difficult for for Barbecue to rotate out. So I don't know what plan B is going to end up being here for Barbecue and for Evo's Predator as well. What are they going to opt to do? I think at the end of the day, they're kind of going to have to fight one another to at least sort of force somebody away. Might be Barbecue to concede the space. They've gone underneath Lava Fisher and they'll be taking that zip. So they'll give ground to Evo's Predator, who honestly might chance their arm at the balloon as well. Eventually.
Might be good to hop up, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they see the zone pull in 40 seconds. Yeah, maybe time to go for it. There's enough teams around they could easily get sniped off it, however. It'd be a risky play, but who knows, maybe one works out. Anyway, Kill Devil in all sorts of trouble here. Being targeted by heroes on one side. You've got GK, who always look to be pressuring someone, but haven't finished off a lot of their meals so far today, and that's why we do see them struggling a little bit in terms of our leaderboard. They're sitting down in 14 so far in match 5.
Looks like Kill Devil should be able to get that revive okay. Being able to fall inside of the room. Well, maybe I've spoken too soon. Heroes are going to continue to pressure. Arkstar in there as well. They're not overcommitting to it. Don't mind this from Heroes. They're doing a lot of work. They're doing a lot of damage to multiple teams, actually, but they're not kind of overcommitting, taking a fight, losing a player themselves, and kind of shutting their game down with a mutually assured destruction type situation. Nade, ooh, a good one. 4 seconds away. Chase is on still. XD wants to go up onto the second floor, but it's YC that eventually gets in there for the early damage. JR for the cleanup, and Makers do get eliminated by X and Y pretty early on in the PC Game 5 of the day.
Ooh. Yeah, that's interesting for our this series in particular, because Evo's Predator is still alive. They're down the bottom of Lava Fisher though, and that means their nearest competition has just been taken out. It has been a pretty close game so far, with Kill Devil and Makers were at 41 points, just behind Evo's Predators. So Kill Devil haven't really stabilized yet. They're actually trying to get a sneaky little res off here in Lava Fisher, and they're gonna do it. Good work by Lohan there.
Love a good sneaky res.
Yeah, because, you know, Lava Fisher, it's got those, like, little rotating doors, right? So they actually provide just enough cover for him around the respawn beacon to pull it off.
If you time it right. It's all good. Outside the ring, being quietly plugging away. We do have Grape Soda rocking up behind them, but that'll be a conversation for another day, because it is Barbecue that are maybe in danger of getting barbecued actually down there at the bottom of Lava Fisher. Res not really on offer, although they're going to go for it. They're going to give it a crack, and that might have been an overstretch of the imagination. It's just Big C left, and he will not be lasting long. There's too many teams hanging around in Lava Fisher to be going for something like that, and ultimately it does start to kick off. Evo's Predator, GK, and
oh my
Kill
god,
Devil
did they
as
actually
well.
make this in? Evo's Predator, they were like the last to get in here. But because of that, they essentially thread the needle, and it looks like GK are worried about the other teams right next to them. No, I spoke too soon. Evo's Predator take a little bit of damage from Bear Claw Gaming, who are looking in on them. And then, yeah, you got GK, you got Grape Soda, everyone just getting into it as they try to run out of that small little place, that small little choke that they had coming out of Lava Fisher there, and none of them survived.
Yeah, kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Once you're having to push your way into Countdown out of Lava Fisher, it's, like you said, a pretty hefty choke point that you do have to get through. Ultimately, someone's going to die, and pretty much everyone died, really. Like, Evos are down to 1, GK down to 2. Oh, wait, no, never mind. GK got 3. They got the revive. So, I guess the ultimate winner's there in that situation where GK, and they get out okay. But they've still got further to go. HKUF, who we touched on a little bit earlier in this round, are actually doing pretty well for themselves, set up inside of that control center. Still haven't really had to move, and so they'll be feeling pretty comfortable about things and should be fairly well set up to make this next rotation.
Yeah, they're next rotation is not so bad. They just come up against Legends Gaming and might even be able to sit in, take some space outside of them. Whereas Warmock's Firebird, they've got 3 or 4 other teams ahead of them. And having a look, yeah, they've got no survival items. So that one's going to be really tough. GK, after doing very well in that that tough spot over in Lava Fisher, we're going to listen into them to see if they can make it through here.
Yeah.
Is under in?
I'm not sure. I try to check. Careful behind his fucking...
Grabbing his banner.
Yeah. The high is shooting at you.
He on high.
20 on him. Save on me, save on me, save on me, him.
Yeah, I know. Fuck, man.
You take.
Ooh, well, that hasn't gone very well at all for GK, so maybe a little bit of a listening curse. As we've seen a few of those today, to be quite honest. But here's Akuma, who are one of those teams that we should be keeping a bit of an eye on, because they're trying to make a run in for the top 20 in the overall season standings, which would make them in contention, obviously, for the split finals, but just outside of the top 10 for today's lobby so far, and with Crusader down, chances of them putting many more points on the board for this game looking slim.
XMY, one of the 2 teams left alive in Skyhook. The other is Virtus Pro playing on the low ground here. Virtus Pro, we've talked about it many times today, that both of their series today have to be very good for them to be advancing to the regional finals. And as it stands, they've only done a mediocre job. They're in 9th position. They've got to be better than average to make this through. With 2 down, can they finish off the last XMY member?
Yeah, YC trying to sit behind those shields. He's going to get the bat off. The push is in, but VP! It's down and out, and now X and Y probably are about to be as well. Third party has come on through from SWQ.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. So, look, VP, I think they end up actually getting a couple of kill points off the back of that, but not enough to really trouble the scores at the moment. Top 5 teams remaining, Legends being one of them, up on the high ground as well. And they have dominance over the teams making their way out of Countdown.
Yeah, HKUF did end up making that rotation. It was a little cursed, though. Only 1 still left alive. BCG, meanwhile, who took up that early spot in the Raven, carved out plenty of real estate for themselves with the perimeter fences there from Watson, and, I mean, no one else has even managed to get anywhere close to that situation. So now it's all up to Legends and SWQ. Now that we're in a 3-way sort of deal here, I think there actually is a chance that, you know, we see one of these other teams take it off BCG, but up until now, no one's really looked like they could even get a foot inside the door.
SWQ, they're the ones that really need the points out of this lobby. Legends and Bearclaw Gaming do a little better for themselves at the moment. But in saying that, Legends, they've got a Kraber in the back pocket there. It's in the hands of Player K again. He's had it a couple of times today. Ooh, the big nade. Forcing him back inside. But we've got a lesson in with Legends Gaming. So we'll see how things go now as they try to close this game off.
I need energy mag then.
Okay.
You just like
maybe player can side hike like solo.
We need left space.
I'm dropping.
Can you like get out an energy mag for me?
There's none, bro. No, there's none.
I need shields. I'm 1-2.
Yeah,
what do you want? Energy mag?
I dropped 2 bets on 4 cells. Come play left with me, please. Holy fuck.
Energy mag?
I'm dropping.
Coming.
Hit him 90 on the left.
Hitting.
We bully this guy off. Yeah, 100%. He's early bullied off. We can't lose right. We can't lose right.
I'm gonna watch right as soon as I pop out the time.
Yeah, you watch right. I'm playing with Myra, okay? We win the game right now.
Sing.
Hit it, crack them.
Popping a bit. All the other.
What's in dead?
I'm healing. Med kidding. All you flame. All you. Chill.
I 140 on other team.
I'm good. I don't think I can stop res. Careful.
Yeah. They're Tunnel.
They're rezzing now. They might try and push us.
Wait, maybe we go.
We're good, we're good, we're good. We just walk it in here. Shoot across.
Yep.
Can I take red box? I can.
Yeah, you can.
You can. Can you fence like hit a
They
player?
might push, they might push, they might push, they might push. Bro, what?
Yeah, okay.
How is there bang out there? Swing right, I think.
I'm ulting.
I'm looking for Kraber shot.
I'm nading this. Careful. Chill.
Man.
Focus right.
Brother, magnet.
Get all the kills. On me.
Watson. Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Don't know how many kills we got.
We got like 5 before.
Did we get 4?
Alright, Legends finish it off there. Very nicely done. You can see I love there seems to be like 2 different Legends listening. Once is like, oh my god, everything's hectic and we're like struggling so hard to get there to the end. The other one is just like, we know we're the best. Like, we're worrying about how many kills we got, not that, that we were even going to finish the game off.
Yeah, you know what? The win doesn't matter. How many kills did we get? But, Legends Gaming are a top team for a reason in our region. The excellent communication that they have, Genome, and, having such faith in each and every teammate, as you can see, send off Easy Flash to, try and get the 1v1. Obviously, they didn't solidify the knock there, but getting the win after all, that's so fine. Their communication is just absolutely insane. They were able to control most of that space, and it's always difficult to drop off the top of that building because those other 2 teams had rocks and everything as protection, but they just managed to push them away and get the win. And you can see that this team is just unstoppable at this point.
It's pretty nuts, isn't it, how much better they seem to be than the rest of APAC South right now. I mean, we were looking at that global tier list rankings before, and sure, it's the opinion of a couple of people out there making those votes, but I don't think they're far off. If anything, they genuinely are one of the best teams in the world, and with a position with a performance like this, you can see exactly why. A 21-point game for Legends Gaming, and that will move them pretty close to the top of the scoreboard, I can imagine.
Yeah, well, there you go, Legends Gaming. You got 9 kills, so that's an extra thing on top of the win for them. SWQ struggling today, I feel, Genome. They are quite dominant, I find, on Storm Point, but for them to sort of get quite high up on a World's Edge map is very exciting to see for this team, getting 7 kills as well. Bear Claw have been doing an excellent job overall, I guess, throughout this whole split. But yeah, I think they climb a couple of points there, but as we can see, Legends Gaming back on top, Genome, where they usually are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely surprised Bear Claw didn't get more out of that game, honestly. I mean, as we were talking about, they controlled the space so well there under the Raven. But it gets them into 8th spot, and there's a little bit of gap as we go there up to the top 5, and honestly, the top 3 positions are where you tend to get the most split points. And make a difference to that sort of end of split scoreboard. So yeah, look, Legends Gaming putting themselves on top and peaking at just the right time, it seems.
Yeah, that was only just, match number 5. Is it going to be another win for them again? They've gotten so many so far. They're always getting those 25 series points, which is why they're at, I think, currently 99, almost that triple digits. So this could, again, be another Legends win. Obviously, Evo's Predator, we've been talking about them today. Excellent job from the whole team. They really need to get as many series points as they can because, they're one of the ones sitting lower at that 20th spot. So I'm feeling like this game number 6, they're going to be fighting for life, along with, some other contenders like Heroes and yeah, it's just going to be crazy stuff unfolding. And, you know, game number 6 is always crazy. But let's take a look at some crazy numbers here as we have a look at our damage leaderboards. And look, I feel like Evo's Predator, that's the first time I have seen Evo's Predator join in this top damage today, Genome.
Ah, well, I mean, I guess that would make sense if you look at some of the placements they've had throughout this split. Today, they're looking to have their best day ever. And as you mentioned, they need it if they, you know, they want to jump up 4 or 5 places and make it into that top 20 and just be able to get the chance to have a crack at regional finals. Strafing Flame, putting in the work, and it's been glorious to see this man just getting better and better as he's actually knocked Easy Flash off in terms of, you know, appearances on the top, the kill leaderboards, the damage leaderboards, as this season has worn on. And it's not because, you know, Easy Flash is playing badly, that's for sure. It's just that the whole team is firing on all cylinders.
At this point, I feel like they're just competing with each other. You know, they're already ahead of the game in front of every other team. Yep. So they're like, let's compete against each other and see who can take over for the damage. But that was just game number 5. We're going to take ourselves a short little break and we will see you back for our final game for Groups A versus C. And Evo's Predator fighting for life currently. They're sitting at 24th in the series board. These matches today are definitely very important as they want to try and get into that top 20 bracket.
Yeah, it should be enough for them to do it. And, you know, this is the last round robin, the last 2 series we're going to play. And for those teams in Group A, remember, Lace, this is the last series and games that we will see them play until the regional finals. So, you know, that means that GK Esports not playing anymore after this. Kill Devil, Vegas Inferno, all these teams. That is, yeah, I mean, you know, they do get that one more chance in regional finals, but to add to their tallies. But if they're on the outside looking in, time to get going.
That's it. It's really make or break for quite a few teams, and you know the pressure is on for them. You know, I guess we've been sort of talking about GK Esports and the struggles that they've been having throughout the split. You know, again today they're finding their feet a little bit difficult, but yeah, hopefully they can pull something out in this last match. So let's take it away. This is match number 6 and the final game for Groups A versus C.
All right, last chance saloon for a couple of these teams to get those extra critical points on the board. I was touching on Akuma, I was touching on Virtus Pro going into the last round. And speaking of the last round, well, now they do kind of need to get it going. Virtus Pro sitting in 9th, Akuma sitting in 12th. That's just not enough considering where they are on the overall leaderboard. They have to be doing something a little bit more in the same vein as maybe Evo's Predator are in top 2ing the lobby at the moment if they really want to be feeling in a good spot going into our next lobby later on this evening and having a good shot of making it into that top 20 comfortably. So lots to do in this last game, and it seems to be heading over toward Epicenter is maybe where we'll finish off.
Is it? Or will it pull back to Monument is my question. Who knows? We'll see. Chance of both. But yeah, having a look at some of the teams we've got around here, definitely the ones I'm going to keep my eye on right now. Outside, HKUF and Evo's Predator. Those are the 3 teams that we could be saying goodbye to in Split 2 literally right here, right now, after this game. Evo's Predator, I get the sense that they've done so well so far today that they'll probably be making the top 20 with a big performance and a big jump up in points. HKUF currently sitting in 22, tied on 29 points with Outside the Ring. Those 2 teams, though, it's a lot shakier for them right now.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, both HKUF and Outside the Ring don't get to play in the next lobby, whereas Evos do, VP does, Akuma does. So there's a few teams. True as well will get to play in that next lobby, but they are also having a pretty rough time in this current lobby, so maybe not going to be their day. There's a few teams that, you know, I guess we'll kind of be continuing to focus on. I feel like, honestly, that's a little bit more of a conversation when we do get into the next lobby, but, you know, it's quite prudent at this point in time to be kind of keeping an eye on those things. Because really, you know, apart from that, what is there to play for today? I mean, most teams are more or less locked inside of that top 20. Like, the teams that we're seeing do well in this lobby, Legends, Kill Devil, Makers, Vegas Inferno, they're all pretty much, you know, solidly inside of the top 20 anyway. They're just sort of jostling for those positions wherever it may be. But really, the story of today is about can those teams at the bottom make their way into the top, and for some that will be the case, and for some it won't. So why have started really well in this engagement. Very quick trade goes on to JR, but I don't know that that's going to be quite fast enough. I see down low, half HP, but he's comfortable enough, and Grape Soda eliminated quickly in the final game of the day means that they are going to be making a swift exit from this lobby.
I mean, that was a beautiful use of the terrain there by XD. No evac tower in sight, but still finds a way to use that mother load. Obviously, you know, it doesn't just have to be an evac tower. If you hit any object that's quite high above you with the Fuse ultimate, it will help in spreading out the flames and making a bigger circle. So really heads up play there from XNY will help eliminate Grape Soda early on.
Gotta be in it to win it.
So, funnily enough, you're less likely to win it if you are in the Fuse ult.
Yeah, that's one good way of putting it. Kill Devil also eliminated quite early on in the piece here, so maybe a couple of teams just getting a little bit tired at the end of the 6 games that we've played so far. GK also out. It's getting you know, kind of nuts in here actually. I wasn't expecting this many engagements to be happening, and it's at the end of GK. Wow, for the season in general.
No, I think they're
still in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit of a gap. They had almost a 10-point gap over 19th place going into our final lobby. So I'd say probably not, but
not right now, but very likely I'd say at the end of today they're probably getting.
I mean, they put themselves out of auto land qual, and you know, they're one of those teams who's just going to be joining that awkward middle ground of like, you know, show up or show yourself the way out, because it's really only winning match point that could do it for them now.
Look, whatever. Anyway, we'll figure it out in the next break and come back into that final lobby with a little bit more a surety as to where things are sitting for all of these teams. There's still too many moving parts with all the games yet to play. All I know, though, is most teams have kind of made their rotation in toward Epicenter or in toward Fragment. You have Evo's Predator still out towards staging. They're going to be the last movers. Remarkable team up here towards Survey Camp. Do have a couple of teams to also be aware of that have come in sort of from the train tracks, from Skyhook type area. Might cause a little bit of a ruckus for them. For Makers out on what should be the quieter side of the zone. Probably not too much happening over here. I'm just going to be hoping for another northeastern pull. That would really make their day, actually.
Yeah, doubling up on the zones when you're switching between POIs week to week, and you only get 3 opportunities for the zone to pull your way, and there's not exactly 20 POIs, but there's more than 20 choosable POI positions. So, you know, for it to pull towards one of you is actually a reasonably low chance, right? So, you know, getting even one, let alone 2 zones, is a big help to how many points you're able to score.
Yeah, Vegas Inferno on top of Epicenter. Would love to see another ring go in that direction. Won't be able to get the information that it is going there, though. Evos who are down in staging are playing a little bit of a slower game style here. They're the ones actually getting early information on these ring pulls, and they're going to continue to see those ring pulls go further and further away from them. I can let you know that it is, again, another northeastern shift. So Vegas Inferno will not have to move. And Makers, who were sitting up on that bridge, also probably pretty happy with how that ring pull is going to go. Again, not that they're aware of it just yet. But they won't move unless they have to. And so it'll keep going in their direction. They will be very happy to just maintain their position quite safely. There it is for you. Visual representation on the map feed. 4 teams already knocked out of this game. That is crazy.
Yep, teams they're looking for those kills. Looking for them early on here in our final game. In groups A, V, C. You can see X and Y actually pulling up towards Makers there. You got a couple of teams flying in over on the west side as well. Quite a few teams now coming into contact with each other. X and Y do not get the better of this. Meanwhile, Remarkable team, they're actually looking for this on the back end too. So Makers, once again, it feels like I just feel, how on earth are these guys in 5th place? And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, how have they managed to cobble together enough points to get into 5th place when I feel like every single time we look at them today, they're getting third-partied and coming off worse. Like, no, that's actually an incredible effort.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, but I want to hold that thought for the moment because it's VP versus Akuma, 2 of the 2 teams that we really highlighted coming into this game. Akuma down 1. I think VP also down 1, maybe 2. Pricey gets a good finish onto Walsh, but he is the last man standing here for VP and very much needs to win this fight. The 1v1 on offer for him, spam through, but Snoop hiding behind the knockdown shield, keeping himself healthy. Pricey needs to buy enough time to pop a shield bat here.
Oh, goes for
Has
the res.
managed to do so, and he's even going for the res. This is risky.
So Snoop, though, they're going to trade reses here. Crusader will get back up, and so will Sharky. Snoop, the young player here who's come up from the Challenger circuit and finally got his chance, is going up against the veteran himself, the man who's done it all, Pricey. And now, as they trade, it's going to be Crusader versus Sharky. We get a different 1v1, but not for long.
Balls of steel from Sharky.
Will go down, but no. Yeah, obviously Evo's Predator are there to finish them off, and they just zoom in and pick up the pieces.
Oh, mutually assured destruction for VP and Akuma, but they will still have another lobby to play, so I don't know, have they done enough based on that first set of 6 games to put themselves in a position where they can really push for the top 20? We'll have to have that conversation when we come back from the break into the next lobby, but I don't know that they'll be super happy with the day's outing just yet. That was super ballsy, though, from Sharky taking that peek. He had like 10% HP, no shields. Actually won the fight, but it's going to give him like 1 extra point. Not really a big deal in the end. So overall, enough about that conversation. True on our screens right now. 9 points for the day, 17th. They are another team who will come back for the next lobby, and they're really at the bottom of the overall season standings as well. Obviously being a pretty new addition into the ALGS for APAC South. Not really expecting the world from them, but a massive final game here in this lobby, and then a good final lobby could still put them into the finals lobby in a couple of weeks' time. Seems to be wishful thinking at the moment, and even copying some shots now from X and Y.
So what you're saying is, there's a chance.
There's a chance. There's always a chance. Never write anyone off if there's every possibility.
X and Y really just eating that zone damage right now. I mean, XD's putting in the pressure and trying to buy some time for his team to, you know, get their loot out and get them back in the ring. Is, my God, YC was really leaving it to the last moment there with the med kits. But he knows his timings, and they will move back in. That said, the epicenter call was absolutely right. And it's pulling, like, directly on top of the tower itself. And that means that we've got OVI, who are sitting up the top, and Legends Gaming, who are playing the bottom of the tower.
How does Legends Gaming always find themselves in a really solid spot? You know, what is it about this team? You know, they just, fly under the radar, and then you look into the center of the zone, you're like, oh, okay, there they are. Again.
Well, I mean, they like to pick relatively central POIs. Is definitely one of the things that sort of makes it its way there, right? They went for countdown this time, relatively good priority into an epicenter zone.
Ooh. Okay, barbecue down to 2 for the moment. That very quickly is going to be turned to 1 because Bigsy, he's getting farmed as well, falling off of that hill. They've just been destroyed by MDY. That was clean as a whistle.
That's pretty rough. I mean, that's a tough day for barbecue. They're going out with
another contest.
7 points.
Woo! HKUF have decided to do to MDY what MDY just did to their opponents, and I don't know if it's gone quite so cleanly for HKUF. MDY have got a couple of knocks courtesy of Almstern straight back onto HKUF. It's just the one player left alive up the hill still, to be fair, but will surely have to fall down in a moment and is finished off 10th place for HKUF. 9 squads remaining. This game is rocketing along.
And that, I mean, honestly, that's such a good fight for MDY to win because of where the circle shifted now. They have a very clean and free rotate to the northern side of the zone here. It's a big fight win for them.
X and White sitting on top of the building, taking things pretty slowly. To be fair, they honestly probably do need a bit of respite. They've had a pretty high octane game. We saw them in the zone, taking the zone damage. They've fought a couple of teams already. Now they're getting third party shots coming through. YC luckily gets the bat off in time. It was just spammed through the smoke from Evo's Predator, but very nearly got the job done.
Yeah. As they come in on the back here, though, I feel like there's no way X and Y live through this, surely. And I mean, it's zone 4. We've got 9 squads left alive, and we're about to lose 3 of them, Elfish. What is going on here?
Yeah, it's madness. Everyone just wants to fight. Everyone wants to go and have an early dinner, apparently. Fair enough. I'm kind of hungry too. So, Legends Gaming are definitely trying to keep that mentality as well as they're continuing to push in on. They've dealt with True. They've got Evo's Predator on the other side of the building, or inside the building as well. And Strafing Flame is just not shying away from that at all. The Prowler doing so much work. Out comes the Hemlock now as well. Evo's Predator gone at the hands of Legends Gaming. 2 teams now down in quick succession. Just thanks to Legends, who have found themselves now jumping up into first place for the lobby. And is anybody surprised to see them there?
I mean, we may as well call him Brutus because he saw nothing but their backs there as he just went to town on about 3 different squads. It's apparently easy to be the damage leader when no one even shoots back at you. They're all just running away. That was incredible timing from Legends Gaming.
It's 2 Legends Gaming, apparently. There's a revive going on. Okay.
Was that a shot on the player before they've even left the dropship? Because I swear that Senti shot connected.
I don't know.
So I guess yeah, just hadn't dropped out of the dropship enough to get the damage through yet. Because you saw the crackle on the player.
It sounded like it. It sounded like it hit or something. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Look, Legends, they're frying at the moment. I guess that's the big thing to take home from this situation. But MDY has rocked up right behind them and try and put a bit of pressure down. Thermite Ned getting tossed out as well as some shots in there from X, but no real connections, and so Legends do get that reset off. Slowed down a little bit now, as is to be expected with now only the 4 teams remaining. It's still quite a large zone for 4 teams.
I mean, it's incredibly early to be down to our top 4 here. LVI started to spread out. 2 of them have left their high ground loft. SWQ slowly circling around behind them. They will have to worry about getting caught off by that team. Whereas Legends Gaming are more locked in here with MDY for a battle on the high ground. But wow, no, they do actually get caught off.
The EVA 8 just comes out as well to finish them off. Absolutely dominated. LVI in the blink of an eye. 2 players out of the picture. Looking for that third.
Oh my God.
And man, this EVA 8 is just crunching Vegas Inferno. Out in fourth, Las Vegas Inferno done, and then Legends out in third. So into the final two, MDY and SWQ. MDY very quickly losing one more. SWQ are kind of just farming their way through this endgame. They either ate the devotion. Why not? Just pile it all in on top of MDY. Arcstars as well to boot. That man is not getting back up.
SWQ man advantage now. Just need to calm down, play this a little bit slower as they let Youngling do the damage here with the Devo. Surely SWQ had this one wrapped up.
Yeah, you would think so. Donut gets rid of Algenstern. And just the one remaining. It was always going in that direction. SWQ will take the victory in the final match of our first lobby of the day. That should jump them up pretty substantially. They were in a bit of a spot, but now we'll be looking forward to seeing where they end up on the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, SWQ going crazy with that Eva, just, trying to get all the kills under their belt. That was absolutely insane from them. But guys, that completes our games for groups A versus C. That's our final set of games for Group A. Have they done enough to get themselves into the regional finals? I could definitely say Legends Gaming has. They've been doing excellent throughout the whole series, the whole split, and again in that match. But you know what? Taking it to SWQ to get that win is just exceptional for them. Hopefully pushing them further up the leaderboard here. But as we see this fight from X and Y, just being able to obliterate Grape Soda, which is a little bit unfortunate for them. And
yeah. I mean, look, at this point in time, I guess really the big conversation has to kind of be around where are those teams from the next lobby kind of sitting in the overall standings, right? Once we get that kind of information, we can start to kind of look into what we might be expecting out of the next lobby and starting to set things up. I mean, I'm looking at VP, I'm looking at Akuma, 12th and 14th for this lobby, I believe, is where they're going to end up, and that's just not really quite good enough. SWQ, I mean, they're going to be in the next lobby as well, but they don't need to really worry too much. They should finish top 3 for today's lobby, and this current lobby, and that both, they're kind of locked in for the top 20 at this point in time. So overall, I mean, they had a pretty solid finish to that game, and obviously, not the most consistent of days from SWQ, but if you can finish strong and get yourself into the top 3, you'd be happy with that overall. And a few other teams that, maybe I didn't really expect to kind of be up there quite so much, but had a pretty decent day. HKUF, they were quietly plugging away. I mean, LVI as well, we saw them finish quite highly in this game too, and they are a team that also sort of, I think, flies under the radar a little bit.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there, Elfish, and it's, I guess they've still got a couple of matches left to go, I believe, so there's still a little bit left for them to get it. But you know what, we're going to go have a look at what we've been waiting for, as this is the last bit for this group. And look, they do it again. It's not just once they've won the lobbies, it's been a several amount of times, and they've just done it for their last games for the triple round robin. That's Legends Gaming take out the win overall. It was, I guess, not a struggle for them at the start. We generally see them, take a bit of time before they sort of creep their way up the leaderboard. But in the last couple of games, they always just seem to absolutely come out the gate running. And again, they managed to get themselves 25 series points on top of their already 99. So they are definitely, going to be straight into the regional finals, probably to LAN again. It's going to be awesome to see. But, Evo's Predator genome, that's insane for them today. This was really a make or break situation. We do see them play, again in the next couple of matches as well. So this is a great start for them.
Yeah, I think they've probably done enough with that second place. They move up into, I think it's about 17th overall as a result of their phenomenal performance today. A team like SWQ can move further up. HKUF, they're the team that's going to have to sit here and just bite their nails for the next couple of hours, Lace, because they've moved themselves into the top 20. But it will depend on how the other teams below them play, on whether they do end up making that final lobby, right? And then, Virtus Pro, not a huge day. They move up one spot after after their performance there, and they essentially need something like a win in our next lobby here to even see them in our regional finals, and I don't think that would be a result that anyone could see coming, them being in the bottom 10.
Yeah, and GK Esports as well at 18th. I guess there's a couple of other teams that still need to make their way, through the next couple of games, so they could potentially be knocked out as well. So, but let's have a look at our top team at the moment. Legends Gaming, just no shocker. Elfish, just an absolute crazy lot of matches for them. I'm not going to say only one first place, but like the consistency that they have throughout their games today is just insane. They are just a team with excellent communication. And yeah, we kind of said it before, they just seem to be kind of doing, little competitions in between themselves. So just no catching this team.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 of the lobbies that they played, they won. And they're done now. They don't have to play anymore. They don't have to worry about this next lobby. But I tell you what, if you take 4 out of 6 lobbies, you're probably pretty good. So we'll give them credit where it's due. See how they go in the finals.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our overall tournament scoreboard, because this is, something that, we're used to seeing Legends Gaming on top there, but they finally hit the triple digits along with Makers as well. They just are not going to be caught at this point. This was their last game for today, so they have 100% locked themselves in. And, we have a look at, I was saying before about GK Esports, they're at 18th. This was also, I believe, their last games. So it's going to be, I guess, a little bit scary for them, because Heroes still, I guess, are playing here. We've got a few other ones there. Grape Soda, sitting at 16th. They get to play again. We're hoping, I guess, Virtus Pro can do something in the next 6 matches, so they can sort of push themselves up in that 20th position.
Yeah, I mean, they've garnered themselves a lot of fans over, a successful career in Apex. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why we are keeping our eyes on them. But it does seem like it's trending towards an uncharacteristic and, unfortunate exit for them in the earlier stages of Pro League here. The teams surrounding them, there's quite a few there that will turn up in that next series. Keep Going Gaming, Final Dream, No Credit, these teams that we didn't see in our first series today. They're the ones who are looking to make that big performance and jump up into that top 20, because we will be saying goodbye to the right column on our screen in our second series today.
Gets tough. It's tough when you've been talking all day. I understand.
That's it. A lot of yapping from us today. So, I think Outside the Ring just loses out today as well. I think they were sitting 23rd there, and this was their last game. So I guess we kind of say goodbye to them. But yeah, not after a bunch of cracking games that they had today. But I guess it just wasn't enough. But we're going to take ourselves a longer break at the moment. We're going to get some dinner. You guys get some snacks, but don't go anywhere, as we have 6 more games after the break. You once again for joining us here in the APAC South Pro League. We're just about to see groups B versus C battle it out and try and get themselves a spot in the regional finals in 2 weeks' time. So this is going to be the last chance that these teams get to perform for us today. Welcome back, Elfish and Genome. Elfish, I hope you had some delicious food because we got another 6 matches ahead of us.
Oh, I did. The food was too delicious. That, I think, is going to be part of the problem. You know, if you see me slow down throughout this first game, it's probably because I'm falling asleep. I don't know if you guys get that, but after I have a nice
Food
meal,
coma.
I like to just have a little bit of, close my eyes, lay back down. But it's not an option, unfortunately, unless Jenna wants to solo cast. But I'm not sure that he's going to be up for that today.
Oh, mate.
That says it all.
I don't know if there's enough words left in my throat to pull off a solo cast, honestly.
That's fine. Look, it's all right. We can do this. Another 6 matches. You know, our pro teams are going to be able to lock it in. I'm sure that we can lock it in as well. We've got our bellies full of food. And you know what? We can just take on another set of games. But we're going to be heading to Storm Point again at the start. So let's have a look at everything you need to know about Split 2.
Let's jump straight into Split 2 of the Year 4 Pro League. Here's a quick reminder about our format. Each region is made up of 30 teams. 8 of those teams battled through the preseason qualifiers, and 22 earned it through established winning form, invites from EA, or by being the best of the rest. Those 30 teams will be split into 3 groups of 10 teams and play a triple round robin with each group playing the others 3 times. At the end of the regular season, the top 20 teams in each region will play a match point regional final, where a number of the top teams of each region will then advance to the Split 2 playoffs. Looking forward to the second split, we're going to find out if the teams that topped their regions have what it takes to make another deep run.
I feel like this split has just gone in a blink of an eye as we are so close to regional finals. So close, in fact, that we only have 6 more matches in our triple round robin. So that's groups B and C going to head today just to try and get themselves a spot in that top 20. You know, we said goodbye to groups A, so that's the likes of like Legends Gaming. We got Kill Devil, Outside the Ring, Bear Claw, GK Esports. So we're going to see some teams come back into fruition and also some teams that have played today try and creep their way up the leaderboard. You know, it's going to be tough. We've been keeping an eye on Virtus Pro, who are in 26th position at the moment, Elfish. They have another set of matches, so they need to do something. I'm going to say they're going to have to get a couple of wins just to push themselves above.
Well, I mean, I guess the story is for anyone apart from Outside the Ring in the bottom of this leaderboard, the bottom 10, they are going to be playing again in this lobby. Now, the obvious issue, obviously, for teams like Fruit Salad is that they just cannot make it in any way, shape, or form. Max points you can get is 25, so they're not going to get to 43. So they're out. True is out. They would be able to get not quite there either. So Okuma's like kind of the cutoff, but even then for Okuma, it's like, well, it's pretty much impossible unless you literally win, and everything else would have to go your way as well. But look, there's quite a few teams in there that, you know, we can really kind of focus on and think, okay, if they have a good lobby here, they can still jump their way up into that final 20. So that's really what I think we're going to be focusing on for the majority of these 6 games. But how far down that goes, I don't know. Maybe down to barbecue. Is VP going to make it? That would be a real stretch for me.
Yeah, you know, we've said goodbye to, you know, GK Esports. I think they're about 13th. You know, that gives way, I guess, for no credit to even sort of sneak up there as well, along with HKUF. That's going to be sneaking up there too. But let's go have a look at exactly where our teams will be landing as we head over back to Storm Point. Elfish, why don't you take us away?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Let's have a look and see where these teams are going to be dropping. Who's getting into those all-important positions? We are obviously looking towards, you know, maybe Mill, Sito Station. Those are kind of places that we're seeing teams kind of prioritize. You know, take K for X and Y quite early in the order there as well. I mean, Virtus Pro have got Mill, so that's a pretty solid position. Dreamfire and Sito. Other teams to kind of keep an eye on, I think, for me personally, obviously, I want to talk about Weibo. I want to talk about Guild. I think those 2 teams as well kind of making a good run in this final week. Don't know that they've necessarily got the most ideal of drop locations, but in particular, yeah, my eyes are definitely turned towards the Mill and Sito Station. We've got two quote-unquote strong teams, although Virtus Pro maybe not in this season feeling all that strong, but two powerful positions to play from. And yeah, I don't know if it's going to come together in any way, shape, or form for VP in this lobby. Maybe it would have to come out of a drop location like the Mill.
I mean, interestingly also is that, you know, Dreamfire, who have historically landed Mill, have not opted for that, right? They've gone for Sito Station, and that I think typically has been picked higher than Mill so far in, you know, since we've introduced the POI draft. And so, you know, I like to see that, you know, not going for the comfort pick. They are, in fact, just saying, hey, this is straight up the better POI, so we're going to go for it.
Yeah, and I guess after their performance last week, you know, we talked a lot about Dreamfire struggling throughout the start of Split, but making an insane comeback last week, which was awesome to see. You know, Sito being one of the top winning POIs, getting that spot, you know, yes, like you said, they're usually the Mill. That's fine. You know, they've got a great position now. So let's take it away. Let's see if Dreamfire can keep their, you know, good reign. Let's take it away for match number 1.
Yep, back over onto Storm Point. And I mean, just quickly on that topic, Sito Station and the Mill, like obviously they're right next to each other. So even in that case where Dreamfire say, okay, we're out of our quote-unquote comfort zone, look, the rotations, generally speaking, aren't going to be that much different. The timing isn't going to be that much different coming out of Sito versus the Mill. So there, I think, is a degree of familiarity there, regardless for them, that they can lean back on and be pretty happy with.
Yeah, because you do see teams going for, if they don't get the POI that they wanted to get, or that they are, you know, confident with, in those sort of situations, you do often see them go just nearby, because it's like, well, we didn't get Landslide for Legends last, you know, last game, so they go for Countdown, because it might not be the same rotations, but they are similar if you're coming from a similar side of the map, and the chokes that you have to rotate through, even if there's a slightly different timing and priority, do tend to be somewhat the same. So yeah, Dreamfire happy to stick that one out in Sito Station as we head towards maybe Jurassic, maybe you know, in the confluence of those 3 mountains.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty pull, honestly. You might normally be expecting that one to go back over towards Sito Station or something like that, but it's gone pretty far southeast. Dreamfire are aware of that, so they'll be actually the first team rotating, which makes sense. Sito Station, very central drop location, gives them the opportunity to be a fast mover. And Dreamfire does tend to be one of those teams that likes to get in there pretty quickly when the opportunity presents itself. So they're well on their way to locking down a central position. VK Gaming as well are flying through the air at the moment. And they had a pretty decent week last week. It started quite poorly. Actually, no, I lie. It started extremely well. They won the first game, and it was quite a good win as well, but they didn't really manage to do too much else in that lobby. But, in saying that, they did pretty well in their second lobby, and they had a pretty good day overall. So, we're looking to back that up again today, and see how much further up in the standings they can push themselves. Dreamfire actually moving away from Jurassic Park. That's them flying through with the blue trails. And they've ended up maybe taking a little bit more of a eastern position in the next zone.
Yeah, I think they actually wanted that position that VK were holding on the fence line. But because they don't get it, they will take the evac, go over the top of them, and just trade a little bit of, you know, some shields there. Just to take up a position in between the rocks, which is, like, honestly one of the best rock up positions in this area. There's just so much cover. There's so many good spots to put the pylon down. It's very hard to sneak anything past a team who sits in there, honestly. So yeah, I like this spot for Dreamfire.
For Heroes, pretty well holed up as well. Not going to need to be doing too much moving and shaking just yet. A lot of teams have made their rotation in, but honestly, there's still quite a number of teams taking a bit of a slower approach. And they'll be making sure they get all their looting done before they even start to move. Most teams on the outside edges of Storm Point actually haven't even started moving. So I'm talking teams North Pad, Down Beast, The Wall. Not really seeing too much movement from those teams. Cenote Cave, X and Y are definitely taking their time down there as well. Even sent JR out to Barometer to do a bit more looting. So they're going to come in quite fully stocked aware that they're not really going to be able to make it into the zone and get a strong position locked down early. So they'll just take that extra time to make sure they've got the resources to fight Edge.
Yep, so you see No Credit taking the building opposite heroes there. And Cheeky... There's kind of two options when you get into one of these situations, right? One of them is you can split hold the buildings. That's a lot riskier. You really need to have faith in all your teammates to kind of make that work. And they go for the safer option, which is just to take one of the buildings. But that's why Cheeky was kicking down the doors then, because he wants to make sure that they can get in, you know, have more angles, and be able to do more damage to heroes. Get grenades in whenever they need to at the team across from them. So just a nice little heads up play if you have a little bit of time and you're in one of those areas where there's quite a few buildings.
Barbecue might be into the thick of things fairly shortly. Pop Beast of the Hunt, and Bigsy get knocked down early at the hands of a remarkable team who didn't really have quite the remarkable start to the day. Maybe a little bit below par for them in that first lobby, and we'll be trying to make amends for that here. It's a bit of a risk that they're going to be taking. The risk is actually, funnily enough, quite low. This early fight could be problematic for them. They've lost Kongbai. He's down on the floor. The res is going to come through, and in the meanwhile, Risk will be healing up. So, all things considered, for a remarkable team. I thought it was going to go well. It hasn't quite. They do trade back in the end. Barbecue eliminated. And also, it has to be said, Fruit Salad taken down at the hands of VP, who know that they're kind of on their last chance. This is their last attempt that they can make to potentially get into that top 20, make it to the regional finals, which it feels quite a far-fetched storyline, to be honest, here for VP. They would need to, I think they would need to win this lobby, and then they probably need another couple of things to go their way to even have a chance. Haven't really run the numbers necessarily as to whether or not it is definitely impossible. I think there might still be like a slim chance, but hey, you got to start well, and VP at least have.
No, it's a win or nothing, Elfish.
Yeah.
So it is mathematically impossible, I believe, with a second place for them to make the top 20. It is possible if they win the lobby, but that is the only way forward.
Yeah, but even in that case where they win the lobby, like, I think there's potentially a world where
they
still get outplaced by a team.
Correct.
So, you know, your destiny is not necessarily 100% in your hands. If you could say, yeah, we win and then we're in, that would be better than, yeah, we win and then we might win. Which is kind of the case for VP, but they've got to try and do what they can. Either way, it would, and it might be possibly going to happen right in front of our eyes. We'll have to wait and see how today plays out. Either way, RTG, yeah, we didn't really expect them to be having a fantastic time after that first fight, and it doesn't seem to have gotten any easier as they've gone on top of the Stormcatcher and lost a couple of members. Remarkable team eliminated very quickly after getting rid of a team themselves, so it didn't last very long.
KPG are one of the teams on the bubble here, so they just need like a sort of half-decent performance today, and that should be enough to keep them in the top 20. Any less than that, they do risk falling out. Any more than that, you know, well, that'll certainly do enough.
Wow, this one's going all over the place. It's gone hard sort of southeast, and now it's gone northeast. Big pull, big shift. Dreamfire, I read that one correctly. You remember commenting on that?
Exactly.
They landed in Jurassic Park, then they popped a balloon and flew over to exactly where they've ended up, and they've pretty much ended up center of this next zone. So
yeah,
it's a good read.
That's why VKG, that's why it looked like Dreamfire also wanted that position, because it allows you to hedge your bets, because with the way the mountains are sort of in the middle there, the zone is probably either going to pull, you know, where it has, or it just stays over in Jurassic. And so playing that fence line gives you both options and priority into both of those zones. Dreamfire have to take more of a gamble in evacuating over them, but as you say, it was a gamble that paid off.
We just got some footage of Weibo, who are yet to kind of get rolling today. It's their first game of the day. But they had a pretty stellar week last week. Kind of came out of nowhere, in a sense, right? It's been a pretty slow season for Weibo, but they really popped off last week. It was kind of back to the form that we've become a little more accustomed to from that team. And kind of hoping that that's going to continue this week, although they're probably pretty safe inside that top 20. You still don't want to be kind of letting it slip, and make sure that Weibo can peak at the right time. That, speaking of, is perfect timing from Evo's Predator to rock up for a knock onto Lahim. of heroes. And considering there was a res involved in that as well, this is not a very healthy looking heroes at all, and they are just going to be swept aside by Evo's Predator, who continue their good run from earlier on today.
Wow, like so much dust. Evo's Predator easily winning that fight, no credit. They pushed out of the building just having a look, but got killed so quickly that they weren't even able to play a part in that fight, really.
X and Y on the move, pretty close to Guild. It's a bit of an up and down week last week for Guild as well, just after getting signed into the new org. Looking to bounce back here. Some decent form in heading into the regional finals. Buki actually getting a knock onto Vixaria with the Sentinel. Might prompt a response from Guild. Doesn't look like they want to really overcommit to it. The zone pushing on their left is giving them another idea, but hey, maybe we'll not read into it. Maybe we'll just hear from the horse's mouth. Let's see what Guild are really thinking.
No, they just backed away.
That team's gonna come in either behind us or up on the above. Be careful.
I'm ranging.
I'm popping in a medkit behind the strike.
Do you play for south side here? Or do you want to go?
Well, lots of people
There was
Okay.
no, all of this was free before. In Jurassic.
Yeah, they're all on the right side. People fighting just here. Yeah, we can look at that then. We can get kills here, and then...
We have to be careful that team on our back.
Yeah. Some might still wrap spiders as well. Yeah. Top spiders is running at green. Yeah, wrap. Good right there.
I have a minute.
Yeah. Still have one evac.
You have an evac as well.
I just got a knock.
Yeah. I want to see a 70.
Okay. Yeah, going. Yeah, they evac as we ran through.
Oh yeah. Check it.
Healing.
Starting.
Yep.
Look to the side, because you might be able to still play inside Jurassic. Yeah, it's still in.
Like that corner. They're staring at us from the small build.
Yeah, where are people? Like, when we
Came in tunnel as well.
Alright, fuck. Try to make tunnel walk up front. We have to go to the building. Tunnel walk up front.
Evacing from pylon side.
Yeah, I'm sliding down.
Tunnel should just go the other way.
Yeah, just have to make sure they do.
He's out, peeking out the front of it now.
Make it.
Oh.
Gonna walk up.
It's going back. They're still in that small building, you're like that, okay?
Yeah,
I can wall across me, just play left side. It should be free.
Yeah, go for it. Bang on board as well.
Watch out for our back, you can still shoot us.
Yeah, no smoke for 8. Fine. Just come left and we'll be safe from it.
I don't have scan for 8.
Hey.
I'm starting to
Safe
like
on me.
it.
Yeah. We're good.
Make sure the team doesn't come on our back.
We're getting bang ulted on our back. I'm safe on me.
Yeah, I'm playing a buggy.
I'm safe here as well.
Yeah. They're walking up. We have to kill these guys.
I just got stunned. Fuck.
Just can't hit.
Nading them. They're running at us. I got 100 bang it.
I got banged as well.
100 on cat.
I'm batting.
I'm batting.
They're peeking.
You got scanned on your opposite side.
I'm getting swung in the back.
These guys don't. Blood play.
Good blood.
Nice, one more.
Alright, well, Guild Esports, it was so calm until it wasn't. They have actually managed to survive by the skin of their teeth for the moment, but SWQ rampaging their way forward will eventually finish it off. So that was certainly 0 to 100 for Guild Esports, really, wasn't it?
And it was so close to making like a killer play there, because basically whoever came out alive, whoever was the one staring at the death boxes in the end is just going to have such a good spot in this final circle. VP, they were the team that came out of the tunnel and died first in that fight. And then Guild, unfortunately, yeah, just a little too much damage, and SWQ come over the top, and now they have, look at that, just staring down at the zone, sandwiched by mountains. That is a killer spot for SWQ to be playing.
Yeah, lost a lot of teams in the meanwhile there as well, haven't we? We're down to 9 squads remaining, only 23 players. KPG Solo, VKG also a solo. So there's a couple of teams that are quite wounded indeed. Not a huge amount of cover inside of the sort of next couple of rings. So most teams are trying to keep themselves outside for the meanwhile. But sooner or later, zone shift will come through. 10 seconds or so before that one eventuates. Dreamfire might be in the pick of the bunch. Done a pretty good job of reading this zone. This is working out perfectly for Dreamfire. As of yet, not a huge amount of points on the board. Just the 4 for that team. But they're a team that tends to accelerate pretty late in the rounds. So I await eagerly the opportunity to see what Dreamfire is going to do with this.
I do like their position. Final Dream might be able to play a decent spot just south of them. Evo's Predator have actually given themselves a nice little vantage point here as they watch the teams come out of those buildings. Dreamfire also being a bit aggro and pushing forward to sort of work with the Evo's Predator in trying to eliminate those teams who are coming in now.
Dreamfire setting themselves up. Slow and steady wins the race in circumstances like this, because there's going to be a little bit of a mess as these teams push their way in, and you can see that for Rogers, who's just popped out of the wall straight into a huge crossfire between the Evo's Predator members, and just nothing he can do about that one at all. Evo's Predator are going to try to push the issue as well. They're going to go up over the wall, true eliminated, and they are doing a good job of clearing out the northern side of this zone, which is exactly what they need to do, because they've still got to find a way to make a big cross themselves. Down the bottom of the rocks. Really not trying to push the issue too much. It's going to be pushed for them though, as MXF go down and try to take the fight to Dreamfire. Might have been a little bit over eager. They're going to be shot in the back. It's Evo's Predator that take the opportunity and try to run with it. MXF, I'd be surprised if they get away with too much here. They're all stuck behind that one rock. The nades are going through. The push is in as well, and Evo's Predator, another clean couple of frags for them. Still hunting for that last remaining member, and they found him. MXF done and dusted. And easy as you like, we'll turn that attention straight onto Dreamfire. It just seems like Evo's Predator are putting absolute roll on the game at the moment.
Incredible. Every fight they take, they look like they're in such good shape, but this one is against Dreamfire, and when you're against I Hate the World, you've got to be so careful. No Credit are going to be the final team to pull in here, and I don't know if Evos have got enough to make this work. No, I don't think so. All 3 No Credit members still alive. But yeah, look, the round is closing, Elfish.
Probably a bit too much to ask for them to continue to roll through teams like that, but I mean, that's a great start to the series, and you get a lot of kill points on the board. Yeah, you're still in the top 4. They actually have a player alive who might be able to rat a placement point or 2. That's Fafafif, who is hiding out on the eastern side of the zone at the moment. SWQ is going to be the big point of contention. They're the team sitting inside the center of the zone. Evo's Predator in the meanwhile was eliminated, was found out by SWQ. And have a look at Final Dream's position up on the northern side. They are getting that push in onto the last remaining members of No Credit. So they've secured top 2 for themselves. But now they've got to push their way into SWQ, who I would argue are a little better set up. They don't know they're on the other side of the rock. What? How on earth has that lasted for that long? Eventually the information comes through for Donut, but he was literally just standing there. They were both railing their opposing teammates, but not paying any attention to one another. Eventually SWQ will turn around and finish it off. They had such strong positioning at the end of that game that for Final Dream it was always going to be a difficult one to make work, but look, you'll definitely take a second there.
Yeah, it was another great win for SWQ. You know, we've seen in the past be able to create so much space for themselves. A little bit of a funny tango there on the rock indeed, Elfish, but you know what? They managed to just be able to clear backs and push forward, and this is something this team sort of always does. They really read the zone well and make sure that they have the most room just to be able to, I guess, complete and take that win. But, you know, it was, I guess, make or break for a couple of these teams. Evo's Predator still seems to be keeping momentum, Elfish. You know, this is their 7th game of the day. You know, they played in the previous matches, but I think they got huge kills again. So, you know, they really understand the assignment. They know that they need to do well in these matches to push themselves up into a good position in the top 20 teams for regional finals. So I really feel like they're going to do well in the next couple of games.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily just about like getting yourself in a position inside the top 20 that's like a solid spot, but it's also, I think, a lot of a confidence, sort of momentum type conversation in times like this as well, because if you're feeling good coming out of the final week of the regular season, going into the regional finals, right, you're going to be feeling good going into those regional finals as well. You'll be feeling comfortable, and, you know, the team will be in good spirits and stuff like that, and that can sometimes be overblown a little bit, can sometimes be oversold, but you know, every little bit counts, every little bit of an advantage, even if it is a 1%er or a 5%er, you definitely do want to be sort of taking that and running with it and peaking at the right time. That's the important thing about formats like this one. But SWQ certainly did a good job there. 11 kill win for them. Final Dream, 6 kills, second place. No shabby performance, though. I think it is worth mentioning that Evo's Predator, they just ran through a bunch of teams, didn't they? 12 kills in that game. They finished top 4. That's, again, a really nice sort of continuation of the work that they were putting in the first lobby that we saw today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, they're just on a steamrolling path. You know, we usually see that from, you know, the likes of Weibo. But, you know, they are absolutely bringing it in today. And also, I guess no credit, they're sitting in 3rd as well. It's a team that, you know, we haven't really talked about much in the split, but they seem to be calling these zones extremely well. You know, with the, I guess, the addition of Lux coming in, they've been absolutely decimating in these final zones. Their cohesion has been incredibly well. So props for them, I guess, putting in that 3rd, which brings them to 4th here, 10 total points. So it's great to see them sort of in contention to even push their way up further. So great start for no credit. But yeah, we can't take that away from SWQ out in the lead with 23 points. Elfish, they just had that game in the bag.
Yeah, most definitely. It was the position that they were able to take just outside of Jurassic Park that was what was kind of highlighted by Genome as that fight sort of ensued. He was saying, like, once you get this position, you're in such a good spot to kind of close this game out. And they very much were so. Like, they were on that quiet side of the zone. They were able to kind of take the third parties when they wanted them. And inevitably, they were able to work their way into a strong position in the final zone without too much furor, right? Not too many teams were really looking at them. The most of the fighting was going on the northern side. On the eastern side, they were coming in kind of from like south, sort of southwest type angle. So yeah, they were very chill, very relaxed, and happy to go through and grab that dub.
Yeah, it's something we always see from WQ, especially on Storm Point. They just seem to be able to create that space for themselves. But we are going to take a short little break, so don't go anywhere, as we will see you shortly for match number 2. who seem to be keeping the momentum going. Third place with 12 kills, now in second at 17 points. Elfish, they are going steamroll effect.
Steamroll effect, that is one way to put it. They're doing very well for themselves, I've got to say. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. What I was expecting was Weibo to actually come back in and do what they did last week. Now, eggs on my face, I'm just going to say, because they only got 2 points out of that first game. They got kind of wrecked while we were on the fight to all these other squads. If we go back and have a look at what they were able to bring last week, they obviously just came out of nowhere. And I say came out of nowhere, it's not really true. We know that this is a great team. We know what they're going to be able to deliver when they're on. But the thing is, it just hadn't really been coming together for them in this split so far. And we sort of went into the previous week and we thought, well, they might be odds on to actually miss out on making it into the regional finals if they keep going at this rate. But that's not what happened. They pulled out 2 second-place lobbies in a row. Absolute dominance, really, across the board in both of those lobbies. And to be honest, there was a world it really felt like where they perhaps should have, could have won either or both of those lobbies. They didn't quite manage to get it going, so the consistency wasn't 100% there from Weibo, but they did have some really, really big games in typical fashion for this roster. So be expecting to kind of see that again coming through this week. Now, it hasn't started well, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to at least see, you know, some fireworks come through for this team today. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to see. But in saying that, they've probably already locked themselves inside of that top 20 going into the next couple of weeks. And largely, that is thanks to Pete God, aka Gugu, who put on a phenomenal performance last week. I believe he was the player of the week last week. He was the top rated, whatever, everything, 32 kills, did what he needed to do, 18 assists, 11k damage. Huge stuff coming across. First in kills over the entirety of ALGS for all regions. So, yeah, huge stuff from him. And again, like, he's just such an exciting player to watch alongside, obviously, the rest of Weibo. They're just a super impressive team that when they get rolling, they are such a difficult team to beat in a straight-up 3-on-3 aim duel. I'm waiting for them to kind of pop off again today. I know it's going to happen. We just got to wait and see.
That's it. You know, we talk so much about them in Split 1. You know, they were the team to go toe-to-toe with Legends Gaming. It was always Weibo or Wonton Dumpling, you know, that kept having to, I guess, overchange Legends Gaming. We saw them on the live stage. We know that they definitely can take themselves all the way to LAN, you know. And like you said, we're a little bit scared of for them in the first couple of weeks. But yeah, after last week, Elfish, they just seem to have flipped the script, turned it around. And it's super awesome to see Gugu, you know, get those top player stats because he's such an exceptional player. You know, they all are. So it's really nice to see them get the team cohesion back together and be able to do what they can do. But let's go and head on into our next match. This is going to be game number 2 on Storm Point.
It is indeed, and we are on the downhill stretch now. 5 games to go, 2 of which are going to be here on Storm Point. Yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic early exit from Weibo, but I don't know if it's really fair to even say uncharacteristic early exit, because quite frankly, Juno, I do see them kind of get knocked out early sometimes. It's either, I feel like with Weibo, they either have like a really big game and like kind of just roll through their opponents, or they get knocked out pretty early on in the piece. So maybe a bit live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it was a strange turnaround from LAN, wasn't it? It felt like they just had the wind knocked out of them after their disappointing performance at the Split 1 playoffs, and it's taken them so long to get that confidence back in them to, you know, to get the sails buoyed up again. So can the great performance that we saw from them last week, you know, is that enough to get them back into that Split 1, you know, that mindset, that place where they were the best team in APAC South? Or was it, you know, just a glimpse of their former glory and they're going to go back on the shelf for the last couple of games?
Yeah, I certainly hope not, because, look, if I had to pick, like, I don't know about you, but if I had to pick one team who I thought was like the most exciting team to watch, like if I would just sit there and watch their POV, I mean, look, it might be Legends Gaming, let's be real, but failing that, I think maybe I would pick Weibo. They're just such a fun team to watch when they get that roll on. Sort of in the same vein as like what Evo's Predator did at the back end of the last game, except Weibo kind of maintain it for an entire game and actually go on to win. Like, in that position, it's like Weibo would go on to win that game. That's what it feels like when you're watching them and they've got that role. So I hope that we get that kind of vibe from them again at some point tonight. That'll be fun to watch when we get there. But I digress. We do have a little bit of stoush happening over Lightning Rod, which is not really something that you'd be expecting to see all the time, but here we are.
Yep, that'll be Grape Soda and KPG. They traded the first kill. Once again, we're seeing a little bit of Horizon back in these lobbies. Both of the teams opting to run that with KH as well as Fussy on the hero, but his Hemlock is better. And all of a sudden, it's just Tree Cleaner left alive. And as seems to happen so often in these Lightning Rod battles, as soon as one team, you know, fails to get the upper hand, yeah, they just take the easy way out, and you know, you'll gravity cannon out of there and try and maybe go back for the banners later, or maybe just try and rat it out yourself. It's is the tried and true exit strategy from Lightning Rod.
There is no easy way out, Genome. Winners never quit and quitters never win. All right, that's the mentality you've got to be bringing.
All right.
So Tree Cleaner, he's just taking the scenic route. Let's just go with that. He's taking the scenic route. He'll come back stronger and better than ever. Hopefully, at least that'll be what Keep Going Gaming are going to be trying to keep their mantra as, because Zone's kind of running out for him to get those banners. He might not actually have the chance. It might have to be a solo mission for the end of the game here. But on the other hand, Evo's Predator doing such a great job at the moment. 17 points, continuing to put together a very, very good day for themselves, and locked up at the wall. Zone's pulling in their direction. All things pointing towards another good game from Evo's Predator. A remarkable team, on the other hand, didn't really have the start to this lobby that they would have liked, and it's been a bit of a tougher day for a remarkable team, actually. So maybe things not quite coming together on the final day of competition, but still not in the worst of spots. Probably should still be able to make it through to that final 20 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, at times remarkable team have looked like they would live up to their name, but Evo's Predator have certainly been the more remarkable of the two so far today, and they look like they're very much on track to, well, you know, they're still a ways away from making their first ALGS LAN, but they're not that far at all now from at least making it through to the regional finals.
Good shots in there from Sharky. It's not exactly the most valuable of positions to really be fighting over, and Virtus.pro are aware of that as well. They've scanned that next ring, so they're going to be on the move. 12th at the moment. Again, as we sort of highlighted for VP, it is a win or nothing. They need the maximum 25 points out of this lobby, or there's no chance they make it through to the regional finals, even with the win. It's an outside shot, I would say. So a lot of work to be done for them, but maybe they just don't have the time to do it in. And so we'll go over to X and Y, who are doing a little better.
Or Dreamfire.
That's true.
Also picked up a few points in that first game. They're sitting down at the bottom of that zip line, and that's perfectly central in the zone right now. Ooh, KPG, there we go. They finally do get eliminated. Grape Soda very much within the zone, waiting for that to finally come back around. But yeah, in 20 seconds, we'll get that sort of idea of where this zone pulls. Does it go further down towards Cascade Falls? Do we see it go central, or does it pull up towards Wall? Like, people are all spread around at the moment. I think I like the positions of people like Heroes or True, who are holding the chokes that go down towards North Pad, because they've given themselves quite a few options. And as it pulls, it very much pulls towards the waterfall, towards like the entrance of Command Center and Cascade Falls. So interesting pull here. We're going to have a lot of people definitely coming down slopes here.
We're going to have to hold that thought.
Yep.
Because Akuma looking like they want to get into a bit of a stoush, right? Like, Beast of the Hunt has been popped. So Snoop's looking for it, but that's timing out without really too much effectiveness at all, actually, in the end. A little bit of spam goes through, but realistically speaking, this fight will peter out into nothing. And well, not that it will peter out into nothing, but it's not going to really work out for Akuma, who, to be fair, also have quite a long distance to travel here. And might be in a spot above them now, although the shots are good, and somehow Walsh is going to win that fight. Oh, dearie me. Should not have been able to get away with that one. Trade does come back on through pretty quick from Snoop, but Akuma handling this one okay for now.
Maybe even get the res off. Big Z, he's looking for this. No, he's going for the gravity cannon. Does make his way up to Stormcatcher. Will they go for the chase, or will they just go for the reset? Oh man, that is a... I don't know if I've seen that finisher before, but I love it.
You give him the us in the side of the... You know? Ever felt like that kind of vibe before? It's probably better if you say no, just for what it's worth.
All the time.
Okay, well, there you go. The newsies. Genome wants to stab people. There you go. He's just not having a good day. Sometimes you gotta let the emotions out.
In-game.
In Apex Legends. Well, zone shift, as you can see, as you were highlighting, Genome has gone down to the southeastern side. It's between Command Center, Cascade Falls, SWQ. Could they go back-to-back? Are they set up in a position to potentially win this game again? Obviously, that's the high ground on this side. So if they do actually manage to keep Akuma at bay and, you know, maybe deal with one or two of those teams that might come down through from Command Center, which would be No Credit, maybe potentially Weibo, they would actually clear out the top side of that that high ground. And that would be a fantastic position to play from for SWQ.
I mean, at this very point, Guild, you can see they're scanning. They're like, wait, what? There's nobody in the entirety of Cascade Falls. Currently, VK Gaming are split holding 3 different buildings. And obviously, Guild, they've got this information. So do VKG, by the way. So VK, because no one else was around, they actually had the opportunity to get the third ring scan, because there is a ring console within Cascade Falls. So that's incredibly valuable to these 2 teams. And it's just a little bit sad for Guild that at some point probably more teams are going to pull up and get you know, buildings which are inside the 4th ring, whereas they're only... Okay, now they're moving across to Market. I like this. The scans probably came out there from Bugi, and BKG know that they can't really stay there while the Huron scan and just get 3-man swung on.
Well, X and Y on the move as well, so that'll be another team that SW potentially has to deal with if the push continues to happen, which it will. That'll be the direction X and Y are headed in, though they've been held up now by Akuma. And Rolling Thunder going to go down. Not going to cause too many problems for either of those teams by the looks of things. More of a zoning ulti than anything else. Those shots going in onto Crazy Kong of SWQ. Just keeping those guys honest. X and Y are actually in a bit of a spot bottom now because they're stuck between 2 teams. They're in a bit of a sandwich. Zone's pushed in past them, and they've got to make a decision. Do we go south? Do we go north? Either way, we're having to fight our way in. Surely you don't want to go north. You don't want to be pushing up that hill to try and fight into SWQ. I just don't think that works.
Well, especially not when you're going to have Barbecue pulling up in a second as well. Those guys are evacing from deep in zone. They're going to pop medkits and then essentially just have to fly all the way in. But SWQ are actually looking for it. We're a little bit further up here at the entrance to Command Center. That's where No Credit are trying to hold this out as a duo. And actually, that's where Barbecue end up going. They're going to go straight into this entrance. And they're kind of split. They've got 2 members of Weibo Gaming behind them. And then Peak God himself on the front end. Where do you go?
Well, Bigsy's going to have to hit some big shots with the Peacekeeper. And he has a nice 2-piece straight onto Peak God. And that is the end of Gugu. Weibo, a big loss indeed, but it might still be recoverable. Quick Trade does come back on through. Weibo 2-on-1. Pushing their way forward as well. Barbecue do get eliminated. They still need to deal with No Credit, who's causing a bit of a ruckus here in Command Center as well. And there's a lot of teams moving in this direction. They're hearing that dinner bell being rung. There's a lot of noise being made in this engagement. That's some good shots from Lux. This is going to be enough to save the day. Movement being a bit of a problem. Can't deal with the tracking, and No Credit are eliminated at the hands of Weibo, who have gotten 5 points out of this round. But I think that might be about the best that they're going to get, because there is still another team that they have to deal with. It's going to be a remarkable team looking in for that third party. And that's it. That's the end of Weibo. So again, another early exit for this team that should be putting such big numbers on the board. The action doesn't stop. It's X and Y out now as well. Goodness me. When is this going to slow down?
Yeah, that was a little cray. I mean, Weibo went from having a great spot holding at the edge of zone there to... I guess the real problem was that they got split and allowed themselves to be split by... who was the first? Was it Remarkable team? The first team that flew in there? No, that was the last team. Barbecue was the team, yeah, that evac'd in and caused them so many problems. And then, yeah, everyone else ends up following suit into the grave. But now we go into Cascade Falls. And SWQ, once again, they've found themselves in a nifty little spot. We'll get to them later because they're pretty safe for now. And we've got to worry about... I mean, there's about 10 teams up the top here. As you can see, we're just getting into all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, LGD doing a real number. Onto and that might just be the end of this team out of Command Center. Remarkable gone. Again, pretty early on in the piece, same kind of vibes as their last game. They had 1 or 2 good fights and then they were done and dusted. Perfect timing on the alternator pylon. Dealing with some of that util that was tossed on in, but it really isn't going to matter for LGD. They get cleaned up by the bullets anyway. Nothing's going to stop that. The Grape Soda take themselves a nice little fortress on top of the hill, even a full strength alternator pylon to work with.
Now they'll have a little bit further to go as they go down through the spiders. There's you know, there's lots of cover around the spiders, the crates, plenty of room up there to work with. Won't be quite as good as the SWQ position, especially with some other teams that are sending towards here, and everyone who's coming out of Cascade Falls down at the moment. There's so many teams running straight past each other with barely a smoke between them to try and make their way up the hill.
Yeah, this is a very messy part of the map now, Cascade Falls. There's a lot of teams congregating in on it. Guild Esports might be one of the teams that's best situated to deal with that, though. They were well set up already early in Cascade Falls. Putting fire, third party in onto MXF. We'll finish off a little bit of looting here. And we'll see how Dreamfire negotiate their way through the rest of this ring, because they've got quite a lot of free space, so they've got a lot of ideas, a lot of things to do. Let's have a listen in and see how they're feeling.
我看到右边，
看右边，皮特看右边，
可以回舔到皮的，你如果确定安全可以回舔。有人飞，有人飞，
飞哪？
咱有书吗？给我来本书，有大了。
我有，
我丢了。
扫右边可以吗？扫右边可以吗？
扫一下右边，扫。能不能把蜘蛛杀了，兄弟？要不然等下，我们得看好屁股，看好屁股。我看好屁股。
你们看，我看前面，
等下蜘蛛会打我们的。
我看前面，没事，不用管我。
我看了屁股，安全啊。
哎，我这右边能很多分，真的。我还要去拿点分。
屁股没人了，甚至。
我这边有。
你俩看前面，你俩去看，确定屁股没人，确定屁股没人是吧 ？OK， 没看到。
这边。
我们要吃兄弟，
我们得夹右边拿点分，真的。
你们俩要去是吗？我用去吗？
过来，
我用去吗？
这全分，兄弟。
我要去吗？慢点。
可以来。
不行，我不能放假，我这点太好了。
好。看我上走，抽他，三明治抽他，照到一个，抽他。
视野不好。
88，抽他，从上面那个人。
一滴血。
没照到。
我狙了他88，你们别死的情况下打。
有另队，别急，有另队，他要被另队清，
另队脚下3个人。
我感觉我们得把这边都杀了，真的。
是可以杀。我不去行吗？我这里爆了，死完一队。
我被图灵打了，
是3个队。
底下一队，图灵一队。
3个队，探圈一队，你们右下一定看好。我看清楚。
右下再爆，杀完了。
我给扫。
可以扫，我出来脚底。
打电帮不到你。
打了。
我们下波得贴着，听了吗？我们得赶右边，我们不能让右边上来，只要右边不来就行。
填。
我要输核能量弹，
给我扫。
有扫。我要输核能量弹，听了吗？
有扫在前面。扫。没输，没看到。
没输。给我扫了，我扫了，看一下。
扫。
把他往右赶就行，你们别跟他硬打，把他往右赶。我在赶。
碎啊，爹妹，
我看不到。
狗子130。有大吗？三明治。
我有大。我们脸上有地方踩，听到吗？
我这。
我们脸上
贴了。他是不是下来了？ 我们好像得打压他。
我们有地方踩吗？三分
有，下包往这中间点给烟给大就行。
有点烂。
我们
我要不
踩
先
踩这个反斜我标点了，不烂。
我去了，要不扫吧？
我去。
扫。
底下会上来炫。
不是底下不会上来吗？
他有绳，可能会上。
他扫我上，
我过来拍个大。慢点，我过来拍个大。小心被爆，我拍大了。
他队友离得很远，能把节点真人赶走吗？把节点真人赶走，他们都在。
拆了，把大先拆了。
节点远点100。
我们得小心右手摸上来。
知道。
我在看右手摸了，右手上了，小心。
他在中间。
我给你扫。
119，
跳去。
我夹左边可以吗？我夹左边。
你夹左边。
我给你架
左边有危机，
我加右边。
好，我跟文明架左边。
他压回来。
右边。我们
左边倒一个，别急，左边倒一个。两边都得加。
能补吗？我加右边。
不太行，我远
哪里啊？我看不到。
节点，这倒在2，用高爆了。
5秒扫。
Dreamfire slowly working their way into a great position here. SWQ, they played the high ground from where the survey beacon was very well. And they both sort of shoved VK Gaming into a corner. They can come up the zipline very soon. But this has been a fascinating jockeying of position between these last 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a slow burn, hasn't it? It sort of feels like we're in a pressure cooker and we're waiting slowly but surely to see how it's going to eventuate. That devotion does a lot of damage, but VK Gaming don't actually manage to get a knock. They'll instead opt to take out the alternator partner, and now those Arc Stars nades can start to get tossed into the direction of Dreamfire. SWQ for the moment keeping their heads down and looking to go back to back. This would be a great start to the lobby for SWQ if they could do so.
I mean, they've put themselves in insane positions 2 games in a row. The macro from SWQ is just unbelievable here, that what we've seen from them.
And they're not even really having to get involved in this engagement at all. Maybe a couple of shots from VK Gaming into SWQ, but I wonder if they're running out of meds. I saw Yuling there. Looking like he needed a med kit. Hasn't popped it as of yet. Good look back over. Looks like they're okay. Never mind. So don't worry about that one. I'm just really trying to keep their heads down and try to stay as hidden as possible. I mean, it's a fairly central position for SWQ, more so than for VK and Dreamfire, who will have to move as this zone pushes out their back, and that is happening right now. Beast of the Hunt has been popped by 951. VK Gaming looking to try and get that info as best as possible. They're up over to the bins, but still nothing being given to them by Dreamfire, who are now actually coming around the backside potentially of SWQ.
No.
This gets really messy in a moment.
Yeah, look, Dreamfire, they have to move first. This is not a good spot for them. I heard the wall goes down first.
Yeah, shots coming across. Crazy Kong getting that knock. Dreamfire, don't know if they're going to really be able to afford to find that revive with the zone pushing at their back. They're going to use that shield as a bit of portable cover, but it's not going to get you past SWQ, you'd have to imagine. The only thing is going to be, though, SWQ also now have their attention turned in the direction of VKG, who have just eliminated Dreamfire. Now it's on for the world, 3-on-3. SWQ try to pounce upon VKG. Hemlock comes out, doesn't quite manage to do the job, and VKG will walk away with the win. SWQ were patient, but they couldn't wait any longer. VKG ultimately get a dub.
It's just fascinating how it plays out in those 3-team situations, those Mexican standoffs, Lace, where essentially, you know, at certain times throughout that whole last minute, like one team's in a better position, but then, you know, as the circle constricts, they lose a piece of cover. They have to go, all of a sudden, they're in the worst position out of the 3, and it's really how you leverage your angles as that goes on.
Yeah, it almost looked like, you know, VK Gaming were going to go down. We saw, you know, Dreamfire removing MXF and being kind of the king of the hills for quite some time, like in that final zone. And then applying pressure to all the chaos below, you know, they didn't manage to get, you know, as many kills as they could have in that situation. But VK Gaming just biding their time down below. You know, Dreamfire, I guess, had the potential to kind of sit on that cliff edge to force VK Gaming to stay down below, but instead, you know, they sort of swung against SWQ, which allowed VK Gaming to sort of find their way up that zip, which I guess, in a sense, could have costed them the game, you know.
I mean, it seemed a little bit lucky for VKG that there weren't, you know, multiple bang ults going their way,
Yeah.
or, you know, just like arc stars littering the zip line as they came up it, and they would have been completely done for. But just too much tension between those top 3 teams, and VKG and SWQ will walk away with the lion's share of the kills out of those 3. Yeah, still a few going the way of teams further down the list. Grape Soda even managing to come out with 5, and Akuma almost also grabbing a couple. But yeah, VKG, wow, they've just gone from strength to strength really this season.
Yeah, no, they absolutely have. And yeah, it looked like, you know, they were not going to sort of even make it up that zip. But of course, you know, that area sort of created a bit of space for them to pop up and take that win. Not only that, but with 10 kills. So that's absolutely insane. Quite a few teams actually in those top positions, you know, without any kills at all. Which is quite interesting to see. But here we go, SWQ still out in front. You know, they did enough in that game, I guess, to sort of keep that lead. But, you know, VK Gaming taking that win and a fair few kills has pushed them over Evo's Predator. Insane.
Oh my god, 40 points after 2 games. That is a monster performance here by SWQ. All of a sudden, you know, I don't think we've been talking about them for like land contention so far, so much this season, or this split Lace, but I think it's time to start doing it, because they were 9th. So only 2 spots, only 4 split points off the pace coming into today. A win would be very close to putting them, you know, locking them in for land.
Yeah, no, it's been so good watching SWQ. You know, I sort of complimented them with Elfish before on the way that they are able to take space and find these final zones so well and control it for so long as well. You know, the pressure was sort of put on from them from Dreamfire, but still, I guess, holding on against such a devastating team that are, you know, really, really trying their best to push their way up that leaderboard, but they just seem to be able to hold it together in those final zones. So yeah, SWQ, you know, this is something that I love to see from them. And, you know, moving forward, I think that they're just going to keep performing. We are going to take ourselves a short little break though, so don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back to show you some more Apex Legends action. have it. Game number 2 locked away, and we just witnessed VK Gaming push their way up about 7 spots from having a huge 10-kill win. But, you know, it wasn't enough just to take over SWQ, who are out in the top position at 40 points. They're 14 points ahead of VK Gaming at the moment. So SWQ having that win in the first match under their belt was huge. And not only that, you know, the second game, they're popping out in second, I think it was second position with a fair few kills. So VK Gaming, you know, winning the second match was a huge feat for them, but, you know, yet they still have a little way to go to sit at that top position. Genome, this is getting juicy.
Yeah, it is, and like it's been some juicy performances from VK Gaming as well so far this split lace. I mean, obviously last week they had a dub, and that I think was really starting to show us what these guys have made of. They've had some performances in previous splits and years where they've looked like they maybe could challenge, but, you know, they couldn't quite string together enough performances to make it to land. This time, they're all but confirmed. They've racked up enough points now that we can basically count them in. And looking at their style that they've played so far, I really like how they're utilizing the Watson. Like, if I had to give them a nickname, it'd be like the Kings of AFK. They're so good at just like finding a spot early on and then just sitting there and twiddling their thumbs for the longest time. You know, if they have to take an early game fight, you know, quite early on for those positions, they haven't been as successful doing that. But just like we saw in the game then at Cascade Falls, if they can make their way into the last game, like even thinking about how they just chilled down at the bottom of that zip line, right? It kind of felt the same, where it's like, you know, if they can find a position where they like avoid conflict until, you know, they have to put their lives on the line. And obviously they're no strangers to getting into a fight, and they've definitely got a lot of firepower behind them. But it seems to be that they don't get into those ultra risky fights. They don't get into these fights that, you know, cause them too much problems. And they only take them when they have to. And that results in some pretty awesome consistency from these guys, and being able to make it into those late games in very strong positions with that Watson composition.
You're so right. Their fights are so calculated. You know, they find those positions early, as you said, and they're not taking, I'm going to say, dumb fights, you know, but when the pressure is applied, you know, we always see such fantastic clutches by them. And, you know, especially, like you said, playing that Watson, it's been so exciting to see them absolutely just, you know, be able to come from, you know, 2 knocked players to taking the win. You know, they are really, really performing well. And like you just saw on that series leaderboard, they're third. So that's under Legends Gaming and Makers. So let's go see if they can perform incredibly well in our next match. This is game number 3. We're back on Storm Point.
All right, back on to Storm Point once again. Rolling through things quite nicely, though, is SWQ. Big 40 points out of the first couple of games. That is a stellar start, and look, even VK Gaming with a decent finish there in Game 2 aren't quite holding a candle to that one. But it's only 2 games. It's not going to make the lobby done and dusted just yet, so we'll hold our horses and see how things play out for this final one on Storm Point for the evening. And a fairly central zone pull is where we're going to find ourselves. So not too many shenanigans in this one, though. It might be a pretty hard zone to read.
Yeah, it's very central. Very central, and that does make it more likely to ping pong around. Interesting mountain placement, though. Makes you feel like, oh, that is tough to go. Like, does that go down to Jurassic, or does it actually just stay mid-map?
Well, you know, let's actually just keep an eye on where Dreamfire decides to rotate to, because they were pretty on the money for the first zone. And if they go roughly into the same position, then they'll be thinking, okay, this is where it's going to end up again, give or take. And they're already on the move. I can see Pete leading that rotation. They've ballooned their way forward. So, a few teams heading in that direction. Virtus Pro, again, another early rotator coming in. Little bit of a different rotation from these teams, right? So this zone is slightly more northern than the first zone, I want to say, rather than being a little bit more, you know, encompassing of Jurassic Park. It's gone a little higher up in towards Cascade Falls than what we saw for the first game. And so teams are opting actually to play a little bit more central rather than having a couple more teams down towards that Jurassic Park area, which is a little bit of a change up for the most part in terms of those rotations. But by and large, the idea is going to be the same. Dreamfire kind of ending up in much the same vicinity as what they did, although they've actually occupied one of the buildings rather than the field outside toward that cliff.
Well, over here at Wall, I'm sure we'll get a good sense of where those teams are ending up, like right in the middle of the zone a little bit later, Fish, but okay, we'll take a look at some of them right now because they're actually getting straight into it, and that's SWQ, VKG, even Virtus Pro here. It was VK. Oh no, is that the caster curse? We gave them too much attention at the start of this game, and they will lose a member early on here. Virtus Pro, of course, with the quick rotate through the from the Trident from Milt. Dreamfire going to a similar position, not the rocks, but the building next to it, as from last time. VP, you can't really go past them in the Trident. It's a little bit too risky, and so they play the next best spot they can find, which is, of course, this spider cave that joins that mid-map area to Jurassic Park.
Well, this building is starting to look a bit more like a fortress. What's going on here? MXF down to just Artorias. I don't think this is going to be a long-term play. Where would you hide? Where can you even hide if you're a solo right here? Is he even going to try and hide? I mean, I think hiding is probably going to be the death of you. You're just going to have to try and go for those banners and see if you can get lucky, maybe. I don't know. If you get the banners, even then, how do you get out? How do you get the revive? It seems kind of doomed here for MXF. And it gets even more so with Guild landing on the other side of the river.
Agreed. Yeah, there's many teams that can spot him out here. He's actually looking at it right now. He can see Dreamfire is still looting his boxes. And yeah, a little bit too risky. He's not going to go for it. Meanwhile, VKG also struggling with less than their full complement of members left alive. Oh no, Virtus Pro being pinched.
Yeah.
And as we said, it's a first or nothing for these guys, and at this point looking less and less likely.
Well, yeah. I mean, we were grasping at straws really with that storyline to begin with, I think, right? Like the fact that it has to be a first, the fact that even if it is a first, then a lot of other results would have to kind of go their way for it to sort of line up. But it's really looking even less and less likely the longer this sort of goes on. They haven't really gotten it together for either of those first two games, eliminated very early in Game 3 as well. So just don't think it's happening for VP. For some reason, it's just not their season, and that happens. They'll come back stronger, I'm sure. You know that this is a talented team, the players that are on that roster, but just something not working this time around, and do be like that sometimes, but rotation is coming through.
I mean, they've really struggled to find, their play style. It feels like both Edge and, fast rotate styles haven't really worked from them. Every time they played Edge, it's felt like, they haven't really had the armors up in time, and the first fight they take is often a disadvantageous one. Unlike some of the other Edge teams who seem to make things go their way. It's,
it doesn't seem to be going very well for Remarkable either. Just continuing to run into issues. Actually, a lot of time it is KPG that's causing this issue for them at Stormcatcher. So something that really kind of needed to be amended maybe a couple of rounds ago. It's too late now. Obviously, this being the last game on Stormpoint for the night, it doesn't matter whether you would make an adaptation here about your rotation path or timing. It's going to move on to a different map anyway, so it's not really much of a factor. It's a moot point now.
Well, they're always going to be on their backs, right? I mean, Remarkable team, they went ahead and chose Command Center, and KPG are behind them over at Lightning Rod, so they are always going to have to be watching their backs with that team around.
Okay, Gaming trying to put together another good game for themselves, but they're already down a member. The fight continuing to ensue. It'll just come down to QQ now, who is trying to take this fight in the 1v1. Damage going back and forth. Beast of the Hunt running out. Not really going to matter too much. The shots are good. And it is Barbecue to survive.
Okay, so Barbecue do actually come out on top there. Plenty of time to get it together here before perhaps they run into XMY over in Jurassic Park. Ooh, and yeah, with the zone, it actually does pull back a bit. Looks like we've got perhaps a little bit of a repeat down by the river.
Run it back. Yeah, it actually really is like... It's not quite, but it's very, very close to being a 1-for-1. It's just a little bit further south, maybe a little bit further out to the west, but it should play out roughly the same.
I mean, give it time, it could get there.
Yeah, exactly. So if we were to follow that kind of a train of thought, then we would say Akuma are in the pole position, although
it's really who ends up
in that position.
Exactly, right. When you got
may
X
not
and
necessarily
Y,
be them.
It could just be SWQ again. Maybe they make that late play. They're so good at determining the right time to come in for the third party.
What about fruit salad?
You know, it's like that they've texted everyone else before the party happens. They know when everyone else is gonna rock up, and they're always the last ones. They're always the coolest guys to the party. Like
there's no like awkward sitting around like the first person there for half an hour. I've done that guy a couple times. I'm always on time. That's the problem. And for me, on time is 10 minutes early.
Eating a whole bowl of Skittles before anyone else even turns up. Like
yeah, just me and the party host. Like, stop. This is cool. Anyway, I digress. SWQ have not moved just yet, but KPG, they've got a few things that need to be ironed out here. Evo's Predator being one of them, who are coming up from behind, who they've only just now been made aware of. It was Grape Soda that was causing their issues from the top side. And now they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. I'm not really too sure where you can go now if you're KPG. And it is down to just Tree Cleaner again for this squad. This will be the second time in a row that he's going to be the last alive, isolated, alone, praying to be able to get a shield bat off. We'll be able to do so. You can see they're just popping it at the bottom of your screens, but for all the good it's going to do for KPG.
I think he's about to get logged. He's on scan from Collapse. Both teams very well aware of his position. And there he goes. Topcaps does finally pick up the kill. And both teams, neither of them... Oh, actually, no. Evo's Predator do have this ring information, so they know they need to go further south. They just aren't really sure about how to make that approach just yet, or perhaps whether they want to go through Grape Soda.
X and Y playing the patience game in this lobby so far. Only the 4 points. But it's okay. Good things come to those who wait. Will it come this game? Maybe. Depends on how they win this fight out of Jurassic Park. Zone pool. Where's the next one going to go? This is where things kind of start to get a little bit interesting. It's going to go back north, so...
Wow. Okay, wow. Now... you were saying, hey, let's just look where Dreamfire go to predict the ring. Last time, they absolutely get it, you know, playing the rocks, going down into the river. This one doesn't. It actually goes towards the buildings, and lo and behold, Dreamfire, that's exactly where they've chosen to play. Damn, they are reading these zones like a book.
They got that zone magnet. That's for sure. So, LGD will move in next to Dreamfire. Those are the two teams inside of the buildings in that final zone. Everywhere else, it's pretty open territory, so it's really going to come down to how well Dreamfire and LGD can hold on to these two buildings. Both teams having the same composition, both with the Watson, so we'd love to see it. Both set up nicely, playing to their strengths. Weibo activating a spawn beacon. Hasn't really been Weibo's day. I did kind of cast a Curse Guild last week with my team to watch, and I might have done the same with Weibo this week, it seems, so... Sorry, guys.
Well, there's currently two duos in the sights of Fruit Salad here. And sure, Weibo have just got their third back, but oh my lord, these three teams are playing with fire, literal fire in the way of fuse ults coming down. But I don't know if any of them are going to survive this, because SWQ are going to be looking at this. And Heroes, yeah, okay, Weibo the first to go. Fruit Salad, are going to be just behind them, because there's no way that SWQ let these guys live.
No. Lahim. It's like a dead man walking, dead man batting. Either way, it's not going to work out. And Fruit Salad might be done as well. So that's rather unfortunate. Hey, you never know, alright? You got to keep fighting until the last breath. Who knows, like the game might bug out and you might stop taking damage from the zone. It's possible.
That's true. It is Apex.
I don't know if it's possible actually, but you never know. You never say never in a world such as this. And X and Y, well, they're going to try and push their way forward now as well. We talked about how important this position could be later on in the game, and they have just cleaned house onto Akuma. And speaking of MXF, still alive is Artorias as a solo. He's popped up in front of X and Y. I'm not sure what he's really hoping to achieve with this nade, but no damage coming through from that one. He's maybe just trying to steal away a knock or a kill, or... Yeah, was there only one player alive? Is that what it was? He's going in for that third party.
There's about 50 health between them at the moment. JR does get the bat off, though, so... Can Artorias do it? No, he doesn't. Oh, wait! He got the kill! He got the kill, he got the bleed out, right?
He got one, I think he got a re-knock onto XD, but then it was Guild that came through and obviously cleaned up that fight onto X and Y, which gave him that kill point. But yeah, he probably didn't get all three, you know, so...
That's a decent play for
might not have been as lucrative as it could have been, but as you say, yeah, you take that point when you can get it for sure. And Guild move into that territory, which ended up being quite so valuable in game 1. Maybe not quite as good here for game 3.
No, definitely not. Yeah, last time, you had a zone 4, zone 5 that was hugging the mountains down the bottom. This time, it's much further up, and someone like Barbecue, who have plenty of rocks to hide behind down the bottom, as well as some well-placed pylons, will be looking pretty good. Grape Soda. They've currently got no credit underneath them.
Yeah, well, a few decisions to make here for Grape Soda, so it might be interesting to hear how they work through that process.
Fighting out here.
Yes, down here. Get ready to turn around.
Getting shot from across.
Use this to Ellis. They're about to climb over.
Yeah, but...
Fighting.
Climbing over. Can we swing this? Come swing this. Come swing this.
Climb. Hit him 140.
I got fenced.
Another cracked one.
Queued into a fucking fence.
Left flash.
Blood one dead.
Another one here. On you, pushing your left.
No.
Well, it hasn't worked very well there for Grape Soda at all, and you can hear the disappointment in their voices. They just kind of get rinsed a little bit. There was another team heading in that direction anyway, so no credit will also get taken down. That was at the hands of True. Guild Esports, on the other hand, are pushing their way forward. Bugi down inside all those smokes. Bad news for Guild Esports. Their eyes being pecked out one.
Yeah, they're getting sent on by several teams at the moment. As you can see, Final Dream, who you remember also had a good outing when we came down to this part of the map, are looking to repeat that performance. But, man, Barbecue here, I said they were set up well, but unfortunately the crushing weight of several teams above them is too much. SWQ, they were looking to see whether the south, the north was the play, and unfortunately they got spotted out by True before they could make their way up to that most, up to the high ground, the northern building. And they're just so good at making these decisions seemingly today. SWQ, they pick the time, they pick the place. All of a sudden, they found respite here at the south of the map.
Yeah, Dreamfire, I like this brand of Apex that they're bringing to the table right now. They've sort of played a calculated, aggressive style. They kept one player inside of the building, the other two pushing their way out, looking for some kill points, and doing pretty well for themselves in this game so far. They keep the building maintained, and they also put a bit of pressure on those teams that were south of them. Now that the ring continues to push in their direction, though, they're going to group back up All three inside the building. Same strategy as what LGD were employing. And SWQ, they're going to send it into LGD's building. Not quite into it just yet. Out on the porch. They've come over for a cup of tea, but there's no one ready and waiting with the shortbread biscuits. Not just yet. So SWQ, they're angry. They're mad. They want to take this fight. But
where's the hospitality?
Perhaps the door's been left locked. SWQ, though, actually just absolutely dominate LGD, and so they're going to ransack their way through the tea cabinet and take what they want.
My lord. That was a colonial play if I've ever seen one.
Yep. They just came in, stole their lands. So thank you very much for that one. And on to the next one, which might be Dreamfire. That might be the next point of contention. 5th place for the lobby at the moment. It hasn't been a bad game at all. There's a Kraber out as well. That starts to make things a bit scarier.
They put a lot of pressure on the teams from the south as well. Rocking the odd red, blue armors. A little bit sus, but someone's been grabbing the evocations and leaving nothing for anybody else. That's what I'm seeing.
Well, it is the guy holding on to the Kraber, so I guess if you want to have anyone with reds, it's probably the guy with that weapon in hand.
Actually, no, I take it back. He's got 500 damage more than 3MZ, and he's got about 1,000 more damage than Pete. So maybe he did earn it.
Yeah, but he has a Kraber.
That's true.
So all's fair in love and war. Need to hit some good connections with that Kraber here in the end game if it's really going to amount to anything. So far, nothing. So Dreamfire, just take it a little bit slower. Take a chill pill for a moment. Bone actually is going to push them up the hill, which doesn't look very fun, especially considering there's still going to be SWQ and Final Dream potentially to deal with as well. Papa's been knocked up on the roof. I don't know how easy that's going to be to find a res. Surely SWQ don't allow that from inside their building, but as of yet, no real shots coming through from SWQ. Is this just going to be true to a walk into an easy win? I don't know that that's necessarily the case, actually. Their zone control is not looking so fantastic anymore as they get pushed down past those rocks. Dreamfire can still play inside the building. The wall up here, that's from True, but Grant's been knocked. And they're down to 2. There's no res available, certainly not. Rogers also getting dropped out of the picture, and it is surely not happening now for True as Vixeria, the last one alive. Dreamfire have kept themselves healthy with 3. For the moment, Pete does get knocked back down by Crazy Kong. Final Dream eliminated. 3 squads remaining. They're all wounded. It's an absolute mess. Kraber out here for I Hate the World, and he is going to have to leave the rest of the job down to 3MZ. SWQ, 3 strong. Get it done again. 2 wins out of 3 games. And SWQ looking fine today.
Nice work from SWQ. That is an incredible set of games on stream.
Yeah, has to be said. They are doing a fantastic job at the moment and really finding themselves in a lot of very, very strong positions. And just like kind of taking their time, biding their time, waiting until the explosive moment, and then getting the job done.
Just that confident push into the building, Elfish, you know, sitting on the veranda a little bit and just being able to push their way so easily into the building and then having, I think it was LGD swing on them, but just eliminating them in a blink of an eye. Like this, no wonder this team has a second win under their belt. They are really bringing the heat today and playing so strategically and moving on into zones with ease. You know, we do find them sort of circulating the edge of zone and then finding, you know, an easy spot in the final circle. But it just being able to fight through that has been exceptional to watch. You know, this is huge from them. You know, Dreamfire had such a calculated zone call again. You know, this is something that they've been doing throughout, I guess, last week and these couple of matches. But, you know, it was a bit difficult for them. They were sort of sitting on blue shields for quite some time as they had that zone early on. It was a bit of a treacherous fight to sort of push out of zone. But yeah, this fight from SWQ just could not even, you know, look away from that. It was just so exceptional from them, and they just had to sort of keep an eye on Dreamfire and just get rid of them out of the pack. And it was just easy for them from here on.
Yeah, easy pickings for SWQ, sort of being that last team really involved in that final skirmish, keeping themselves pretty healthy with the 3 players live made it for a pretty comfortable victory in the end. And, well, there you go. 11 kill win for SWQ. It's not a shabby result at all for them. Dreamfire in for the 2nd place. Who missed out, though? Again, Weibo didn't really put too much together. VP out in 20th with 1 kill. VK Gaming go from pretty much top of the scoreboard to the bottom from one game to the next. So some big names still down towards the bottom end there, but their fortunes may end up changing on World's Edge.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough fight for VK Gaming. I think a Jurassic, getting a couple of knocks, and I think Castle was sort of left alive to try and fend for themselves. But you know what? We've seen from VK Gaming, they can flip the script so easily. Yeah, it may be a sort of a knockout in 19th position, but, we've seen them sort of just be able to change that in a blink of an eye and get themselves another 1st place with ample amounts of kills. But look at that, SWQ 63 points. There is just no sort of catching them at this point. They've been sitting on the top of the leaderboard throughout these first 3 matches, and they just get themselves, quite a juicy win with 11 kills. And it's just insane. They're like almost, they're double our 2nd and 3rd position, Elfish. This is insane.
Yeah, look, I mean, they're on for a 120-point day. That would be pretty monstrous. I don't know that I'm necessarily going to say that is going to happen, but the sponge effect is crazy from them picking up, probably what, 30 points on what you would maybe expect to be at this point in the lobby. And just look at how little points that leaves for the rest of the lobby to go around. I mean, you've got still 1, 2, 3, 6 teams that haven't managed to make it into double digits. Another 3 on top of that who have barely made it into double digits, and like half the lobby's not even basically past 10 points. Like, come on. And then even then, Virtus Pro and Grape Soda are on 12 apiece. So it doesn't really even start getting all that exciting until you get into like the top 5. That is a huge effort, sponging up all of those points from SWQ. It surely can't be maintained, but fantastic stuff to start things off there on Stormpoint. And obviously they'll be liking to keep that going onto World's Edge, but it's a difficult task to keep up that kind of pace.
Yeah, it's we say that, but then sometimes they pull out something crazy. But just Dreamfire also moving up 3 positions there, but still, I guess, not enough to sort of even get remotely to the top of that lead. But yeah, we're going to switch over obviously to World's Edge shortly. So, this sort of paves the way for hopefully teams like Grape Soda. They do quite well on World's Edge. So they could sort of pull something out of here. Evo's Predator has just been absolutely doing well on both maps. So, it's crazy to see, them be able to do that soon. But we'll take a look exactly SWQ's journey so far. 2 firsts, Elfish. I'm laughing because I'm just absolutely blown away by how quickly they've sort of turned things around from previous weeks. They were quite a consistent team, but something has happened in their play style to be able to push them just to 2 firsts and a 2nd place.
Yeah, look, it's not just a 2 firsts, it's a 2nd place as well on top of that, and 2 firsts with 12 kills and a 2nd with 9 kills. So it's placement 11 kills. Okay, 11 kills, 8 kills. Rather, I'm reading the placements and the kills the wrong way around. It's been a long day. Either way, what I'm trying to say is that these are not like pushover games in a sense that, you can get a first, you can get like 2 or 3 kills and you go, all right, we won, but like it wasn't that exciting. But these have actually been like genuine bona fide wins from SWQ. Even the 2nd, like they were working hard, getting a lot of fights in their favor in that one as well. So they're not getting freebies. They're not doing it easily. They're getting good points on the board on top of wins.
Yeah, and Donut has been doing the work for their team. Donut, I guess, across the series has been quite the entry fragger for the team. So it's been awesome to see Donut still solidified like top damage. 5,356 damage so far for the team alone. So just absolutely being able to open and pave the way for the rest of the team to sort of do their thing. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break, but don't go anywhere because we still have 3 more matches to go and they're going to be on World's Edge. I can't wait to see how they fold out. We'll be back soon. Magnificent triumph for most, but we just seen SWQ take out another win, Elfish. That is putting them in the lead with 63 points.
Yeah, it's been pretty dominant from them, so I have to imagine that they're going to try and keep that ball rolling going into World's Edge. Let's have a look at where they're going to end up. Monument, it looks like, for SWQ, so it's not, I mean, it's not the worst, actually. Fairly central as far as the drops are concerned. It's probably not the go-to. It won't be the one that you're going to pick every day of the week, but you'll take it. It's definitely middle of the road and happy enough for SWQ there.
Yeah, you know, they're finding themselves sort of fighting out of these sort of middle positions. So, you know, this could be something huge for them. We've seen quite a few zones actually pulled to Monument. So, you know, they can't really do, I guess, their edge rotate if that zone sort of pulls their way like they've been doing in the last couple of games. But, you know, we can see sort of VK Gaming, they're at Survey Camp. You know, they're sitting, third position at the moment. It's, you know, fighting their way, I guess, is going to be a little bit difficult from there. I guess Dreamfire sitting in second at the moment. Elfish coming out of, you know, Epic Center. I think they chose at 37. So a little bit different for them, I guess. But yeah, if we have a look down the bottom, we saw Weibo, you know, get quite a nice spot there again at Lava. So, you know, this is going to be some epic games we're going to see here on World's Edge.
Yeah. Look, we'll have to sort of keep an eye on things, but look, a map can change a lot, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, so let's have a look and see how these games unfold as we head over to World's Edge for game number 4.
Yes, indeed. Off we go. 3 games remaining for the regular split here in Split 2 of APAC South for 2024. And already we have a contest. It is going to be Fussy taking it down Tree Cleaner. It's 1-for-1. Grape Soda down to just their remaining 2. Fussy actually getting a bit of work done right now. He's got that R301 in hand and he's finishing things off quite nicely. Sentinel, maybe not the gun that you'd want in an early game engagement like this one, but gonna give it a crack anyway.
Well, I mean, I thought that once upon a time as well, Elfish, but it seems to be like the weapon of choice, just because you can put out so much damage. You can turn the tide in a single shot with that Sentinel, and we are genuinely seeing like so many people pick it up in these early game contests if you get a choice, which, you know, you rarely do.
Yeah. Fussy, though, seems to be the one doing the majority of the damage, but eventually, indeed, the Sentinel will chime in to finish off, keep going gaming. So
let's just put this in context.
All right.
Grape Soda have Siphon to themselves, and they have decided, like obviously the South Siphon spawn, not the North Siphon spawn, and they have decided to go down, take a couple of random weapons, and fight the tree team off drop.
I love it. I mean, they won. They did it. They did a pretty good job of it, so why not?
They are pushing the new POI draft system to its limit, and they have just won 3 KP from it, and even more loot potentially than they would have had. So yeah, that is a pretty sick play.
Wonder if they're going to do it again. Is that the kind of thing you can get away with multiple games in a row? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't... that's a tough one. That is a tough one, isn't it? I mean, they obviously they're a very good contesting team. We saw them, you know, win a couple over at Lava Siphon previously, but we haven't seen them, you know, as the Marauders taking on other people's POIs. But apparently, their early game rage knows no bounds.
Yeah. Why not? Have a crack. See how they go. Obviously, they're on the move pretty early on in the piece as well, and so into Lava Siphon to go and grab a bit more loot. But Akuma, yeah, is it always Akuma and VP running into one another? These two teams, their fates seem to be intertwined in that maybe both are going to miss out on making it into the regional finals, especially if they keep running into one another the way that they have been. VP, they're still skirting around. I mean, they're not exactly trying to disengage from this fight at all. Akuma may be on the receiving end of some early damage. Snoop down low, but the thing is, Pricey's already dropped, so it actually goes from bad to worse for VP. There's a big trade back straight in onto Crusader. Way now down as well. 2 up for Akuma. And that is it. That is Virtus Pro out again in, well, this time 19th place. Might as well be 20th at the end of the day. And for Akuma, they follow suit quite quickly as well. Grape Soda say thanks very much for those extra points and all of that loot. I'm sure if we could go back 5 minutes, both VP and Akuma would rather have that time again.
And you know what's sad about that is, as we were just coming onto VP, I had an idea, and like I was ready to reach new levels of copium, or hopium, should I say, about Virtus Pro, because I remembered we didn't factor in bonus points.
Okay.
And if VP weren't out in this game right now, they potentially could have won 3 games.
Sure.
The next 3 games.
Sure.
1 bonus point. They could have potentially got 50 points ahead of the rest of the lobby. Extremely unlikely, but still
that's
mathematically
impossible.
possible.
How is that possible, bro?
Oh, it's like...
You are on coke.
Like
dude, hang
30,
on, man.
30 kills
No, stop. I'm just gonna... They're on 12 points coming into this game. SWQ's on 63. So you want them to get to 113 points from 12. They need 100 points out of 3 games. And SWQ's not allowed to get a single point. That would mean... How many... They need 33 points a game. Plus minus. So they would need a 20 kill win 3 games in a row.
Look,
how about
let's not get too bogged out in the numbers, all right?
Lace has just dropped a banger.
It's mostly about belief.
She said he has had too much cough syrup, and I think you might have definitely at this point in time. I think you need to get onto the harder stuff so we don't have to listen to what you're saying anymore because you're capping.
Well, they're out now, so yeah, it is actually genuinely no longer possible. But look, the bonus points. Rarely seen. In fact, I don't think we've actually... I keep forgetting whether we have or not, but I still don't think we've actually had a single one in APAC South this entire year. So they're extremely, extraordinarily rare.
I mean, at the moment, SWQ's kind of heading in that direction. They're 33 points ahead at the halfway mark, and so...
That's nuts, yeah.
If they keep up that trajectory, what is it? 50 points, right? 50 points the gap. They would beat that. So
plus they've got the 2 wins, so they only need 1 more win. And, often teams will get the second win on like say game 5, and then they have to cap it out. But these guys,
so is it just 3 wins, not 3 in a row?
Yeah. Like 3, and then every win after the 3rd win is an extra bonus point.
Sheesh. Okay, maybe they should just win 3 in a row, and then they'd get them all.
True.
Wishful thinking, perhaps. Perhaps maybe less wishful thinking, though, than VP being able to come back and get the bonus points. But anyway. Grape Soda out in the zone at the moment. They're kind of being gate-kept a little bit by heroes who have set up inside of that caravan. To be honest, it's not really a great job, though, being done by heroes who are down 2. It's just Kissan's left. Grape Soda are going to work their way in and pick up those 2 kill points. And honestly, they'll just let Kissan's go. That's fine. Take the position, take the kill points. Happy days.
Right down at launch side here, MXF versus Final Dream.
Yes. Going okay for Final Dream at the moment. Papa's going to need to heal himself up, but the rest of Final Dream trying to push their way forward. Aimbot might have bitten off more than he can shoot down low. The rest of the lads are going to filter their way on in, and the fight inside of the smoke, well, not going to go too well for Asaran. What's the rest of MXF? They just dipped. Well, they're back in, but it's a little bit too little too late, and so Final Dream grabbed themselves another couple of kill points as well.
Ooh, looks like it's going to be a fun little stacks ending here, actually, for us. Does it go up the hill? Does that mean we see a team like Grape Soda, who's not only managed to, stack up, loot up, make their way up the leaderboard with those KP? They're going to be playing from Dome, coming down the hill. I like that spot, but it does kind of depend which side we end on. It's, you know, it's not going to end on any of these multi-level buildings, so maybe it goes out east, out towards where Dreamfire are playing, right on the edge of World's Edge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the zone that we do see reasonably often. I think in that case, often the first or second zone will have pulled even further out to the east than what this one has. So maybe wishful thinking still for Dreamfire. Big Mord might not be the worst of places to set up. That'll be where No Credit opting to land. They've got Evo's Predator right behind them. I don't know that they even really saw them as they were flying on in, and so that'll be a free knock onto very cheeky indeed for Evo's Predator, who will jump upon that one quite gleefully and be happy to grab all of the confetti that pops out of that dead box. Meanwhile, X and Y do get eliminated off the screen, and it looks like that might actually be the case for No Credit in just a moment as well. Savior, he's trying to hide. He's underneath Big Mord. Hasn't yet been located, but they're on the hunt. At least Jack Cute is having a look. Has found him. No, he hasn't found him.
Scanned. They just scanned him, yeah. He wasn't even popping his meds.
No.
Hoping he might get out unscathed. But yeah, as soon as the Eye of the All-Father is activated, there is not a single hope of him living that one.
Yeah, difficult game to make those kinds of plays in. Too much information gathering tools. Too many. Guild flying their way on in. I thought they might land on Dreamfire for a second there, but they've actually opted to go into one of the last remaining unclaimed buildings. You have Remarkable down on the southwestern corner. Not really being contested for their building at the moment.
Ooh.
But teams pushing out of Dome might be able to look in that direction, though they might not have to. That zone pool is going to keep some of that hill up near Dome in play. Remarkable team are very well centered to potentially walk away with a dub.
Yeah, the last minute plays from those buildings can be super tough though, so you know, maybe it guarantees you like a top 8 or something like that, but I don't know how many points it's really worth. Whereas a team, like a spot like VKG is playing from the tunnel side, I think that is a bona fide spot to be coming out in the end games. And if VKG can get that kind of info, they've got the Watson to set up nice and early, so...
Yeah, look, VKG... I mean, they've seen SWQ go and grab 2 wins today, and they're thinking maybe we can grab 2 wins today as well. Keep it a 2-horse race rather than just a 1-horse race, which it really is at the moment. I'm saying that, they're going to actually probably have to deal with SWQ, who are still in Lava Siphon. They're gone to scan the ring. So they'll potentially come in through the setup that VKG have got.
Alright, Knuckle Clusters come in here. I wonder if they've gone ahead and picked that Knuckle Hustler perk along with it. I think at the start we saw more players picking that, and then as the split has worn on, it has dropped off a bit. And at the moment, the stats are currently 70% of Fuse players are taking Reckless. To avoid some of that damage from your bang ults, any of the sky nades getting thrown at you that you can't avoid. And then 30% of people have been taking the Knuckle Hustler perk, which allows you that extra movement speed when you do hit with the tactical.
I'm very interested to see how SWQ are going to approach this. VKG should be pretty well aware that they're coming in from behind, especially now that those electric fences are being tagged down. This is going to be a pretty hefty fight for SWQ. But there is a possibility, if they wanted to, that they could exit this and go north and wrap around. They'd have to make that call really sooner rather than later. They've still got 50 seconds to work with here.
Yeah, 50 seconds, but no evacs. It's going to be an on-foot zone wrap from SWQ. It's zone 4. They would barely even make it around to Final Dream. You know, at that point, it's extremely hard. I think realistically, they do actually have to go through VKG. It's just going to be so hard at, you know, the blue versus purple disadvantage and walking into a fully set up Watson team.
Yeah, smoke's going to go down. This is where Yuling has to come into play. Beast of the Hunt is out, and the damage isn't really quite enough. It's certainly been better from VKG onto SWQ, and they're going to try to force the issue. They are taking that advantage and running with it. QQ, what a spray out of that car. G7 Scout comes out as well, and this was surely not anything to write home about for SWQ, but Crazy Kong is still fighting, still standing, still alive, somehow surviving, but eventually eliminated. It wasn't even necessarily by VKG, it was through that third party. Final Dream coming in, and both teams in the tunnel go down, and with that, the chances of everybody now catching up to VK Gaming and, of course, SWQ raise dramatically.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to run the tape back on that one and see what the anchor player was doing for VKG there. Were they watching the back, or did they come to commit to the fight with the rest of their teammates? Because, you know, an initial crack on Final Dream trying to push in could have been the difference between them backing off and sticking out in, you know, in Skyhook, somewhere around that area, and then buying them time to take down SWQ rather than becoming collateral damage in that fight.
Oh, zone pull is actually going to go out in the direction of Grape Soda, who was the team that was kind of coming in from the dome. They've kind of needed a bit of assistance, you know. It's been a tough day, tough going for Grape Soda. So nice to see a ring pull go in their direction, see if they can actually capitalize on it though. These are going to be difficult rings to play, right? Because there's not a whole lot of cover at all. Just a few little sort of defilades, maybe some rocks, some shipping containers here and there and stuff like that. But I kind of got a feel for those teams in stacks. Like, anyone having to come out of here, not going to be fun.
I mean, I said the dome spot was probably going to be pretty good, and with the south pool, it absolutely is. It means the Grape Soda have basically the whole hill to themselves now. And they are looking down at some other teams like Final Dream, but oh, this is where all the teams who play within stacks are like, oh, this was such a good idea, and then it gets to zone 5 and you're like, wait, was it?
Weibo.
The late evac play might be a smart one.
Honestly, this is where Weibo tends to do their best work though. They have like a really quiet early game. Then they look like they're on the chaotic side of the zone later in the game, and they farm through a bunch of teams. Instead, though, as you mentioned, they decide to go for late evac play right over to the other side of the map, and they are going to end up right behind Grape Soda, who are already wounded. Fussy down on the ground, and the Dreamers turn to the Nightmare. Weibo, they're pushing their way forward and saying, these are some very desperately needed points for us. And just sort of move into that position that was exited, essentially.
And just like the Valk Ultimate, that essentially was that kind of play where it's a play for God Spot late in the game. That's what the evac tower does enable in this sort of situation, but they do have to win the fight first. So it's Weibo versus Final Dream for the top of the hill.
It's an awkward fight around that smoke. Jackie Chan gonna have to try and do it solo now, but might have the chops to get it done. Havoc out, making short work of Final Dream. And the revives are going to be possible. All that fighting is happening in stacks. No one is even interested in Weibo. They made such a nice rotation. They've afforded themselves that time to get back to a full strength roster. This is Weibo's game now to lose, as Guild try to kind of gatekeep Dreamfire and True from making it out of the building.
Absolutely nuts. Look at the gold knock revives as well. Not even a respawn beacon required. It means they're even quicker at resetting, finding positions on the rock, spreading out, and now starting to pepper damage onto the other 3 remaining teams. Weibo have made it to this position with 8 kills, and as you said, their game to lose. Guild have a little bit of a better spot. They can hide from some of this damage that Weibo are trying to put down. This hurt that they're laying down on the rest of the lobby right now. Whereas True and Dreamfire don't have a lot of space to work with.
Maybe this Craver of Rogers could come up with a big play, but he'll just turn his attention with that Havoc instead. It's not quite going to be enough to get past I Hate the World. Dreamfire continue to put in good work today, but of course, answering back onto that is going to be Guild, who want to come in for that third party and sweep Dreamfire away. Done a pretty clean job of it. It's into the 3v3 against Weibo, but look, Weibo have every advantage.
Make an evac play and it wins them the game.
What a really smart rotate out of the chaos in the buildings there. You know, we sort of touch on that. It's so difficult to sort of, I guess, gauge that zone pool, but, you know, everyone's got to sort of set up in there. But, you know, I want to talk a little bit, I guess, about, you know, Grape Soda. You know, you were optimistic about VP there, Gino, but I'm always optimistic about Grape Soda because they, you know, they're really smart on World's Edge. They took little weapons and, you know, got KPG removed at Tree. You know, it was just, you know, a little bit of a tough fight for them, but managing to get that reset. And then they sort of, you know, made their way into the position on that hill. Like you made a good call there, you know, outside of Dome, a really smart position for them to be able to play out of, you know, being able to get a couple of kills for them along the way. But you know what? It was absolutely crazy here, not only for VK Gaming and SWQ, but Final Dream. They not only stopped, you know, SWQ and VK Gaming from getting yet another win, you know, they absolutely obliterated them in these tunnels. They had such a smooth sort of transition, pushing Grape Soda out of their position on the hill.
Yeah, well, I mean, Final Dream are actually only just behind Grape Soda, as you pointed out. Because Grape Soda, in terms of being biased towards World's Edge, right?
Yeah.
Grape Soda, by far the most. They get 75% of their points from World's Edge. That is a stunning statistic, but it's about 2/3 for Final Dream. So both players, both teams really relying on World's Edge to convert and bring them home here, I guess, being the last 3 maps that we'll play. And wow, 11 kills for Weibo. That's considering, you know, other teams could have just turned their sights to that evac and shot them out of the sky. That's a pretty incredible
Yeah, you know, they were just sort of all sitting there, and looking at all the chaos that's sort of happening in those buildings. But I guess, yeah, that evac was just such a smooth play for them. And not only that, you know, getting the 11 kills underway is absolutely insane for them. Along with Guild Esports, you know, they had a tough, you know, position like the rest of them, trying to fight their way out of those buildings just to get themselves, you know, to that spot that pulled outside Dome. So huge from them. But yeah, I guess I want to go down to Grape Soda, still getting 7 kills, you know, 8th position. If they could held on for a little bit longer, that would have, you know, been so, you know, huge for them. But, you know, it's those sorts of games, you know, sometimes you call the position and then it's hard to sort of fend for that spot, but SWQ still out in front. You know, we did talk about no one's really going to catch them at this point because they're just having such amazing games, you know, going throughout, you know, these last 6 matches.
Look, Dreamfire could definitely put up 20 points in 2 games, right? Like, that's doable, but I guess it absolutely is within SWQ's power to put that beyond doubt. They had such an incredible storm point, but now that we are moving over, I still think they've got, you know, World's Edge was actually their first round pick in the POI draft here, Lace. So not only that, they got Monument to themselves without a fragment pick. And, you know, that means we saw lots of Monument zones, we saw Skyhook zones, we saw Overlook zones. They have priority to basically all of the major zone clusters on World's Edge right now. I am extremely optimistic about SWQ running away with this series.
Yeah, and, you know, I guess I want to touch on Final Dream as well. You know, they moved up about 2 positions there, sitting them at 30 3 points currently. You know, I think that's pushed VK Gaming sort of a little bit out of the way. But yeah, Weibo's, I guess, stellar win moved them up 12 positions just from that game alone. So, you know, this is something we see from these juggernaut teams. They just have one amazing game and just skyrocket to the top, and then nothing can kind of stop them from there. So, you know, we still have a couple more games for them to move further up. You know, they're only at 30 points. They could definitely do so and get into those top 3 spots. Whether they catch SWQ, I don't know. But, you know, we're going to find out shortly. So we'll take ourselves another short little break and we'll see you after. Insane from them, you know, finally a win under their belt for today's matches. But can anyone catch SWQ at this point? You know, they're 65 points in the lead with 2 wins. So it's just crazy at this present time, Gino.
Yeah, look, I miss that adrenaline rush of the Valk meta where you're just like, everyone goes for it. And you're like, oh God, are they going to make it or not? And you know, it's been too long, Lace. So thank you, Weibo, for bringing a little bit of that back into our lives.
Yeah, well, I can't keep out Dreamfire. You know, they're sitting in second place at 42 points. You know, you've heard this name before. You've helped them bring the heat last week. So Dreamfire, you know, this team just embodies a blend of like tactical prowess and strategic finesse. And, you know, their individual skill sets them apart in this competitive scene. You know, they're seasoned players with diverse strengths. They've got an established reputation for adaptability and clutch performances under pressure, and it's been super exciting to see them, you know, make a comeback during this split. It's been very tough for them. You know, they were constantly sort of sitting under the top 10. Last week's performance, however, was long awaited. You know, they placed first for groups B versus C, securing a third, and for groups A versus B, it was such a turnaround for them, putting them into 8th position in the series leaderboard. You know, they're just reading these zones incredibly well. It just feels like they're so calculated in getting these zones and being able to, you know, at least place top 3. So it's just going to be super exciting to see how they go moving forward in these next couple of games, because yeah, it's just been exciting to see Dreamfire really be a big name like we know they can be.
Yeah, they've of course they've been there in the past, and they're threatening to do it again. If we have a look at our damage stats right now, you can see that No Name is, in fact, on top of the lobby, and by like a good margin too here. 7k already. That's pretty nuts, Lace.
Yeah, you know, usually we see this sort of stuff from the Legends gaming crew, you know, this this kind of crazy damage, but it's awesome to see No Name sort of be able to do this damage for their team, you know, with the zone calls from, you know, 3MZ. It's just exciting to see them be able to bring such cohesion again for this team. But we're going to head over back for match number 5 on World's Edge. Can Dreamfire push their way to the top? I'm very excited to see. Let's take it away.
Well, the big thing is that SWQ didn't really manage to improve upon their scoreline, so the chances of any bonus points coming through now would have to come from a third win, really, more so than a 50-point gap. I don't think that one is really going to be very possible at all for SWQ anymore. Dreamfire making quite the run in to try to catch up to them. Still 23 points behind with 2 games to go, but that's achievable.
It's possible. You know what else is possible? It's a team playing Newcastle Caustic Pathfinder.
Oh.
So last game we didn't really get to highlight it that much, but they were playing Bang Loba Rampart, which is like, you know, I would say sort of like semi an actual team composition.
Okay. I see your Caustic Newcastle Pathfinder, and I raise you Fuse Horizon Pathfinder. How about that?
Yeah.
Or Bangalore Bloodhound Mad Maggie.
Wait, who's playing? Oh my god, yeah. Wait, Virtus. Oh yeah, Virtus Pro are going for it too. Yeah, damn.
Yeah. It's getting a bit silly.
Oh, it's that time of the year.
Yes, indeed.
The most wonderful time of the year.
To be like that sometimes, and well, you get a bit of a visual representation of what we're talking about up the top of your screen there. Some interesting compositions being chosen in the penultimate game of the regular season. X and Y being one of those. JR on the Maggie. Yet to really come into play. They have found themselves in an engagement, so we might get to see something fun.
Oh, look, I mean, you know, if you've been there watching some Cybercats VODs, then I'm sure you'll know how to make her work at the very highest level. It's not like she's, you know, not a viable character. It's just not one that we see a lot.
Yep. Well, Heroes suffering at the hands of X and Y. Bastion's gone on a bit of a run, bit of a journey. Trying to get away. Is this Akuma playing against VP? Is Akuma fighting VP again? Let me see. No, it's LGD. Not going to be getting that res though. Nice shot from the Peacekeeper straight on through. It's not going to save LGD though. And Akuma finding that res shouldn't be too big of a problem for them. No third parties coming in this direction.
Yeah, let's get Walsh. Nice little clutch up there. LGD, not a game, a team that we've talked about a lot so far. SWQ, wow, yeah, with all those kills they racked up at the start, you can see Yuling leading the pack here. And No Name, despite having like the most stupid, ridiculous amount of damage, only has 9 kills to his name. Surprising.
Can't get it going every day. Rampage from this range. It feels ambitious. SWQ waiting patiently for anyone to rotate into landside, and if they would have waited another couple of seconds longer, they might have waited long enough for Dreamfire, but X and Y, speaking of patience, that's going to be rewarded as Bastion came across to try to pick up the banners, and that was just never happening. X and Y were camping them, waiting for that very moment. So a little bit more loot into the back pocket of X and Y, but it's more so about the points at this point for X and Y, who really are desperate for some, sitting only on about 14.
Yeah, wow, that's not a great way to finish off the season when they're not out of the woods just yet, I believe, in terms of their series standings.
Well, VP... I don't know. What do you even say at this point? You know, like, I want to be able to sell the storyline. I want to be able to say it's still possible, but really, it's It's just not. They're kind of playing for pride at this moment. And KPG is perhaps even going to take that away from them because Wei has been finished off and Pricey and Sharky are scrambling, separating, trying to escape. Trying to get anything happening here for VP. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case this season at all. And honestly, maybe they'd be happier to just get this season over and done with. It's been a rough one.
Yep. Here you go next. SWQ, however, they've got plenty to fight for here. Plenty to defend, really, when you think about it, because they are on top by quite a margin. As you can see on top of your screen right now, 24 points is a healthy buffer over our second place team of Dreamfire. $15 squads left, so we've already lost quite a few.
Yep. I mean, this is kind of honestly how it tends to go.
Yeah.
The end of the split, you get teams that kind of know they're not going to make it, or that it doesn't really matter what kind of happens for these last couple of games. They've either made it or they're not going to make it. And then some interesting comps come out. People play a little bit looser, try to get away with a little bit more, and end up inevitably getting punished because everyone in this lobby is still a very good player. Can't get away with too much. Just like so. Sharky trying to go back for, I assume, for a banner. And he is going to be... Ooh, oh, that's grim. Oh, that's painful. That's the end of Sharky, at least.
Yeah, but at the same time, you see up the top of your screen pop up the respawn coming in.
Well, he's back! He's back! Let's go! Mission successful.
Well, he got
now
Way's
to go
back
for another
up,
recovery
right?
mission.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Like, he traded his own life for Way there, essentially.
A noble sacrifice. Not sure they're going to get Sharky back, though. KPG, happy with the extra point. And they're going to keep things pretty nice and chill down toward Tree for the moment.
Meanwhile, Zone pulling actually towards Mirage à Trois. And that means final dream of the team who sits atop the hill. Has everything going for them. Throwing knuckle clusters non-stop, I would imagine. That's either, you know, SWQ, who's, of course, reliably found themselves in one of the best spots in the game, sitting down underneath Mirage à Trois in the buildings down there. And it's Guild, who are currently partying on the ship.
Target over there.
True. Making a fairly safe rotate in. And did I just see VP get another res? Did I really just see that? I did. You know what's just happened? Pricey's gone down to get Sharky's banner. He's now died as well. But Sharky's back, so we're playing musical chairs, actually, really, when it comes to VP at this point.
Just trying to make sure every duo has a chance this game.
Everyone gets to have a turn, you know? It's like, you ever go to a friend's house and it's like you're playing PlayStation 2, there's only 2 controllers, but there's 3 of you, and it's like next time you die, you swap you swap controller, and so everyone gets to have a turn, you know?
You know, there's probably people listening who've never seen a PlayStation 2.
Oh, that's true. Honestly, I was just thinking about it. I was like, damn, am I really just showing my age at this point?
these boomer references, my god.
Yep. It's a PlayStation 2. I mean, what's going over to your friend's house to play video games when you can play online nowadays? I mean, how often do people even do that anymore?
Don't ask me.
You want to come over to my place and play some video games? I actually sold my PlayStation 2 recently.
Oh, really? How much did you get for it?
Not that much, like $50. I mean, to be fair, I think it was probably worth more than that, but I wasn't like.
It is. It's still like the highest selling console of all time. I think.
To go. Yeah. I reckon you could probably play Apex Legends on PlayStation 2.
Probably. Yeah.
Well, next time I seem to finding themselves in the mix a little bit. Having a few fights this game.
Oh my god.
Might get the better of them in a moment. ALGS just been absolutely decked. And there's a lot of nades headed in the direction of the remaining members.
Look at that. Nades, drills.
What am I supposed to look at, Gino? What am I seeing?
Yeah.
Smoke. That's what I'm seeing.
I mean, might be different by the time we get to regional finals.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Can't see nothing meta. Might have heard it called slightly differently. Will potentially be gone by the time we get to our regional finals. But yeah, I'm not going to hold my breath. There's always potential for other heroes to come in and disrupt that, just like we see Barbecue disrupting MXF's plans here in our penultimate game.
Just bring back the Gibby out Caustic meta. That was the GOAT meta. Actually, Ash meta was pretty fun too. I like Ash meta.
Ash meta?
Yeah, remember Ash used to get played a bit on Storm Point. I think in place of the Valk sometimes.
I think that was like that was about a week and a half.
Yeah, I was going to say it was only a couple of weeks.
It was like
teams were kind of experimenting with it.
The theory crafters kind of came out with it like at the start of Storm Point, but it never really took off. Teams were just like,
I like
oh
Ash.
no, she's actually not that great.
Ash is really fun. I love the ult, but yeah. Give me Valk Caustic, I'll take that. Makes sense.
X and Y looking to take their chances here against Barbecue.
There's chances that are definitely going their way for the moment. Barbecue do get eliminated, but there was some third-party shots coming on through. They're going to try and get the revive, but there is just no hope at all because No Credit, as a duo, have rolled up and finished things off. That's the end of X and Y. Credit, though, to No Credit, actually, funnily enough. They really sort of seized that opportunity. And when you're a duo, it's sort of easier said than done to make a call like that.
Well, I do grab a couple KP and No Credit. They're currently sitting in 9th spot overall for this series, so it's been reasonable for them. I mean, they're thinking about making their way into that final lobby, and they've got a chance actually. Elfish, like they are a bit off the pace, but they would need a very good series to make it to our regional finals, but it's not, it's not completely out of the question.
Weibo sitting in 6th. Just kind of waiting for a quintessential Weibo game. It hasn't really popped up today so far, but you know that it's always waiting in the wings somewhere. Dreamfire also kind of lurking around. Those are the two teams of the week last week, I'd say. Weibo and Dreamfire. Kind of going hand in hand with their performances, and hasn't been too bad from either of them this week either. It's been a real resurgence from both. Obviously, it hasn't been quite as flamboyant today as what it was a week ago, but it's kind of hard to replicate that.
Definitely teams with pop-off potential. That's why we highlighted them this week. And Weibo's position here is... it's a little bit tenuous. They're going to have to push down in towards Graveyard, where VKG are currently holding it down. And it's either usurp them, or they have to go into Dreamfire, who are holding on the tracks. So it's starting to pull away from Mirage Etoile, and Final Dream, who we said had that awesome spot on the top here, hold it down. They maintain it. They take out KPG. And that'll actually be a really good next phase of the game for them, because all they have to do is shift slightly across, and they are able to stick on that high ground near where the caravan is. True is set up in the buildings below them in that little village. And then VP. Which duo is it? You never know. Sharky and Wei this time. Pricey IGLing from the shadows.
Yeah, they're just hiding underneath Akuma. I don't know how aware Akuma is of their position under the bridge at the moment, but VP plugging away, trying to survive, really. It's kind of the name of the game at this point in time, and Final Dream are taking those shots at Akuma at the moment. Walsh and Snoop at the top of the rock there, copying the brunt of the shots. It's not really enough to cause too many problems for Akuma, so they're happy to hold on to this position, which will be quite a good one. They've got a lot of high ground, they've got a lot of information gathering options as that zone pushes its way in. DK Gaming will definitely be in the thick of things, and Weibo Gaming is headed in their direction. Luckily, there's an alternator pylon that is soaking up a A few pieces of that util.
Yeah, you can see the Falling Stars upgrade for Watson coming in very handy there. Converting those Bangalore ultimate rockets into some Arc Stars for the team.
Alternator pylon though disappearing, and so Weibo's going to be able to push their way in a little easier now. In the end, VK Gaming do get eliminated pretty quick smart, but Weibo have other issues to keep an eye on. Wei is going to fly on in there. VP, they tried something. They tried to do something, but it didn't really work out. Wei and Shaq, I'm not sure if they'd do that again. Ended up sort of trading spots actually with Dreamfire. Dreamfire's ended up where VP kind of left off. So that's an interesting little turn of events, but sort of touched on it in the previous matchup for Weibo when they kind of get into these sorts of positions. I feel like that's where they really do their best work. They're a team that kind of thrives in the chaos. And I tell you what, this is definitely chaos.
Well, we said they had to go through that graveyard, but luckily it's not their inscription on the tombstone. They will put VKG to rest. SWQ have started moving out on the buildings, no longer in, so they hide under the cover of Mirage Etoile above them, but eventually they will either have to go up the ramp and move their way in past where you can see the remaining member of Fruit Salad is Scholar down there, or do they try and contest in the village, take on teams like True, who are currently chucking down some Senti shots here, seeing if they could maybe knock one of Weibo Gaming before they grab that balloon.
Dreamfire keeping themselves under the radar for the moment, but dead center in the next zone. Gonna have to take the fight now. Trying to have a little bit of a look up behind them to see if maybe they can deal with Akuma or whatever's happening up there. Final Dream also kind of taking that fight. It's 1v1 now. Snoop, Papa surviving on top of the hill, but there's just madness happening all over the place. Weibo's just been eliminated, by the way. So they're out in 6th. And skirmishes happening on either side of the map. Pete pushing his way forward. Gets SWQ, and Dreamfire are making a run in for first place in the lobby. If they were to win this game, they might actually be able to leapfrog SWQ. Kind of depends on how many kills they get, and there's not maybe too many left on offer. 3 squads remaining, 9 players up, everyone a trio. That's gone very quickly by the wayside as 2 players quickly dropping for Final Dream. It's just aimbot left for Final Dream. Full Strength True and the Full Strength Dreamfire, who are down on the low ground, so have less options, but honestly, Zone kind of pulling in the direction of Dreamfire anyway, so...
Yeah, those are up on high. Just putting in lots of work to make sure all those other teams, like Weibo Gaming, got 2 damaged on their rotates in, and essentially no one makes it from the low ground to the high ground, so congrats to True for holding out on that, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can take down Dreamfire. There's still a team to contend with. At some point, they may have to drop off here. Let's see who gets pushed out first. True, start trying to take angles.
Dreamfire can drop even further down the ridge, which is lucky because that's the only way that 3MC is going to be able to survive. He's got a med kit trying to get that one off, but is spotted and picked up by Vixaria. The positioning is just too strong for True. They have all the cards in their sleeve at the moment, and they get to choose how this game plays out. Dreamfire trying to get high potentially, but there's not really an angle right here, and honestly, the longer this goes, the easier this gets for True as they continue to corral Dreamfire into some
he finds the angle with the devotion here, and just gets them absolutely locked in behind that bin. True, congratulations, winning our game 5.
Yeah, look, it was a matter of time, right? Once True sitting on top of that cliff, Dreamfire, they can't move. They're hiding behind the knockdown shield, and sooner or later, that knockdown shield's going to break. Someone's going to find an angle. It's made worse, obviously, by the fact that this guy with the devotion, but regardless of what gun that ends up being, that's a pretty dead Dreamfire. The positioning was just too strong for True, and they get every every option, right? When you have all of those options, it's just so much easier. You get to be proactive. You get to choose when the fight happens. And Dreamfire, they are forced to kind of take the fight on someone else's terms, and that's never fun.
Yeah, that's so true. They sort of sat in that middle ledge for a little bit, but, decided, I guess, to drop down, to, get themselves some kills, but, popped the evac, but found it difficult to sort of get back to their position, which I guess allowed True just to kind of sit, idly by above them. Was it the play? I do know Dreamfire sort of want to get some more kills to try and overtake SWQ at this point. But, I guess it could have cost them the win from that position there. But yeah, True moved up about 4 spots. This is a team we haven't really spoken about too much, Elfish. They sort of came through CC and then, joined the likes of the Pro League. So it is, a tough sort of spot for them to be in amongst all these crazy teams. But that was I believe, one of their first wins in this whole split.
Well, you take it. It may be a little bit better late than never kind of a situation. And I don't think you'd probably be wrong there, if I'm being honest, Lace. I don't know that I've seen them win any in the days that I've been covering. And I know that they were obviously one of the teams that sort of struggled a little bit more so, just generally speaking, obviously being one of the newer additions to this split of ALGS. So it's good, right? Like, it's a good confidence builder. And obviously a tough season, yes, but if you finish strong, which they obviously have, second last game, you get yourself a dub. It's something to take away from the split and say, well, we achieved something, and if we can come back next split, we continue to build on that foundation, and that's kind of what this is all about, right? Where we don't just want to see the same teams, same players performing day in, day out. You do kind of want to see some fresh blood coming through and causing a bit of a ruckus, because that will be the next generation of players here in ALGS.
Yeah, that's it. We always sort of cycle through a couple of teams and they leave us for NA, but then we get some new contenders coming on through. And, it's amazing for True to get themselves their win with 5 kills under their belt. Again, with Dreamfire in second position, still sort of keeping a great momentum, only having about 3 kills. That was sort of in that last final zone that they managed to collect those ones. But Final Dream holding strong in third position with 7 kills. That is great for them. It's still going to keep them in the top 3 going through to the next match. So we'll take a look at exactly where everybody is sitting. And has anyone taken over SWQ? No, they haven't.
No, it was always going to be tough. Dreamfire would have liked to have obviously gotten that win just to edge themselves a couple of points closer, but 21 points the gap between them and SWQ. I don't imagine that's going to be run down in one game. So it'll really be a discussion around the fight for second between Dreamfire and Final Dream. True have done a pretty good job to maybe get themselves into that conversation as well. Weibo's kind of hanging around. One big game as well, which we know they're capable of, could potentially drop them up into second place as well. And honestly, if I look at VK Gaming, I'm thinking, oh man, it's just another VK Gaming series, isn't it? Where they have one really banger game. They get that dub in game 2, and then haven't really got too many more points off of that, and they're on 33 total, so
yeah,
been a bit of a slower day for them.
Yeah, and if Final Dream, if I've done my maths correctly, if they can just keep this third place position, not even second, not even first, they should get enough points to put themselves in the top 20, because GK Esports, HKF, they're sort of out of the game at the moment, 47-45, and if they could just keep this third place, gets them, 18, puts them at 51, which puts them in the top 20 from 23rd place. So they need to go into this game and just keep, I guess, the same sort of energy that they've had throughout the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's good to see. Obviously, you're getting rewarded for your efforts. What I'm interested to kind of keep an eye on going into Game 6 here is, are we going to see any even more crazy team comps? Are those same team comps going to come through for VP, maybe for X and Y?
Fruit salad.
Or is there going to be somebody else that's going to throw something in the mix? Yeah, fruit salad, obviously worth a mention too. So we'll keep an eye on that going into Game 6.
Well, we'll let them sort of decide on their team compositions as we take ourselves a short little break, but do not go anywhere. We're going to head into match number 6. You need to see this. You don't want to miss out. We'll see you shortly. Pro League. So it is awesome to see these teams go toe-to-toe with some big teams. We, of course, still have SWQ in a ginormous lead at 75 points. Dreamfire trying to obviously close that gap. Elfish, they're going to have quite a big game. We need SWQ to sort of be knocked out a little bit earlier for them to be able to get there. But I want Elfish to take us through some wonderful legends and how our teams are, playing whatever the heck they want to play.
I can't believe you've done me like this. Yeah, take a look at the team comps from this series so far on World's Edge. Now, obviously, there's quite a lot of teams playing fairly standard. It's either the Watson or the Fuse that's going to be getting chosen for the most part. I mean, Horizon in there as a little bit of a float, but I mean, we had a Loba at some point. I didn't really notice that one. Maggie in there somewhere. Obviously, Newcastle, Corsic, and Pathfinder getting picked up in that last game. A couple of interesting out there compositions in that previous game, and I'll just have a little quick peek and see if we've got anything coming through for this next game. The teams are picking their comps right as we speak, and well, we'll have to wait another 10 or 15 seconds before we get there, but I do imagine that there's going to be another couple of teams that will throw something a little bit different into the mix. I can already see Fuse, Horizon, Lifeline? Surely not a Lifeline coming through here from VP.
Vantage. Surely not a Vantage.
Okay.
Like, I'm not even Lifeline. That's not even surprising to me. Lifeline has had some crazy changes. Rev, I'm not even surprised by Rev, but Vantage, never in my life have I seen that, Elfish.
Yeah, I'm kind of... I'm boggled. Mind boggled. Pathfinder Revenant Vantage is the comp that Fruit Salad are going to run. So that's where that's all coming from, just for those that are wondering. It's going to be an interesting game. What more can I say?
I said, look, we saw an Octane last week, and I got super excited. I want more Octanes, but that's fine. Or even more Mad Maggies, so I can say that I played in the game. But you know what? We're going to obviously, see how these teams sort of go and play out. But guys, this is it. This is the final game for our triple round robin, match number 6. Let's take it away.
Final game of the regular split here, and it's groups B and C to take us through to the finish line, I suppose, is kind of where we're looking at, right? But for some teams, it'll be the finish line, and for some teams, it will be really one step on that pathway that they have for what could be a potentially pretty big couple of months, right? And if they can do well here in APAC South, go and play internationally, a couple of international tournaments coming up fairly soon. So there's every possibility that a few of these teams are going to be able to attend multiple, and that is always a fun place to be.
Yeah, looking a couple of fun compositions coming through, as well as you guys were highlighting. Fruit Salad have been the ones just trying to, give every legend their due. Switching it across with that Vantage pick out here. That must be, I don't know if it's the only time, but it's definitely one of the first times we've ever seen a Vantage picked in professional Apex Legends competition. Wild stuff, and I mean, it does seem like a little bit of self-interest that the voice actor from Mad Maggie is saying that we should have more Mad Maggie in the game, but that's just me.
No bias. Of course. Well, I'm going to be keeping my eyes glued on Fruit Salad and see what they're going to be able to do. Already finding themselves in a fight. Ula down low needs to pop a bat.
Trying to get their Evos done the old-fashioned way here.
A new level means it's upgrade time for the killing machine. That's me. Picked an upgrade, friends.
Pathfinder's back.
Perfect time for the
He's back and he's ready to yap.
Voice lines there, yeah. They're chasing up to MXF at the moment, by the way, who are in a state of disrepair, I guess. That's one way to put it. And they're also getting looked at by several other teams in the area. Just like last time we had a similar circle to this Elfish, many teams will pull up very, very quickly to this area, to the train station, to Grandma's house, and try and find their spots.
I'll tell you what, if there's one team that I don't really want to be chased by, it probably is a team featuring Revenant and Pathfinder, because, what are you going to do, really, at that point? They're going to catch you. They're going to get you eventually, and they have. MXF have been chased to the ends of the earth, it really feels like, but Fruit Salad have found their mark. It's onto Scholar. Doesn't quite survive. The across and might not survive to get revived either.
This is the problem. This is the problem when you don't have Bangalore. All of a sudden, it becomes very hard to shield yourself from other teams. I mean, if you're the hunter, it's fine. But if you're the hunted, this team composition doesn't provide you with quite as much flexibility.
Yeah, got to be on the front foot rather than the back foot. That's for sure. They've already provided us a bit of fun. And I'm sure there's more where that came from for Fruit Salad. Seeming to be quite mobile at the moment. Moving over to no crit. No credit even. Jeez.
I think you've gone back about 15 years in terms of FPS games.
I swear there's a team called No Crit in something. Was there a team called No Crit in ALGS at one point?
I don't remember there being one in
Style?
ALGS, no.
It could be another game. I mean, I do a lot of different games, so it could be another one, but... Anyway, no credit. Just took a couple of the leathers out, you know? You can't blame me. Just like E-Data right here.
Yup.
That could be us.
It's silly season here in Apex Legends, apparently for the casters, as well as the team compositions.
Sometimes you gotta have fun.
Yeah, LGD Gaming, I mean, that's a team that they started off our split very well. And then it has been, unfortunately, a little bit of a downfall after there. They should, you know, quite easily be making our regional finals, but unless they go big here in this final game, you know, I'm not sure if auto qual for LAN is on the table for these guys who have honestly been one of the most well-supported teams in ALGS. The amount of fans that turn up physically anywhere in the world, doesn't matter where you're holding these lands, they will be there to support Feiju and his crew.
That will be the end of LGD for the night, as they were just finished off in 18th place. And Final Dream working their way toward the next zone, which is a bit of a northern shift. SWQ have ended up in the house that very often gets fought over. I'm not really contesting them for it this time around, though. So I wonder if there's another dub in here for SWQ. I mean, we obviously would be kind of excited to see that, right? 3 in 1 night. Bonus point. I think would that be the first time that we've seen a bonus point since that rule got added?
Yep,
so
correct.
It's on offer in the final night of this split. Shriekling going to pop Beast of the Hunt, do a bit of scouting as he flies through the air.
Yeah, it's always an interesting option. It's like a budget Valk ult. Or Valk passive, I guess, when you're going for these, just so you can see the other members. But obviously they're opting to take that fight immediately.
Yeah, it's usually pretty hard when you just landed to actually have a favorable fight, but that was nice! Indeed, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to keep going gaming back into the mix, but
it is. It is. Yeah, let's go. The super glide actually coming out very useful there, but we do see Virtus Pro pull up, and the reses haven't come out yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue, isn't it? You know, you can do everything right as an individual, but teammates go down. There's, you know, only so much you can really achieve, and you have to sort of just back off there, because that third party is always going to be coming through, especially, you know, when the lobby is as full as it is still. VP, their story is probably done for today alongside KPG, but at least still getting some work in there.
KH saw it coming early enough to get out, so he does maintain position to Rat. Potentially going to wait for VP. He's probably going to hope that they just pull out like an evac, go over, and we can grab the banners. Bit of fighting on the edge of the ring on the other side. This is in Epicenter, X and Y, Weibo Gaming. I mean, Weibo's chances, you know, sitting in 12th spot. Like, this is That's still within that striking range.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to see them kind of come into the regional finals and kind of pop off, bring their best, bring their A game. Imagine we get an A game day from Legends, from Weibo, from VK Gaming. These kinds of teams that can really put together big games. Dreamfire as well.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see how those kind of teams perform in the regional finals as well, right? Like, are they the team that shows up even better when all your chips are in?
Yeah, I mean, I would say actually at a general rule, I feel most teams that did really well in the regular split often kind of fall off a little bit in the regional final. Almost like infamously, like I find when I think back to like when Reignite was here, a lot of the times, if you remember, they really struggled in those regional finals. Yeah, I think the only exception really being Moist. I remember Moist kind of leveling up actually.
Yeah, and that would go all the way up into LAN as well, right? Like, I mean, they would be an okay group stage team, and then they'd be phenomenal in the winners bracket, and maybe fall off just a touch in the finals, but usually still be doing pretty well. So it was, yeah, I mean, that was, I think, in previous metas, that was a bit reflective of whether you were a zone team or an edge team. But that paradigm has changed. Yep. So maybe that will be changing in a couple of weeks. Then again, we don't even know what the meta is going to be like for regional finals. That's the crazy part.
No more bang. No more bang. Maybe no more blood.
Oh, she's still in there. Yeah, no more blood. Yeah, that's maybe the more likely option, I think. But the question just becomes, which scan character will we replace them with?
Yeah. We'll get to that when we get to that. For now, just have to finish this game off. And X and Y have set themselves up towards survey camp. They're just keeping an eye on True, who's sitting across from them in the other building. The ring, as we can see, pulling over towards Skyhook.
Ooh,
it's going to end up being a Skyhook finish. It is.
Okay, now
maybe there's a last-ditch effort in there from VP.
That's very different. I mean, all the zones, I guess having a look at that sort of second zone, you may have predicted that. We weren't paying that much attention to it, I suppose, at the time, but compared to the other ones that stuck out like this, it's yeah, it's quite different. It won't be ending up on that more middle portion of World's Edge here. And that means these guys got to duke it out because they got to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, well, X and Y have decided that they want to take matters into their own hands. They could have just exited. They didn't even really need to be taking this fight, but they've decided to do that. And look who is coming in for a party. They've been invited. It is going to be Weibo to finish off True. And potentially X and Y as well, but they've also kind of got to be a little bit wary because they've got Barbecue coming in from the northern side as well. All of a sudden, Survey Camp just becomes madness, chaos, really, and Weibo might actually be on the receiving end of it. No, those shots were actually into X and Y, who were eliminated. Now Barbecue copping a huge chunk of damage as Jackie Chan try and combine with Bobo to grab that initial knock. Pete God has gone down. Chan might have to get it done himself. The heals are happening elsewhere, and that's it. Barbecue down and out. They should not have taken that challenge against Weibo Gaming, but they weren't to know. And that'll be some good, nice points on offer for Weibo, who go up to 47. And also clear out Survey Camp right on time. Zone pushing now.
Nice to have the gold knock there, just to give you that extra buffer of health as you're being chased in by the zone, but luckily no one holding out the tunnel. VKG have decided to go further into Skyhook, so that's very fortuitous there for Weibo Gaming.
VP looking nice and healthy. This would be bittersweet, you know, if VP would win this game. Like, it's almost better if you don't win this game as VP, because it just doesn't matter. But maybe they can have some fun on their way out. Won't be seeing them in the regional finals.
Kind of bring a different meaning to Pride Before the Fall.
Well, the Heroes are going to push their way into the tunnel, and look who's waiting for them. Maybe not a whole lot of resistance, honestly. This alternate doing some real work, and Akuma have been swept aside as well. I'd say that's probably the last we'll see of Akuma. as they perhaps have not gotten quite to the mark that they needed to today to make it to the regional finals.
Okay, so SWQ go in against Dreamfire.
Well, they try to. Haven't actually committed to pushing through the door just yet. To be fair, it is a bit of a choke point. Up on the roof, the fight is happening. Crazy Kong's gone down. That wasn't what SWQ were expecting at all, and so now they've got the building control. They've got inside the building, but it is just Donut that is alive. He's trying to dump down grenades as much as possible to keep himself safe, but not going to be safe at the hands of Dreamfire.
Oh my. Okay, Dreamfire. They've still got they've got a very hard rotate into the next part of the circle. They've obviously got to go all the way around the outside. I doubt they really want to go through the tunnel. They could try and blue their way past Heroes, but that's a tough ask. Heroes actually, they scanned behind them because after that fight that they won in the tunnel, they were a little bit worried about a third party. That actually showed them that there was a solo KH from Keep Going Gaming behind them, so they just net themselves an extra KP off the back of that scan. But it also does mean that they are pretty solid about their positioning, whereas Dreamfire now have to worry about Weibo Gaming ahead of them. They've got the first knock, though, onto Jackie Chan, but they don't even worry about it. They go straight into the building, but oh no! Pete doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, Dreamfire, I was going to say they eliminated their next closest competitor in SWQ, the team that they're trying to chase, so this is their chance to actually win the lobby. Though, if things continue to go poorly, if they don't get Pete back up, then maybe there's a different story to be had. Looks like that res will come through for Dreamfire, though. And they have locked things down with the Watson fences, the alternator pylon. Push is maybe coming through in their direction, though. This is a tough building to push. Zone is going to be a big problem. They will hold for the moment, but they're going to have to move again. Not too far. And they need to get to 70, what is it, 75?
Yeah, it's pretty tough to do. I mean, especially when you've only got 9 squads left alive, right? The way these lobbies are playing out,
yeah.
There's just not a huge amount of KP available for teams who are putting themselves in good positions. You kind of have to be a little bit silly about it and just push a bunch of teams to grab that many KP. So we got the light show on over here. On the zip line as well as on the mobile respawn beacons.
Shots coming through from Fruit Salad, who continue to cause a bit of a ruckus with this wild team composition that they brought into the final game. Walking Ula. But it's just not quite happening eventually. I'd say at this point maybe the dream is dead for Fruit Salad. Can still see in that kill feed that Dreamfire keep on keeping on. They're up to 62. Remember, 75... Well, 75 going into this game was the cutoff point. Don't know if SWQ actually managed to get 1 or 2 more points out of it, but let's just say 75 for now is the goal. And that is achievable. That is achievable, especially with a win. Another lobby win for Dreamfire. They were able to win one last week, if I've got my memory serving correctly.
Yeah. Them and BKG with the wins last week. Been struggling, searching for them earlier in the split. Still a ways to go, though.
Pete's in the walls a little bit, but gets another bat off. And Dreamfire. I really appreciate the thing about this team is that they don't shy away from the fights. Is that the final member of Fruit Salad up there? Who even is that?
I think it might be
Weibo.
Weibo Gaming, yeah.
It's a cheeky position to find yourself into. Ula. Yeah, it wasn't Ula. He's just been bouncing around all over the place, I've seen, with the Revenant Qs.
Oh yeah, they're actually... That is a very cheeky spot by Weibo. There's like part of where they were sitting was actually out of bounds, and there's just like one little spot where they weren't.
That was clean, by the way, from our head to world.
I've never seen that spot before. But I guess we also not seen a lot of final, end zones here either. So lots of interesting stuff coming out here in this Southern Skyhawk zone.
Yeah, you can learn a lot from watching ALGS, all the little nooks and crannies that these guys have been able to exploit. We've got 4 teams remaining. Guild on 45 points. Heroes, Virtus Pro. Again, Virtus Pro still sticking around. Still got, I believe, 3 strong.
Yep, they've got yeah, and they're playing Fuse Horizon Lifeline.
The big problem is Genome's voice, first of all, but actually Dreamfire. 68 points. 68 points. They need 7 more to get to 75 to equalize with SWQ. I think maybe your voice is going to need a lifeline at this point, but we'll talk about that after. Pete again has been knocked, so maybe the dream is now dead for Dreamfire. This seems like an unresable type scenario to me. It's just getting a little bit too messy. 3MZ's pushing his way forward, but also will be knocked down by the Rolling Thunder. So forget about that storyline. Dreamfire now just fighting for survival, and I Hate the World will be taken down by Guild. And maybe the big talking point now is, can VP at least find themselves a win on the way out of ALGS Split 2? Because they are in the final 3-on-3 against Guild.
Guild, they
pushing their way forward.
Really just, you know, chipped away at this series. 6 points a game, but now they want to finish it off with a dub. Can they do it against VP?
Yeah, Legacy low. It's down to Wei solo against Yesko, who is popping that bat. Has managed to get it off. Wei's also full HP at this point in time. Thinking about a res. Not going to be given it. And the drop down is in from Jesko. Wants to take the fight. The beam is in from Wei. And the finish is there for Virtus Pro. They'll end strong, but as mentioned, it will be a bittersweet ending for VP, because I'm sure that they have not quite done enough to make it into the regional final. But hey, a dub to end could be worse.
Yeah. I kind of wish, you know, they did that at the start, but you know what? It's something under the belt for them. And, you know, it must feel kind of good just to get themselves a win. But, you know, they're definitely a team that could have done that throughout the split. You know, we've seen them at LAN. They've, you know, been on the main stage, but just, I guess that was not enough for them to be able to take the spot. But Dreamfire, they were just mowing down everything. I'm sitting here just drawn to the floor, trying to see if they can get themselves above that, you know, that 75 points. You know, it's kind of like sometimes, you know, steamroll effect, taking down everything in your path, you know, comes to an end at some point. And yeah, I feel like they just held on for dear life there, Elfish, but I just don't know if that's going to be enough to sort of take the top spot away from SWQ.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't. They needed to get to sort of 75. And even then, you're sort of not accounting for the potential that SWQ would have gotten maybe a couple of kill points in that game before they went down. So, look, Dreamfire should absolutely be holding on to second, but I don't think they managed to make it through to first. It is, in a sense, a bit of a muchness type situation for Dreamfire. Like, they were quite comfortably into the regional finals anyway, so job well done to, I would say, like, kind of start to peak at the right time for them and for Weibo, who I think might be finishing sort of around that third, fourth kind of area for this lobby. Both teams had a really good previous week. They've both had a really solid lobby today as well. So their game is kind of coming together at the right time, right? You definitely want to be going into that regional final all guns blazing. And there are some teams that, you know, start this season well, make it in off the virtue of a good couple of early weeks, and then just fall flat in the split finals. But maybe not the case for Dreamfire and Weibo, who have had to do it the hard way.
Yeah, but I guess we just have to touch on this. A nice little sweet win for VP. Coming in with the lifeline clutch there, but, you know, it's I guess, a bit short-lived for them, but being able to sort of just get this win just to kick off the end of Split 2 for our final game of Groups B versus C. And now let's have a look. We still have SWQ on top. They get their 25 series points with Dreamfire. A very, very close second for them. You know, that last game, they just fought tooth and nail just to try and get themselves into that top spot. But I am so impressed with, you know, their complete turnaround in the last 2 weeks, Genome. It's been awesome to see them just be able to, you know, live up to the name.
Yeah, to, you know, acclimatize to their new third and really show that they are still a team to be feared in APAC South. But, you know, SWQ, I love that they've won today. It was an amazing storm point that they put together. Guild Esports there in fourth, just pipping out Final Dream on, you know, the 52 points. Love that. They've been super consistent throughout our entire split, and I think that speaks to them having a very good chance of making it not only back to LAN, but hopefully we get to see them back in that final lobby for the Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, it was really important for them today. You know, they were at 23rd place. It was super important for them to turn up today to be able to push themselves into that top 20 spot. You know, we saw, I guess, the likes of, Keep Going Gaming, HKUF, outside the ring, they had their time to shine in the first 6 matches. They may have not done enough to hold their spot, but I think Final Dream absolutely knew that. So they really turned up today, and it was awesome to see Elfish. So, I'm so excited to see this, who's going to be going to regional finals next week, before we get there. But, it's going to be very close for a couple of our teams for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty close towards that bottom end. Like, there was, we sort of highlighted it. There was, I'd say, maybe like 10 teams kind of in the mix, having a jostle for maybe like 3-4 positions at the bottom of the final 20. But SWQ, they started so strong. They started so well on Storm Point. They didn't finish super well on World's Edge. But look, it's really hard to maintain that kind of a pace. First, second, first, and 63 points after the first 3 games. They ended up at 77. Not a great conversion necessarily, but end of the day, we can't imagine them going and maintaining that to get like a 120-point day. That's just unreasonable. Overall, still a really, really strong game.
Perfectly
of Apex from SWQ, and you'll take it every day of the week.
I mean, and the other one I was just looking at quickly was Heroes, because they had a 14-point last game. That jumped them up 7 spots to 12th spot overall. Or not overall, but in today's series. And that means 7 points in the overall scoreboards. So in that final game, they get up 7 points. And I mean, I guess we'll see once we finally, see that regional finals final team list. But that could be the difference for Heroes, because they were on 20th. They were on the cusp of qualifying. And this is a team who just made it to LAN.
Yeah, I guess with the org pickup and all the changes, they wanted to sort of outshine. But I guess let's just stop waiting. Let's just stop making decisions, and we're going to find out exactly who is in our top 20. And look at that, GK Esports still hold on. Wild.
So that's GK. We were talking about them.
Yeah.
Their fate wasn't in their hands. And Keep Going Gaming, they came 17th in our second series today. So, you hate to see the haters win, but, they were preying on KPG's downfall today. And I guess they were praying to the right gods. It worked. And then going up from there, the 7 points that the Heroes picked up in that final game was enough to get them through. That made all the difference. Grape Soda, they only had a 14th today, but, they've had a decent enough split to make it through to the top 20. So a couple of results today just turning, on our final series.
Yeah, and Final Dream as well. I've been talking about them. They've had such an insane, games today, and they just made it to 19th. So coming from 23rd place, and being able to push into that top 20. So all their efforts today has put them into that top 20. Elfish, just it's insane. It's such a great feeling for them.
Got to keep on keeping on, right? And as long as you're inside of that top 20, then really anything can happen on the final day. We've seen it before. We could definitely see it again. As you can see, things are shaping up nicely. We've got to mention, obviously, how things play out. Obviously, going into this regional finals lobby is a little bit different than how it plays out in the regular split. Obviously, as far as the POI draft is concerned, it's randomized during the regular split. Going into the regional finals, it is based on your seeding coming through from the regular split. So that's kind of the advantage that you get here, which means obviously a team like Legends, who will sit in first seed, will get their choice of location, and so they'll be very happy with, you know, probably a priority position like Sito on Storm Point or something like that. So we'll obviously get to that in a couple of weeks' time, but just bear that in mind. That is the advantage that those teams do get. So there is always that kind of conversation when you're into those final weeks about, okay, can you maybe jump yourself up a couple of placement points here and there to give yourself what amounts to be, you know, maybe in some cases, like I think for a first or second or third pick, like you're getting quite a lot of value out of that. But once you're into the middle of the pack, maybe the value of that seeding isn't quite as impactful as it could be towards the top end. But overall, like any advantage is a good advantage, and you kind of got to be taking those 1%ers when, you know, the competition is as tight as it is in ALGS.
Well, I mean, I guess one of the other things is that we haven't seen the POI draft system as we'll see it in the regional finals and at LAN, where it's actually less equitable, right? So the teams who are coming in at the top, you know, they get the first and the 21st draft pick rather than the first and the 40th in the snake draft. So the teams who did really well during the season will be rewarded with that during the regional finals, and it means the Cinderella stories from those teams down the bottom, it'll be even harder for them.
Yeah, and not only is that a difficult thing, but, you know, we've got mid-season patch notes. So, you know, being, you know, having all these crazy changes going into it, like with these POI drafts in a couple of days, we have some, you know, big changes to the game again. And, you know, watching, you know, the likes of, let's say, Gugu go absolutely crazy with the Havoc. It obviously is going to have like a slight little nerf on the mag sizes. So, you know, you're going to want to 100% find those purple mags. You know, the damage is still going to be there, but I guess, you know, a no mag Havoc, you know, can't do as much as we've seen going throughout these games. But, you know, some cool things that, you know, I guess added for a lot of, you know, casual players as quads, but, you know, us here in Pro League, I guess, Elfish, we sort of care about how these end rings are going to work.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot to kind of consider, and that's kind of why we have this 2-week sort of break, right? There's a bit of time for all the teams and players to get a bit of an opportunity to sort of run it back, figure things out, change up anything that they want to change up, maybe think about where they want to be dropping as well, because they're obviously going to have to, you know, look into that too. That's still a very much ever-changing thing for a lot of the teams kind of getting used to this split of ALGS. So as always, it seems like there's always changes in Apex, and it kind of comes down to who can be the most adaptable team on the day, and we'll have to find out in a couple of weeks who that's going to end up actually being.
Yeah, you'll have to excuse me, guys. I've got a puppy on my lap at this present time, being a wiggly little worm. Here's the little one that's been causing absolute chaos today, okay? So, you know, go to the living room. I've had toys everywhere, barking everywhere, but this is what I had to deal with throughout the show. You know, poor Genome's losing his voice. I've got a puppy to deal with, and Elfish probably just wants to lay on the ground and have a nap. So it's been absolutely chaotic here for all of us for Long Shot. But yeah, you know what? It's been exceptional watching all these teams play for us today. It's, you know, Split 2 has been nothing short of amazing. We've seen our teams who we didn't think would sort of make a comeback literally skyrocket to the top, and we of course are going to have a 2-week break for all these changes, but it's been a pleasure being your host as always, everybody, and thank you again, Genome and Elfish. I know you guys want to go and get some sleep, so you know, hopefully you can do that, but guys, 2 weeks, okay? It's going to be regional finals. It's going to be match point. So we could see a fair few games throughout that. But you know what? Big thank you to the production team as always, and Play Apex for having the Long Shot production on there. But thank you so much, guys. And we'll see you in 2 weeks' time for regional finals.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel.